Discourse 13. On God's dominion. The Lord has established his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom rules over all. Psalm 103:19. The psalm begins with praising God, where the writer stirs up his own soul to handle this great duty properly and with the right attitude. Verse 1. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. And because he knew that both himself and everyone else weren't enough to offer God the kind of praise that would match the greatness of God's benefits, he calls in the angels and all creatures at the end of the psalm to join him in this praise. Notice a couple things here. 1. Just as we're too limited as humans to fully grasp how excellent God is, we're also too dull and lacking to give God the praise he deserves, both because of how excellent his nature is, and because his benefits are so many and so great. 2. We tend to forget what God has done for us, so our souls need to be reminded and stirred up often. All that is within me, every part of our rational mind and every emotion we feel, all our abilities, all our thoughts. Our souls will pull back from God in any duty, but especially in this one, unless we give them strict orders. We're so lacking in pure and complete love for God that we don't really want to do these duties. Our needs will push us to pray, but only pure love for God can motivate us to praise. We're quicker to reach out and receive his mercies than we are to lift up our hearts and acknowledge them after we've gotten them. After the psalmist called his own soul to this task, he lists the divine blessings he's received to wake up his soul by making him feel them, so he can do this noble work. He starts with the first and foundational mercy to himself, having his sin pardoned and his person justified, having his sick and weak nature renewed. Verse 3, who forgives all thy iniquities, and heals all thy diseases. Then his redemption from death, or eternal destruction, and his expected glorification that follows, which he talks about with such certainty, as if it were already happening. Verse 4, who redeems thy life from destruction, who crowns thee with loving kindness and tender mercies. He moves on to the mercy shown to the church in protecting it from oppression or delivering it from oppression. Verse 6, the Lord executeth righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. Then there's God revealing his will and law, and the glory of his merciful name. Verses 7-8, he made known his ways unto Moses, and his acts unto the children of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in mercy. These last words might also refer to the free and undeserved source of all the benefits he'd been counting, namely, God's mercy, which he also mentions in verse 10. He hath not dealt with us after our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. Then he celebrates how perfect God's mercy is in pardoning sin. Verses 11-12, God's fatherly tenderness. Verse 13, and the eternal nature of his mercy. Verse 17. But he limits it to the right recipients. Verses 11-17, to them that fear him, meaning those who believe in him. Fear was the word commonly used for faith in the Old Testament, under the legal system, where the spirit of bondage was more prominent than the spirit of adoption, and their fear was stronger than their confidence. Notice this. 1. All true blessings grow out of having our sin pardoned. Verse 3, who forgives all thine iniquities. That's the first blessing, the top and crown of all other favors. It pulls all other blessings after it and makes all other blessings sweeter. Christ's main purpose was to deal with sin, to redeem us from wrongdoing. Getting us other blessings followed from that. Having our sin pardoned is every blessing wrapped up in one, and it's the root and spring everything flows from. It comes from God's favor, and it's the kind of gift that can't be mixed with a curse, like outward things can be. 2. When sin is pardoned, the soul gets renewed. Verse 3, who heals all thy diseases. When guilt is taken away, the ugliness and sickness of the soul gets cured. Forgiveness is a mercy that's always having babies, it never comes alone. When we have a connection with Christ as the one who took the punishment for our peace, we also get healing medicine from his blood to heal the wounds we feel in our nature. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 5 says, the chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. Just as there's guilt in sin that ties us up for punishment, there's also infection in sin that fills us with deadly diseases. When one gets removed, the other gets cured. We wouldn't know how to appreciate one without the other. Renewing the soul is necessary so we can actually enjoy God's other blessings. Think about a condemned criminal who's infected with leprosy or some other disgusting disease. If he got pardoned but wasn't cured of his plague, he couldn't take much comfort in being free from the gallows. 3. God is the only sovereign source of all spiritual blessings, who forgives all thy iniquities, and heals all thy diseases. He gives all the credit to God, nothing to himself or his own merit and strength. Not the pardon of even one sin can I claim I earned. Not the cure of one disease can I owe to my own power, the strength of my free will, or natural processes. He, And he alone is the Prince of Pardon, the physician who restores me, the Redeemer who delivers me. It's stealing from God to split the praise between God and ourselves. Only God can break off our chains, kick out our sicknesses, and restore a messed up soul to its lost beauty. 4. Grace-filled souls will praise God just as much for sanctification as for justification. Even the beginning stages of sanctification, and that's all we get in this life, deserve serious acknowledgement. It's a sign you're growing in grace when your songs include thanking God for His sanctifying grace as well as His pardoning grace. When we praise God for pardoning, we're mostly showing love for ourselves. When we praise God for sanctifying, we're sending out a pure beam of love to God, because through purifying grace, we're fitted for serving our Maker and prepared for every good work that delights Him. Through pardoning grace, we get personal relief. Pardon fills us with inner peace, but sanctification fills us with energy for God. Nothing can put the soul in a heavenly mood like thinking about God as both a pardoner and a healer. 5. When sin is pardoned, the punishment gets cancelled, verses 3-4, who forgives all thy iniquities, and redeems thy life from destruction. A criminal's pardon ends his chains, frees him from the stink of the dungeon and fear of the gallows. Pardon is nothing but removing guilt, and guilt is nothing but being obligated to punishment as a penalty we owe for sin. When a creditor tears up a contract, it frees the debtor from having to pay and from harsh treatment. 6. Growth in grace always comes with true sanctification, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagles. Verse 5. Bible scholars tie themselves in knots trying to figure out exactly how eagles renew their youth and get their strength back. The best explanation is that the psalmist is just speaking according to what regular people believed, and he wasn't trying to write a nature guide. Growth always comes with grace, just like it does with the body and nature, not that it doesn't have its sick spells and weak moments, just like children do, but even their sicknesses make them grow. Grace isn't lazy, it's an active force. The psalmist doesn't mean bodily strength or the success and stability of his government, but the energy of his grace and comfort, since the spiritual blessings are what he's singing about here. Healing the disease helps the body sprout up and flourish. It's grace's nature to go from strength to strength. 7. When sin is pardoned, it's perfectly pardoned. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Verses 11-12. East and west are the greatest distance in the world, those directions can never meet. When sin is pardoned, it's never brought up again. The guilt of it can't come back any more than east can become west or west can become east. 8. Obedience is necessary to have a share in God's mercy. The mercy of the Lord is to them that fear Him, to them that remember His commandments, to do them. Verse 17. Commands are meant to be remembered so we can practice them. Empty thinking isn't the point of publishing them. After the psalmist listed God's benefits, he thinks about how great God is and pictures Him on His throne surrounded by angels, the servants who carry out His plans. The Lord hath prepared His throne in the heavens and His kingdom rules over all. Verse 19. He brings up God's dominion right after he'd spent so much time talking about His mercy. He does this for several reasons. 1. To show that God should be praised not only for His mercy, but for His majesty, both for how high His authority is and how far it extends. 2. To highlight just how great His mercy and compassion are. What I've just said, oh my soul, about God's mercy and His fatherly love gets even more amazing when you consider His majesty. His greatness doesn't get in the way of His kindness, though His throne is high, His heart is tender. He looks down on His humblest servants from the height of His glory. Since His majesty is infinite, His mercy must be just as great as His majesty. The compassion living in His heart must be greater than what's in any creature, since it's not weakened by how great His sovereignty is. 3. To make His mercy more comforting. The mercy I've been talking about, oh my soul, isn't the mercy of a fellow subject, but of a king. An executioner can torture a criminal and take his life, and ordinary pity can't help him, but the mercy of the prince can completely pardon him. It's the God who has no one above Him to control him, no one below Him to resist Him, who has done all these gracious acts for you. If God uses His supreme authority to pardon us, who can overturn it? If every single subject of God in the world pardoned us, but God held back His approval, what good would it do us? Take comfort, O my soul, since God from His throne in the highest, that same God who rules over every detail of creation, has granted and sealed your pardon. What would His grace mean if He weren't a monarch extending His royal empire over everything and governing all with His scepter? 4. To make the psalmist's confidence stronger during tough times. In verses 15-16, he thought about how miserable humans are because life is so short, his place won't know him anymore, he'll never return to his authority, jobs, and opportunities that death will take from him. But still, God's mercy and majesty were the foundation of his confidence. He pulls himself away from dwelling on any disasters that might hit him and looks to heaven, the place where God orders everything that happens on earth. He's able to protect us from dangers and deliver us from troubles. Whatever miseries you might be under, O my soul, look up to heaven and see a compassionate God with majestic authority, a God who can do what he's promised to those who fear him, since he has a throne above the heavens and has power over all who envy your happiness and want to ruin your joy. A God whose authority can't be cut down or taken apart by anyone. When the prophet asks for God's compassion to sound forth, he appeals to him by his dwelling in heaven, the home of his holiness, Isaiah chapter 63 verse 15. His kingdom rules over all, so there's no one who has any authority to make him break his covenant or violate his promise. 5. As motivation for obedience. The Lord is merciful, he says, to those that remember his commandments to do them, verses 17 to 18, and then he brings in this verse as encouragement to follow his rules. He has a majesty that deserves it from us, and authority to protect us in it. If a king in a small piece of earth should be obeyed by his subjects, how much more should God be obeyed, God who is more majestic than all the angels in heaven and monarchs on earth, who has majesty to demand our obedience and mercy to draw it out. We shouldn't start doing any duty without looking up to God as a great king. It would make us want to serve him. The more noble the person, the more honorable and powerful the prince, the more glorious his service is. Seeing God on his throne will make us think his service is our privilege, his commands are our decorations, and obeying him is the greatest honor and nobility. It will make us serious and weighty in what we do, it would nail us down to any duty. The reason we're so sloppy and rude in how we carry ourselves before God is because we don't think of him as a great king, Malachi chapter 1 verse 14. Our Father, which art in heaven, referring to his majesty, is how we start prayer. Let's now look at the words themselves. The Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom rules over all. The Lord hath prepared. The word means established just as much as prepared, and could be translated that way. Good preparation is the natural way to make something solid. Hasty decisions break apart and crumble. This shows us several things. 1. How infinite his authority is. He prepares it, no one else does it for him. It's a dominion that originally lives in his nature, not something he inherited from anyone or got by appointment. He alone prepared it. He's the only cause of his own kingdom, so his authority is unlimited, as infinite as his nature. No one can make laws for him, because no one but himself prepared his throne for him. Just as he won't damage his own happiness, he won't limit his own authority. 2. He's ready to use it when the right occasions come up. He has prepared his throne, he's not confused or lost. He doesn't need to wait for a commission or instructions from anyone on how to act. He has everything ready to help his people. He has rewards and punishments, his treasures and his axes, the great symbols of authority, right there with him. One for the good, the other for the wicked. His mercy he keeps by him for thousands, Exodus chapter 34 verse 7. His arrows he has prepared by him for rebels, Psalm 7:13. 3. He manages it wisely. It's prepared, preparations show wisdom. God's government isn't rash and hot-headed authority. A prince on his throne, a judge on the bench, handles things with the greatest care, or at least should be expected to. 4. It's successful and lasting. He has prepared or established it. It's fixed, not shaky. It's an unshakable dominion, all the fighting of people and devils can't overturn it or even shake it. It's established beyond the reach of stubborn rebels. He can't be thrown out of power, he can't be defeated in it. His dominion, like himself, lasts forever. And just as his plan will stand, so will his authority, and he will do all his pleasure, Isaiah chapter 46 verse 10, his throne in the heavens. This is a way of expressing God's authority, because just as God doesn't actually have body parts, though he's described that way to us, he doesn't actually have a throne either. It represents his power to reign and judge. A throne belongs to royalty, it's the seat of majesty and its excellence, and the place where subjects show their deepest respect and bring their requests. That God's throne is in the heavens, that there he sits as king. This is what everyone who believes in God thinks. When they need his authority to help them, they look up and stretch their heads toward heaven. That's how his son Christ prayed. He lifted up his eyes to heaven as the place where his Father sat in majesty, as the most worthy object of worship, John chapter 17 verse 1. Heaven gets called his throne, just as the earth gets called his footstool, Isaiah chapter 66 verse 1. And that's why heaven sometimes stands for God's authority, Daniel chapter 4 verse 26, After that thou shalt have known that the heavens do rule, meaning that God, who is his throne in the heavens, arranges earthly princes and kingdoms however he wants, and rules over the kingdoms of the world. His throne in the heavens shows us several things. 1. The glory of his dominion. The heavens are the most magnificent and beautiful parts of creation. His majesty is most visible there, his glory most brilliant, Psalm 19:1. The heavens speak out his glory with a full voice. That's why it's called the habitation of his holiness and of his glory, Isaiah chapter 63 verse 15. There's the greater shine and brightness of his glory. The whole earth is indeed full of his glory, full of the rays of it, but heaven is full of the main body of it. It's like how the sun's rays reach the earth, but the full glory of it is in the sky. In heaven his dominion is more acknowledged by the angels standing ready at his command, and by how quickly and eagerly they obey his orders, going and returning like a flash of lightning, Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 14. His throne can well be said to be in the heavens, since his dominion isn't disputed there by the angels who serve him, like it is on earth by the rebels who arm themselves against him. 2. How supreme his empire is. The heavens are the highest part of creation, and the only fitting palace for him. It's in the heavens that his majesty and dignity are so sublime that they're raised above all earthly empires. 3. How unique this dominion is. He rules in the heavens alone. There's some shadow of empire in the world. Royalty gets shared with people as his substitutes. He's given a representative dominion to people on his footstool, the earth. He gives them some share in his authority, and that's why they get the title of his name, Psalm 82:6, I have said, ye are gods. But in heaven he reigns alone without any substitutes, his throne is there. He gives out his orders to the angels himself. The signs of his direct sovereignty are most visible there. He has no governors general of that empire. His authority isn't delegated to any creature. He rules the blessed spirits by himself, but he rules people who are on his footstool through others of the same kind, people of their own nature. 4. How vast his empire is. The earth is just a dot compared to the heavens. What is England on a map compared to the whole earth? Just a spot you could cover with your finger. How much smaller must the whole earth be compared to the extended heavens? It's just a tiny point or atom compared to what we can see. The sun is vastly bigger than it, and several stars are thought to be larger than the earth. And how many heavens there are beyond what we know, human ignorance can't understand. If God's throne is there, it's a much larger territory he rules than we can really imagine. You can't conceive how many millions of tiny particles there are in the earth, and if all of them together are just like one point compared to the place where God's throne is, how vast his empire must be. He rules there over the angels, who excel in strength, those hosts of his which do his pleasure. Compared to them, all the people in the world and the power of the greatest rulers is no more than the strength of an ant or fly. Crowds of them surround his throne and listen to his orders without wandering, and carry them out without arguing. And since his throne is in the heavens, it follows that everything under heaven is part of his dominion. His throne being in the highest place means the lower things of earth can't help but be subject to him, and it necessarily includes his influence on everything below. This is because the heavens are what cause all the motion in the world, the immediate thing the earth naturally turns to for grain, wine, and oil. Above the heavens there's no superior but the Lord, Hosea chapter 2 verses 21 through 22. The earth hears the corn, wine, and oil, the heavens hear the earth, and the Lord hears the heavens. 5. How easy it is to manage this government. With his throne placed on high, he can't help but see everything that's done below. Being in a high place gives a clear eye the advantage of seeing things below it. If the sun had an eye, nothing could be done in the open air without it seeing. God's throne being in heaven means he easily looks down from there on all people. Psalm 14:2. The Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there were any that did understand. He doesn't look down from heaven as if his presence were limited there, but he looks down majestically and with authority, not like someone just watching, but like a governor looking to pass judgment on them as a judge. His being in the heavens makes him capable of doing whatsoever he pleases. Psalm 115:3. His throne being there means he can, with just a word, stop the motions of the heavens and turn the whole earth into chaos. In this respect, it says, he rides upon the heaven in thy help. Deuteronomy chapter 33 verse 26. He sends his thunder down on people and makes the influences of heaven serve his people's interests. Like turning a valve in a fountain, he can cause streams from different parts of the heavens to refresh or ruin the world. 6. How long it lasts. The heavens don't decay, his throne is placed there in an imperishable state. Earthly empires have their decline and fall. God's throne outlasts the dissolution of the world. His kingdom rules over all. He has absolute right over everything within the bounds of heaven and earth. Though his throne is in heaven as the place where his glory is most outstanding and visible, where his authority is most perfectly obeyed, his kingdom still stretches down to the lower parts of the earth. He doesn't wrap himself up and hide in heaven, or limit his sovereignty to that place. His royal power extends to all visible as well as invisible things. He's the owner and possessor of everything. Deuteronomy chapter 10 verse 14. The heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God, the earth also, with all that is there. He has the right to arrange everything however he wants. He doesn't say his kingdom rules all who fear him, but over all. So it's not the kingdom of grace he's talking about here, but his natural and universal kingdom, over angels and people, Jews and Gentiles, living and non-living things. The psalmist thinks of God here as a great monarch and general, with all creatures as his armies and regiments under him. He focuses mainly on two things. 1. How established his throne is, along with where it's located. He hath prepared his throne in the heavens. 2. How far his empire reaches. His kingdom rules over all. This text, in all its parts, gives us a perfect foundation for talking about God's dominion. Here's what we can learn from it. Doctrine. God is sovereign Lord and King, and he exercises dominion over the whole world, both heaven and earth. This is so obvious that nothing gets talked about more in Scripture. The very name Lord shows this, a name that originally belonged to God's and then got applied to others. And he's often called the Lord of hosts because all the troops and armies of spiritual and physical creatures are in his hands and at his service. This is one of his main titles. The angels are called his hosts, verse 21, following the text, his camp and military. But it's even clearer in 1 Kings chapter 22 verse 19, where God is shown on his throne surrounded by all the hosts of heaven standing on his right and left. This can only mean the angels who wait for their king's commands and stand around, not to give him advice, but to receive his orders. The sun, moon, and stars are called his hosts, Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 19, appointed by him to govern lower things. He has absolute authority over the greatest and smallest creatures, over those that are most terrifying and those that are most helpful, over the good angels who gladly obey him, and over the evil angels who seem most impossible to govern. And since he's Lord of hosts, he's the King of glory, or a glorious King, Psalm 24:10. You'll find him called a great King, the Most High, Psalm 92:1, the Supreme Monarch. There's no dignity in heaven or earth that isn't dim compared to him and infinitely below him. In fact, he has the title of only King, 1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 15. The title of royalty truly and properly belongs only to him. You can see it described magnificently by David when they were giving free will offerings for building the temple, 1 Chronicles chapter 29 verses 11 through 12. Thine, O Lord, is the greatness, and the power, and the glory, and the victory, and the majesty. Thine is the kingdom, O God, and thou art exalted as head above all. Both riches and honor come of thee, and thou reignest over all. And in thy hand is power and might, and in thy hand it is to make great, and to give strength to all. He has superior power and authority above everyone. All earthly princes got their crowns from him, yes, even those who won't acknowledge him, and he has more absolute power over them than they can claim over their lowest servants. Just as God has knowledge infinitely above our knowledge, he has dominion incomprehensibly above any human dominion. And with all the comparisons we can draw from one person's authority over another, we can only get weak glimpses of God's authority and dominion. There are three kinds of God's dominion. 1. Natural dominion, which is absolute over all creatures and is based on God's nature as creator. 2. Spiritual or gracious dominion, which is dominion over his church as redeemed people, and is based on the covenant of grace. 3. A glorious kingdom at the end of everything, where he'll reign over all, either in the glory of his mercy over the glorified saints, or in the glory of his justice over condemned devils and people. The first dominion is based on nature, the second on grace, the third, for the blessed, on grace, and for the damned, on what they deserve in his justice. He's Lord of all things, and always owns everything. Psalm 24:1, the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world, and all that dwell therein. The earth, with all the riches and treasures in its depths, the inhabited world with everything that moves on it, it's all his. He has the only real right, and whatever rights anyone else has come from him. He also possesses everything. Genesis chapter 14 verse 22, the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. Compared to him, humans aren't owners or possessors, but just people who get to use things at the will of this great Lord. To develop this idea, I'm going to 1. Set down some general points to clarify and confirm it. 2. Show what this right of dominion is based on. 3. Explain what its nature is. 4. Show what it consists of and how it shows itself. 1. Some general points to clarify and confirm it. First, we need to understand the difference between God's might or power and His authority. We usually mean by God's power the strength of God, by which He's able to accomplish all His purposes. By God's authority, we mean the right He has to do whatever He wants. Omnipotence is His physical power, by which He's able to do what He will. Dominion is His moral power, by which it's lawful for Him to do what He will. Among people, strength and authority are two different things. A subject might be a giant and stronger than his prince, but he doesn't have the same authority as his prince. Worldly dominion might be placed not in a muscular arm, but in a sick and weak body. It's like how knowledge and wisdom are different. Knowledge deals with the content, existence, and nature of something. Wisdom deals with the harmony, order, and actual usefulness of something. Knowledge searches out what something is, and wisdom puts that thing to its proper use. A person can have lots of knowledge but little wisdom. Similarly, someone can have lots of strength but little or no authority. Greater strength might be in the servant, but greater authority lives in the master. Strength is a person's natural energy. God has infinite strength. He has strength to bring about whatever He decides. He acts without getting tired or weak, Isaiah chapter 40 verse 28, and doesn't lose strength by using it. As God is Lord, He has the right to make laws. As He's almighty, He has power to carry them out. His strength is the executive power that belongs to His dominion. Because of His sovereignty, He has the right to command all creatures. Because of His almightiness, He has power to make His commands get obeyed, or to punish people for breaking them. His power is what He uses to bring all creatures under Him. His dominion is His right to bring all creatures under Him. This dominion is the right to make whatever He wants, to own whatever He made, to arrange whatever He owns. His power is the ability to make what He has the right to create, to hold what He owns, and to carry out however He decides to arrange His creatures. Second, all God's other attributes point to this perfect dominion. They all show He's fit for it, and they're revealed when He exercises it, which we've seen in our discussions of those attributes so far. His goodness makes Him fit for it, because He can never use His authority except for the good of His creatures and to lead them to their true purpose. His wisdom can never make mistakes in using it. His power can accomplish the decisions that flow from His absolute authority. What could be more right than placing authority in such infinite goodness, that has compassion to pity as well as a scepter to rule His subjects, that has a mind to plan and a will to regulate His plans for His own glory and His creatures' good, and an arm of power to bring about what He orders? Without this dominion, some perfections like justice and mercy would stay hidden, and much of His wisdom would be covered from our sight and knowledge. Third, this dominion, just like God's power, has been acknowledged by everyone. The high priest was supposed to wave the offering, or shake it back and forth, Exodus chapter 29 verse 24, which the Jews say was usually done from east to west and from north to south, the four directions of the world, to show God's sovereignty over all parts of the world. Some of the pagans, when they worshipped, turned their bodies to all directions to show God's extensive dominion throughout the whole earth. That dominion rightfully belonged to God was confessed by the heathens in the name Baal, which they gave to their idols. This word means Lord and wasn't the name of just one idol worshipped as a god, but was common to all the Eastern idols. God has woven the idea of His sovereignty into human nature and makeup, into the noblest and most inner acts of our souls, into that ability or act that's most necessary for us in our dealings in this world, whether with God or people. It's stamped on human conscience and flashes in our faces in every act of self-judgment that conscience makes about us. Every time conscience reflects on us, it implies that we're obligated to some law written in His heart. Romans chapter 2 verse 15. This law can't exist without a lawgiver, and this lawgiver can't exist without sovereign dominion. These are just natural and easy conclusions in the human mind from every act of conscience. The permanent authority of conscience in people, in everything it does, relates to God's sovereignty. It clearly proclaims not only a supreme being, but a supreme governor, and points people directly to it. A person could just as easily deny having such a reflecting principle within him as deny God's dominion over him, and consequently over the whole world of rational creatures. Fourth, this idea of sovereignty can't be separated from the idea of God. To acknowledge that God exists and to acknowledge that He rewards are connected together. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 6. To acknowledge Him as a rewarder is to acknowledge Him as a governor, since rewards are the marks of dominion. The very name of God includes supremacy and actual rule. He can't be thought of as God without being thought of as the highest authority in the world. It's as possible for Him not to be God as not to be supreme. How can the exercise of his excellencies be apparent except in his sovereign rule? To imagine infinite power without supreme dominion is to imagine a mighty senseless statue, fit to be looked at, but not fit to be obeyed, since it's not able or has no right to give orders, or doesn't care about exercising that right. God can't be supposed to be the chief being without being supposed to give laws to everyone and receive laws from no one. And if we suppose him to have perfect justice and righteousness, which we must do, unless we want to make a flawed and imperfect God, we must suppose him to have complete dominion, without which he could never be able to show his justice. And without supreme dominion he couldn't show the supremacy and infiniteness of his righteousness. 1. We can't suppose God as a creator without supposing he has sovereign dominion. No creature can be made without some law in its nature. If it had no law, it would be created for no purpose, for no orderly end. It would be completely unfit for infinite wisdom to create a lawless creature, a completely useless creature. Much less can a rational creature be made without a law. If it had no law, it wouldn't be rational, because the very idea of a rational creature implies that reason is a law to it, and implies acting by rule. If you could suppose rational creatures without a law, you might suppose that they could blaspheme their creator and murder their fellow creatures and commit the most horrible crimes destructive to human society, without sin, because where there is no law, there is no transgression. But those things are considered sins by all mankind, and sins against the Supreme Being. So dominion, and the exercise of it, is so tightly linked to God, so entirely in him, so built into his nature, that it's impossible to imagine that a rational creature could be made by him without a stamp and mark of that dominion in its very nature and makeup. It's so inseparable from God and his very act of creation. 2. It's the kind of dominion that can't be given up by God himself. It's so built in and natural to him, so embedded in God's nature, that he can't strip himself of it, or of exercising it, as long as any creature exists. It's preserved by him, because it couldn't survive on its own. It's governed by him, it couldn't otherwise fulfill its purpose. It's impossible for there to be a creature that doesn't have God for its Lord. Christ himself, though equal with God regarding his deity, was still God's servant regarding his created state and taking on our nature. He was governed by God in his whole mission and acted according to his command and directions. God calls him his servant, Isaiah chapter 42 verse 1, and Christ, in that prophetic psalm about him, calls God his Lord, Psalm 16:2, O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, Thou art my Lord. It was impossible for it to be otherwise. Justice would have been far from being satisfied, it would have been highly offended if the order of things in proper subjection to God had been broken and his terms hadn't been met. It would be a judgment on the world if God gave up the government to anyone else, just as it is when he gives children to be princes, Isaiah chapter 3 verse 4, meaning children in understanding. 3. It's so inseparable that it can't be shared with any creature. No creature is able to exercise it. Every creature is unable to perform all the duties that belong to this dominion. No creature can impose laws on people's consciences. Humans don't know the ways into the soul. Our pen can't reach the inner parts of people. Whatever laws he has power to propose to conscience, he can't see them carried out, because every creature lacks omniscience. He's not able to perceive all those violations of the law that might be committed at the same time in so many cities, so many rooms. Or suppose an angel, because of how high he stands and how walls, darkness, and distance can't block his view, can see people's actions, he still can't know the internal acts of people's minds and wills without some outward explosion and appearance of them. And if he's ignorant of them, how can he enforce his laws? If he only understands the outward fact without the inward thought, how can he give out justice proportional to the crime? He would necessarily be ignorant of what sometimes adds the greatest seriousness to a sin, and would inflict a lighter punishment on what receives deeper coloring from the inward attitude of the mind than another act might, which in the outward act might appear more shameful and unjust. And so while he intends righteousness, he might commit a degree of injustice. Besides, no creature can inflict the right punishment for sin. What's due to sin is losing the vision and sight of God, but no one can deprive anyone of that but God himself. Nor can a creature reward another with eternal life, which consists in communion with God, which only God can give. 2. Where God's dominion is founded. 1. On the excellence of his nature. Now, excellence of nature definitely shows someone's fit for leadership, but it doesn't automatically give them the right to rule. Excellence shows ability, not authority. A citizen might have more wisdom than the king and be better suited to govern, but they don't have the title to royalty. A person with great ability and strong character is fit to serve their country in parliament, but it's the people's vote that gives them the right to do it. Still, Having intellectual and moral abilities that go beyond others is a foundation for authority. We commonly see that when people have these exceptional qualities, even though it doesn't give them legal power or official jurisdiction, it creates respect in people's minds. Their character attracts reverence, and their advice is treated like wisdom from an oracle. Older people, through their age and the wisdom they've gained from long experience, develop a kind of influence over younger people through their guidance and counsel. By the strength of that excellence, they gain real authority in the minds of those they interact with and earn deep respect. So God, being an incomprehensible ocean of all perfection and infinitely possessing all those qualities that could claim dominion, has the first foundation of it in his own nature. His incomparable and unmatched excellence, along with the greatness of his works, draws people to voluntarily worship him as sovereign Lord. Psalm 86:8. Among the gods, there is none like unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy work. All nations shall come and worship before thee. Though his benefits are powerful reasons for our obedience and love, his infinite majesty and perfection demands first place in our recognition and worship. This is why God claims it. Isaiah chapter 46 verse 9, I am God, and there is none like me, I will do all my pleasure. And the prophet Jeremiah acknowledges this same truth. Jeremiah chapter 10 verses 6 through 7. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might, who would not fear thee, O King of nations? For to thee doth it appertain, for as much as there is none like unto thee. This is actually a more noble basis for dominion, since it's an uncreated title and more excellent than one based on creation or preservation. This is the natural order God has established among his creatures. The more excellent should rule the inferior. He didn't give the government of lower creatures to lions and tigers, who delight in blood but have no knowledge of virtue, but to man, who had excellence in his nature above other creatures and was formed with perfect righteousness and superior reason to guide them. In man, the soul, being of a more sublime nature, is rightfully set to rule over the body. The mind, the most excellent faculty of the soul, should rule over its other powers. And wisdom, the most excellent quality of the mind, should guide and regulate it in its decisions. When the body and physical desires control the soul and mind, that's a rebellion against nature, not rule according to nature. Therefore, the excellence of the divine nature is the natural foundation for his dominion. He has wisdom to know what's right for him to do, and unchanging righteousness so he cannot do anything base or unworthy. He has perfect foreknowledge, which enables him to order all things to accomplish his own glorious purposes and the goal of his government, so nothing can go wrong, nothing can stump him, and nothing can force him to come up with new plans. So even if we could imagine that the world hadn't been created by him, that its parts had come together by chance and been formed into such a body, no one but God, the supreme and most excellent being in the world, could have earned and rightfully claimed the government of it. Nothing else would have the excellence of nature to qualify it for leadership as he does, or to compete with him in having the ability to govern. 2. It is founded in his act of creation. He is the sovereign Lord because he is the almighty creator. The relationship of being an absolute creator creates the relationship of being an absolute Lord. When someone gives being and motion, when they're the sole cause of something's existence that was nothing before, when they have nothing working with them or helping them, but by their power alone command it to come into being, they're the unquestionable Lord and owner of that thing which depends on them alone. Through this act of creation, which extended to all things, he became universal sovereign over everything. Even those who set aside the excellence of his nature as the foundation of his government easily acknowledge it sufficient based on his actual creation. His dominion of jurisdiction comes from creation. When God himself makes a speech defending his sovereignty, Job 38, his main arguments come from creation. And in Psalm 95:3-5, the Lord is a great king above all gods, the sea is his, and he made it. The Apostle Paul does the same thing in his sermon to the Athenians. Because he made the world, and all things therein, he's called Lord of heaven and earth, Acts chapter 17 verse 24. His dominion of property also stands on this foundation. The heavens are thine, the earth also is thine. As for the world, and the fullness thereof, thou hast founded them. Psalm 89:11. Based on this title of forming Israel as a creature, or rather as a church, he demands their service to him as their sovereign. O Jacob and Israel, thou art my servant, I have formed thee, thou art my servant, O Israel. Isaiah chapter 44 verse 21. God's sovereignty naturally comes from the relationship of all things to himself as their complete creator, and their natural and inseparable dependence on him for their existence and well-being. It doesn't depend on people's choice. God has natural dominion over us as creatures before he has dominion by consent over us as converts. As soon as anything became a creature, it became subject to God as Lord. Everyone acknowledges that a person has the right to possess what they've made and power to rule over what they've created. They can either cherish their own work or destroy it. They can either add greater beauty to it or ruin what they've already given it. They have property rights in it. No one else can steal their work from them without doing wrong. The work has no ownership of itself. The right must belong to the person who directly made it, or to the person who hired them. The first cause of everything has unquestionable ownership dominion in it based on justice. By international law, the first person to discover a country is considered the rightful owner and lord of that country, and the first inventor of an art has the right to practice it. If a man has a just claim of dominion over something whose materials weren't made by him but only got a new shape from his skill, like a painter over his picture, where he never made the canvas or gave the paints their distinct qualities, but only applied them through his art to create such a figure, how much more does God have a rightful claim of dominion over his creatures, whose entire existence, both in matter and form, and every bit of their excellence, was breathed out by the word of his mouth. He didn't just give matter a form, but gave the matter itself existence. It wasn't formed by anyone else for him to work with, like the materials an artist uses. He had the being of all things in his own power, and it was his choice whether he would share it or not. There can be no more just and stronger basis for a claim than this. A man has a right to a piece of brass or gold by purchasing it, but when through his engraving he's formed it into an excellent statue, his right increases because of his craftsmanship. God's creation of man's material gave him a right over man, but his creation of him in such outstanding excellence, with reason to guide him, a clear mind to distinguish light from darkness and truth from falsehood, freedom of will to act accordingly, and original righteousness as the polish and beauty of it all, here is the strongest foundation for a claim of authority over man, and the strongest obligation on man to submit to God. If all those things had been handed over to God by someone else, he couldn't be the supreme Lord, nor could he have an absolute right to dispose of them as he pleases. That would be invading another's right. Besides, creation is the only first revelation of his dominion. Before the world was made there was nothing but God himself, and properly speaking, nothing is said to have dominion over itself. This is a relational attribute, reflecting on the works of God. He had a right of dominion in his nature from eternity, but before creation he was actually Lord only of nothing. Where there's nothing, there can be no relationship. Nothing isn't the subject of possession or dominion. There could be no exercise of this dominion without creation. What exercise can a sovereign have without subjects? Sovereignty speaks of a relationship to subjects, and no one is properly a sovereign without subjects. To conclude, this is where God's universal dominion comes from. Being maker of all, he is ruler of all. And his dominion is perpetual, because as long as God continues in the relationship of creator, the right of his sovereignty as creator cannot be abolished. 3. As God is the final cause, or end of all, he is Lord of all. The end has greater sovereignty in actions than the person doing the action. The person doing something has sovereignty over others in that action, but the end for which anyone works is sovereignty over the person themselves. A painter has sovereignty over the picture he's creating or has created, but the end for which he created it, either the profit he hoped to get from it, or the honor and recognition for skill he aimed at, has dominion over the painter himself. The end moves and excites the artist to work, it energizes him in it, guides him in his whole business, fills his mind, and sits triumphantly in him through all the progress of his work. It's the first cause for which the whole work is done. Now God, in his actual creation of all things, is the sovereign end of all. For thy pleasure they are and were created. Revelation chapter 4 verse 11. The Lord hath made all things for himself. Proverbs chapter 16 verse 4. Man is indeed the subordinate and immediate end of the lower creation, and therefore had dominion over other creatures granted to him. But God, being the ultimate and principal end, has the sovereign and principal dominion. All things refer to him as the last end just as much as they flow from him as the first cause. So, as I said before, even if the world had been thrown together by random chance, without a wise hand, as some have foolishly imagined, no one could have competed with God for the government of the world. God, because of the excellence of his nature, would have been the ruler of it, unless those atoms that had made up the world had an ability to govern it. Since there could be no universal end of all things but God, God alone can claim a complete right to the government of it. Though man is the end of the lower creation, man isn't the end of himself and his own being. He isn't the end of the creation of the supreme heavens, he isn't able to govern them. They're beyond his understanding and beyond his reach. No one is fit, because of excellence of nature, to be the chief end of the whole world but God. Therefore no one can have a right to the dominion of it but God. In this way God's dominion differs from the dominion of all earthly rulers. All the subjects in creation were made for God as their end, but people aren't made for rulers. Rather, rulers are made for people for their protection and to preserve order in societies. 4. The dominion of God is founded upon his preservation of things. Psalm 95 3-4. The Lord is a great king above all gods. Why? In his hand are all the deep places of the earth. While his hand holds things, his hand has dominion over them. Someone who holds a stone in the air exercises dominion over its natural inclination by preventing it from falling. The creature depends completely on God for its preservation. As soon as that divine hand which sustains everything were withdrawn, weakness and fainting would be the creature's next experience. He is called Lord, Adonai, because of his sustaining of all things by his continual influence. The word comes from, which means a foundation or pillar that supports a building. God is the Lord of all because he's the sustainer of all by his power, just as much as the creator of all by his word. The sun has sovereign dominion over its own beams, which depend on it, so that if it withdraws itself, they all follow it, and the world is left in darkness. God maintains the strength of all things, guides them in their operations, so that nothing they are, nothing they have, is an ode to his preserving power. The master of this great family can well be called the Lord of it, since every member depends on him for the support of that being he first gave them, and holds it from his empire. Just as the right to govern resulted from creation, so it's perpetuated by the preservation of things. 5. The dominion of God is strengthened by the innumerable benefits he bestows upon his creatures. The benefits he gives us after creation aren't the original foundation of his dominion. A man doesn't have authority over his servant because of the kindness he shows him. His authority starts before any act of kindness and is founded on a right of purchase, conquest, or agreement. Dominion doesn't depend on just benefits. Otherwise, lower people might have dominions over higher ones. A peasant might save the life of a prince he wasn't subject to, but he doesn't therefore have a right to climb up on his throne and make laws for him. And children who support their parents in poverty couldn't then gain authority over them, because the benefits they give can never match the benefits they received from the ones who gave them life. God's kindness to us adds nothing to the inherent right of his natural dominion. These kindnesses are the effects of that sovereignty, since he is a rewarder and governor. Just like the benefits a prince gives his favorite don't increase the right of authority that's built into the crown, but strengthen that dominion as it relates to the receiver by increasing the favorite's obligation to respect him, not only as his natural prince, but as his gracious benefactor. God's kindness adds, though not an original right of power, yet a foundation for stronger rebuke of the creature if he walks in violation and forgetfulness of those benefits and tears apart the bonds of that heartfelt duty they call for. It's also an occasion for exercising justice and punishing the offender, which is part of his rule. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 2, Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, the Lord hath spoken, I have nourished children, and they have rebelled against me. So the fundamental right as creator is made more unquestionable by his relationship as a benefactor, and even more so since he became this after we forfeited what we enjoyed by creation. God's benefits are innumerable and so magnificent that they can't meet with any repayment from the creature. Therefore, they necessarily require submission from the creature and acknowledgement of divine authority, but that benefit of redemption does add a stronger right of dominion to God. He has not only, as creator, given them being and life as his creatures, but paid a price, the price of his Son's blood, for their rescue from captivity. So he has sovereignty of grace as well as nature, and the ransomed ones belong to him as Redeemer as well as Creator. 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 19-20. Ye are not your own, for ye are bought with a price, therefore your body and your spirit are God's. By this he gained a right of another kind and bought us from that uncontrollable lordship we claimed over ourselves by Adam's sin, so that he might use us as his own special possession for his own glory and service. Through this redemption there comes to God a right over our bodies, over our spirits, over our services, as well as by creation. To show the strength of this right, the apostle repeats it, you are bought. A purchase can't happen without a price paid, but he adds the price too, bought with a price. To strengthen the title, purchase gave him a new right, and the greatness of the price established that right. The more a man pays for something, the more we usually say he deserves to have it, he's paid enough for it. It was indeed price enough, and too much for such worthless creatures as we are. 3. The third thing is, the nature of this dominion. 1. This dominion is independent. His throne is in the heavens don't depend on the earth, nor does God depend on his creatures. Since he is independent regarding his essence, he is so in his dominion, which flows from the excellence and fullness of his essence. As he receives his essence from no one, so he derives his dominion from no one. All other dominion except parental authority is originally rooted in the wills of people. The first title was the consent of the people, or the conquest of others with the help of those people who first consented. And in exercising it, earthly dominion depends on assistance from the subjects, the members being joined with the head carry on the work of government and prevent civil divisions. In supporting it, it depends on the subjects' contributions and taxes. The subjects in their strength are the arms, and in their purses the sinews of government. But God depends on no one in the foundation of his government. He isn't a lord by the votes of his vassals. Nor is his authority successively handed to him by any predecessor, nor established by the power of a superior. Nor did he force his way by war and conquest, nor precariously attain it by pleading or flattery or bribery promises. He doesn't hold the right of his empire from any other. He has no superior to hand him to his throne and settle him by commission. He is therefore called King of Kings, and Lord of Lords, having none above him, a great king above all gods, Psalm 95:3. He needs no license from anyone when to act, nor direction how to act, or assistance in his action. He owes none of those to any person. He wasn't ordered by any other to create, and therefore received no orders from any other to rule over what he has created. He didn't receive his power and wisdom from another, and therefore isn't subject to any for the rule of his government. He alone made his own subjects, and from himself has the sole authority. His own will was the cause of their beings, and his own will is the director of their actions. He isn't determined by his creatures in any of his motions, but determines the creatures in all. His actions aren't regulated by any law outside him, but by a law within him, the law of his own nature. It's impossible he can have any rule outside himself, because there's nothing superior to himself. Nor does he depend on any in the exercise of his government. He needs no servants in it. When he uses creatures, it's not from lack of their help, but for the display of his wisdom and power. What he does by his subjects, he can do by himself. The government is upon his shoulder, Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6, to show that he needs no supporters. All other governments flow from him, all other authorities depend on him. Dei Gratia, or Dei Providentia, is in the style of princes. As their being is derived from his power, so their authority is but a branch of his dominion. They are governors by divine providence. God is governor by his nature alone. All motions depend on the first heaven, which moves all, but that depends on nothing. The government of Christ depends on God's uncreated dominion and is by commission from him. Christ didn't assume this honor to himself, but he that said unto him, Thou art my son, bestowed it on him. He put all things under his feet, but not himself, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 27. When he saith, All things are put under him, he is accepted, which did put all things under him. He sits still as an independent governor on his throne. 2. This dominion is absolute. If his throne is in the heavens, there's nothing to control him. If he is independent, he must be absolute, since he has no cause working with him as creator that can share with him in his right or restrain him in the disposal of his creature. His authority is unlimited. In this regard the title of Lord fits no one but God properly. Tiberius, though none of the best and one of the craftiest princes, considered the title of Lord a reproach to him since he wasn't absolute. First, absolute in regard to freedom and liberty. 1. Creation is a work of his pure sovereignty. He created because it was his pleasure to create, Revelation chapter 4 verse 11. He isn't forced to do this or that. He might have chosen whether he would have made an earth and heavens and laid the foundations of his chambers in the waters. He was under no obligation to bring things from nothingness to existence. 2. Preservation is the fruit of his sovereignty. When he had called the world to stand out, he might have ordered it to return into its dark den of nothingness, ripped up every part of its foundation, or have given being to many more creatures than he did. If you consider his absolute sovereignty, why might he not have stripped Adam immediately of those rational perfections he had given him? And might he not have transformed him into some beast and elevated some beast into a rational nature? Why might he not have degraded an angel to a worm and advanced a worm to the nature and condition of an angel? Why might he not have revoked the grant of dominion which he had given to man over all creatures? It was free to him to permit sin to enter into the earth or to have excluded it out of the earth, as he does out of heaven. 3. Redemption is a fruit of his sovereignty. By his absolute sovereignty he might have confirmed all the angels in their standing by grace and prevented the revolt of any of their members from him. And when there was a revolt both in heaven and earth, it was free to him to have called out his Son to assume the angelic as well as the human nature, or have exercised his dominion in the destruction of men and devils rather than in the redemption of any. He was under no obligation to restore either the one or the other. 4. May he not impose whatever terms he pleases? May he not impose whatever laws he pleases and demand whatever he will of his creature without promising any rewards? May he not use his own for his own honor, just as men use for their credit what they possess by his grace? 5. Affliction is an act of his sovereignty. By this right of sovereignty, may not God take away any man's goods, since they were his gifts? As he wasn't indebted to us when he gave them, so he cannot wrong us when he removes them. He takes from us what is more his own than it is ours, and was never ours but by his gift, and that for a time only, not forever. By this right he may determine our times, put an end to our days when he pleases, strip us of one member and lop off another. Man's being was from him, and why should he not have sovereignty to take what he had sovereignty to give? Why should this seem strange to any of us, since we ourselves exercise absolute dominion over those things in our possession that have sense and feeling, as well as over those that lack it? Doesn't every man think he has absolute authority over the tools of his house, over his horse, his dog, to preserve or kill him, to do what he please with him, without giving any other reason than, "It is my own"? May not God do much more? Doesn't his dominion over the work of his hands transcend that which a man can claim over his beast that he never gave life to? He who dares dispute against God's absolute right fancies himself as much a God as his creator, understands not the vast difference between the divine nature and his own, between the sovereignty of God and his own, which is all the theme God himself talks about in those majestic chapters, Job 38, 39, etc., not mentioning a word of Job's sin, but only vindicating the rights of his own authority. Nor does Job, in his reply, Job chapter 40 verse 4, speak of his sin, but of his natural vileness as a creature in the presence of his Creator. By this right, God unstops the bottles of heaven in one place and stops them in another, causing it to rain upon one city, and not upon another, Amos chapter 4 verse 7, ordering the clouds to move to this or that quarter where he has a mind to be a benefactor or a judge. 6. Unequal dispensations are acts of his sovereignty. By this right he is patient toward those whose sins, by the common voice of men, deserve speedy judgments, and pours out pain upon those who are patterns of virtue to the world. By this he gives sometimes the worst of men an ocean of wealth and honor to swim in, and reduces a useful and exemplary grace to scanty poverty. By this he rules the kingdoms of men and sets a crown upon the head of the basest of men, Daniel chapter 4 verse 17, while he deposes another who seemed to deserve a weightier crown. This is, as he is the Lord of the ammunition of his thunders and the treasures of his kindness. 7. He may inflict whatever torments he pleases. Some say, by this right of sovereignty he may inflict whatever torments he pleases upon an innocent person, which indeed won't bear the nature of a punishment as an effect of justice without the assumption of a crime, but a torment as an effect of that sovereign right he has over his creature, which is as absolute over his work as the potter's power is over his own clay. Jeremiah chapter 18 verse 6, Romans chapter 9 verse 21. May not the potter, after his labor, either set his vessel up to adorn his house or knock it in pieces and fling it upon the dunghill, separate it to some noble use or condemn it to some sordid service? Is the right of God over his creatures less than that of the potter over his vessel, since God contributed all to his creature, but the potter never made the clay, which is the substance of the vessel, nor the water which was necessary to make it workable, but only molded the substance of it into such a shape? The vessel that is framed and the potter who frames it differ only in life. The body of the potter, by which he exercises his authority, is of no better a mold than the clay, the matter of his vessel. Shall he have so absolute a power over that which is so near him, and shall not God over that which is so infinitely distant from him? The vessel, perhaps, might plead for itself that it was once part of the body of a man and as good as the potter himself, whereas no creature can plead it was part of God and as good as God himself. Though there's no man in the world who doesn't deserve affliction, yet the Scripture sometimes lays affliction upon the score of God's dominion, without any respect to the sin of the afflicted person. Speaking of a sick person, James chapter 5 verse 15, if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him, whereby is implied that he might be struck into sickness by God without any respect to a particular sin, but in a way of trial, and that his affliction sprang not from any exercise of divine justice, but from his absolute sovereignty. And so, in the case of the blind man, when the disciples asked for what sin it was, whether for his own or his parents' sin, he was born blind. John chapter 9 verse 3, neither hath this man sinned, nor his parents, which speaks, in itself, not against the whole current of Scripture, but the words import this much, that God, in this blindness from birth, neither respected any sin of the man's own nor of his parents, but he did it as an absolute sovereign, to manifest his own glory in that miraculous cure which was wrought by Christ. Though afflictions don't happen without the desert of the creature, Yet some afflictions may be sent without any particular respect to that desert, merely for the manifestation of God's glory, since the creature was made for God himself and his honor, and therefore may be used in serviceableness to the glory of the Creator. Second, his dominion is absolute in regard to being unlimited by any law outside him. He is an absolute monarch who makes laws for his subjects but isn't bound by any himself, nor receives any rules and laws from his subjects for the management of his government. But most governments in the world are bounded by laws made by common consent. And when kings aren't limited by the laws of their kingdoms, yet they're bounded by the law of nature and by the providence of God. But God is under no law outside himself. His rule is within him, the rectitude and righteousness of his own nature. He isn't under that law he has prescribed to man. The law was not made for a righteous man, 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 9, much less for a righteous God. God is his own law, his own nature is his rule, as his own glory is his end. Himself is his end, and himself is his law. He is moved by nothing outside himself. Nothing has the dominion of a motive over him but his own will, which is his rule for all his actions in heaven and earth. Daniel chapter 4 verse 32, he rules in the kingdom of men, and gives it to whomsoever he will. And, Romans chapter 9 verse 18, he hath mercy on whom he will have mercy. As all things are wrought by him according to his own eternal ideas in his own mind, so all is wrought by him according to the inward motive in his own will, which was the manifestation of his own honor. The greatest motives, therefore, that the best people have used when they've pleaded for any grant from God was his own glory, which would be advanced by an answer of their petition. Third, his dominion is absolute in regard to supremacy and uncontrollableness. No one can charge him and cause him to give a reason for his actions. He is the sovereign king, who may say unto him, What dost thou? Ecclesiastes chapter 8 verse 4. It's an absurd thing for any to dispute with God. Romans chapter 11 verse 20, Who art thou, O man, that repliest against God? You, a man, a piece of dust, to argue with a God incomprehensibly above your reason, about the reason of his works. Let the potsherds strive with the potsherds of the earth, but not with him that fashioned them. Isaiah chapter 45 verse 9. In all the desolations he works, he asserts his own supremacy to silence men. Psalm 46:10, Be still, and know that I am God. Beware of any quarreling motions in your minds, it's sufficient that I am God, that is supreme, and will not be charged, and censured, or argued with by any creature about what I do. He isn't bound to give a reason for any of his proceedings. Subjects are accountable to their princes, and princes to God, God to none. Since he isn't limited by any superior, his prerogative is supreme. Fourth, his dominion is absolute in regard to irresistibleness. Other governments are bounded by law, so that what a governor has strength to do, he doesn't have a right to do. Other governors have a limited ability, that what they have a right to do, they don't always have strength to do, they may lack power to execute their own counsels. But God is lacking in neither. He has infinite right and infinite strength. His word is a law, he commands things to stand out of nothing, and they do so. He commanded, or spoke, light to shine out of darkness, 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 6. There's no distance of time between his word, let there be light, and there was light, Genesis chapter 1 verse 3. Magistrates often don't use their authority for fear of giving occasion to insurrections, which may overturn their empire. But if the Lord will work, who shall let it? Isaiah chapter 43 verse 19. And if God will not work, who shall force him? He can check and overturn all other powers. His decrees cannot be stopped, nor his hand held back by any. If he wills to dash the whole world in pieces, no creature can maintain its being against his order. He sets the ordinances of the heavens and the dominion thereof in the earth, and sends lightnings that they may go and say unto him, Here we are. Job chapter 38 verses 33 through 34. 3. Yet this dominion, though it is absolute, isn't tyrannical, but it's managed by the rules of wisdom, righteousness, and goodness. If his throne is in the heavens, it is pure and good, because the heavens are the purest parts of the creation and influence the lower earth by their goodness. Since he is his own rule, and his nature is infinitely wise, holy, and righteous, he cannot do a thing but what is unquestionably agreeable with wisdom, justice, and purity. In all the exercises of his sovereign right, he's never without those perfections of his nature. Might not God, by his absolute power, have pardoned men's guilt and thrown the invading sin out of his creatures? But in regard to his truth pledged in his threatening, and in regard to his justice, which demanded satisfaction, he wouldn't. Might not God, by his absolute sovereignty, admit a man into his friendship without giving him any grace? But in regard to the inappropriateness of such an act to his wisdom and holiness, he won't. May he not, by his absolute power, refuse to accept a man who desires to please him, and reject a purely innocent creature? But in regard to his goodness and righteousness, he won't. Though innocence is lovable in its own nature, yet it isn't necessary in regard to God's sovereignty that he should love it, but in regard to his goodness it is necessary, and he will never do otherwise. As God never acts to the utmost of his power, so he never exerts the utmost of his sovereignty, because it would be inconsistent with those other properties which render him perfectly adorable to the creature. As no intelligent creature, neither angel nor man, can be framed without a law in his nature, so we cannot imagine God without a law in his own nature, unless we would fancy him a rude, tyrannical, foolish being who has nothing of holiness, goodness, righteousness, wisdom. If he made the heavens in wisdom, Psalm 136:5, he made them by some rule, not by a mere will, but a rule within himself, not without. A wise work is never the result of an absolute unguided will. 1. This dominion is managed by the rule of wisdom. What may appear to us to have no other source than absolute sovereignty would be found to have a depth of amazing wisdom and accountable reason, were our short capacities long enough to fathom it. When the apostle had been talking about the eternal counsels of God, in seizing upon one man and letting go another, in neglecting the Jews and gathering in the Gentiles, which appears to us to be results only of absolute dominion, yet he doesn't resolve those amazing acts into that without taking it for granted that they were governed by exact wisdom, though beyond his ability to see and his line to measure. Oh, the depth of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of God, how unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past finding out. Romans chapter 11 verse 33. There are some things in matters of state that may seem to be acts of mere will, but if we were acquainted with the state secrets, the inward engines which move them, and the ends aimed at in those undertakings, we might find a rich vein of prudence in them, to make us judge otherwise than bare arbitrary proceedings. The other attributes of power and goodness are more easily seen in the works of God than his wisdom. The first view of creation strikes us with this feeling that the author of this great fabric was mighty and kind, but his wisdom lies deeper than to be seen at the first glance, without a careful inquiry. It's like when we first cast our eyes upon the sea, we behold its motion, color, and something of its vastness, but we can't immediately fathom the depth of it and understand those lower fountains that supply that great ocean of waters. It's part of God's sovereignty, as it is of the wisest princes, that he has wisdom beyond the reach of his subjects. It's not for a finite nature to understand an infinite wisdom, nor for a foolish creature who has lost his understanding by the fall to judge the reason of the methods of a wise counselor. Yet those actions that savor most of sovereignty present men with some glances of his wisdom. Was it mere will that he allowed some angels to fall? But his wisdom was in it for the manifestation of his justice, as it was also in the case of Pharaoh. Was it mere will that he allowed sin to be committed by man? Wasn't his wisdom in this for the discovery of his mercy, which never would have been known without that which should render a creature miserable? He hath concluded them all in unbelief, that he might have mercy upon all. Romans chapter 11 verse 32. Though God had such an absolute right to have annihilated the world as soon as ever he had made it, yet how would this have been consistent with his wisdom, to have erected a creature after his own image one day and despised it so much the next as to dismiss it from being? What wisdom would it have been to make a thing only to destroy it, to reap in of his work as soon as ever it came out of his hands, without any occasion offered by the creature? If God is supposed to be creator, he must be supposed to have an end in creation. What end can that be but himself and his own glory, the manifestation of the perfections of his nature? What perfection could have been discovered in so quick an annihilation but that of his power in creating and of his sovereignty in snatching away the being of his rational creature before it had laid the methods of acting? What wisdom to make a world and a reasonable creature for no use, not to praise and honor him, but to be broken in pieces and destroyed by him. 2. His sovereignty is managed according to the rule of righteousness. Worldly princes often fancy tyranny and oppression to be the chief marks of sovereignty, and think their scepters aren't beautiful till dyed in blood, nor the throne secure till established upon slain carcasses. But justice and judgment are the foundation of the throne of God, Psalm 89:14, alluding perhaps to the supporters of arms and thrones, which among princes are the figures of lions, emblems of courage, as Solomon had, 1 Kings chapter 10 verse 19. But God makes not so much might as right the support of his. He sits on a throne of holiness, Psalm 47:8. As he reigns over the heathens, referring to the calling of the Gentiles after the rejecting of the Jews, the psalmist here praising the righteousness of it, as the apostle had the unsearchable wisdom of it, Romans chapter 11 verse 33. In all his ways he is righteous, Psalm 145:17. In his ways of terror as well as those of sweetness, in those works wherein little else but that of his sovereignty appears to us. It's always linked with his holiness, that he won't do by his absolute right anything but what is conformable to it. Since his dominion is founded upon the excellence of his nature, he won't do anything but what is agreeable to it and becoming his other perfections. Though he is an absolute sovereign, he isn't an arbitrary governor. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Genesis chapter 18 verse 25? That is, it's impossible, but he should act righteously in every detail of his government, since his righteousness qualifies him to be a judge, not a tyrant, of all the earth. The heathen poets represented their chief god Jupiter with Themis, or right, sitting by him upon his throne in all his orders. God cannot by his absolute sovereignty command some things, because they're directly against unchangeable righteousness, as to command a creature to hate or blaspheme the Creator, not to own him nor praise him. It would be manifest unrighteousness to order the creature not to own him upon whom he depends both in his being and well-being. This would be against that natural duty which is indispensably due from every rational creature to God. This would be to order him to lay aside his reason while he retains it, to disown him to be the Creator while man remains his creature. This is repugnant to the nature of God and the true nature of the creature. Or to demand anything of man but what he had given him a capacity, in his original nature, to perform. If any command were above our natural power, it would be unrighteous, as to command a man to grasp the globe of the earth, to stride over the sea, to scoop out the waters of the ocean. These things are impossible and don't become the righteousness and wisdom of God to command. There can be no obligation on man to an impossibility. God had free dominion over nothingness before creation. He could call it out into the being of man and beast, but he couldn't do anything in creation foolishly, because of his infinite wisdom. Nor could he by the right of his absolute sovereignty make man sinful, because of his infinite purity. As it's impossible for him not to be sovereign, it's impossible for him to deny his deity and his purity. It's lawful for God to do what he will, but his will being ordered by the righteousness of his nature, as infinite as his will, he cannot do anything but what is just. Therefore in his dealing with men, you find him in Scripture submitting the reasonableness and fairness of his proceedings to the judgment of his depraved creatures and the inward dictates of their own conscience. And now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem, and men of Judah, judge, I pray you, between me and my vineyard, Isaiah chapter 5 verse 3. Though God is the great sovereign of the world, yet he doesn't act in a way of absolute sovereignty. He rules by law, he's a lawgiver as well as a king, Isaiah chapter 33 verse 22. It would have been repugnant to the nature of a rational creature to be ruled otherwise. To be governed as a beast would have been to frustrate those faculties of will and understanding which had been given him. To conclude this, when we say God can do this or that, or command this or that, his authority isn't bounded and limited properly. Who can reasonably detract from his almightiness because he cannot do anything which savors of weakness? And what detracting is it from his authority that he cannot do anything unseemly for the dignity of his nature? It's rather from the infiniteness of his righteousness than the narrowness of his authority. At most it's but a voluntary bounding his dominion by the law of his own holiness. 3. His sovereignty is managed according to the rule of goodness. Some rulers there have been in the world who have loved to suck the blood and drink the tears of their subjects, who would rule more by fear than love, like Clearchus, the tyrant of Heraclea, who bore the figure of a thunderbolt instead of a scepter and named his son Thunder, thereby to tutor him to terrify his subjects. But as God's throne is a throne of holiness, so it is a throne of grace, Hebrews chapter 4 verse 16, a throne encircled with a rainbow, in sight like to an emerald, Revelation chapter 4 verse 3, an emblem of the covenant that has the pleasantness of a green color, delightful to the eye, signifying mercy. Though his nature is infinitely excellent above us and his power infinitely transcendent over us, yet the majesty of his government is tempered with unspeakable goodness. He doesn't act so much as an absolute lord as a gracious sovereign and obliging benefactor. He doesn't delight to make his subjects slaves, he doesn't demand from them any servile and fearful, but a generous and cheerful obedience. He doesn't require them to fear or worship him so much for his power as his goodness. He doesn't require of a rational creature anything repugnant to the honor, dignity, and principles of such a nature, not anything that may shame, disgrace it, and make it weary of its own being and the service it owes to its sovereign. He draws by the cords of a man. His goodness renders his laws as sweet as honey or the honeycomb to an unvitiated palate and a renewed mind. And though it's granted he has a full disposal of his creature, as the potter of his vessel, and might by his absolute sovereignty inflict upon an innocent and eternal torment, yet his goodness will never permit him to use this sovereign right to the hurt of a creature that doesn't deserve it. If God should cast an innocent creature into the furnace of his wrath, who can question him? But who can think that his goodness will do so, since that is as infinite as his authority? As not to punish the sinner would be a denial of his justice, so to torment an innocent would be a denial of his goodness. A man has absolute power over his beast and may take away his life and put him to a great deal of pain, but that moral virtue of pity and tenderness wouldn't permit him to use this right, but when it leads to some greater good than that can be evil, either for the good of man, which is the end of the creature, or for the good of the poor beast itself, to rid him of a greater misery. None but a savage nature, a disposition to be abhorred, would torture a poor beast merely for his pleasure. It's as much against the nature of God to punish one eternally who hasn't deserved it as it is to deny himself and act anything foolishly and unbecoming his other perfections, which render him majestic and adorable. To afflict an innocent creature for his own good, or for the good of the world, as in the case of the Redeemer, is so far from being against goodness that it's the highest testimony of his tender bowels to the sons of men. God, though he is mighty, withdraws not his eyes, that is, his tender respect, from the righteous, Job chapter 36 verses 5 and 7-10. And if he bind them in fetters, it's to show them their transgressions and open their ear to discipline and renewing commands, in a more sensible strain, to depart from iniquity. What was said of Fabricius, you may as soon remove the sun from its course as Fabricius from his honesty, may be said of God, you may as soon dash in pieces his throne as separate his goodness from his sovereignty. 4. This sovereignty is extensive over all creatures. He rules all, as the heavens do over the earth. He is King of worlds, King of ages, as the word translated eternal signifies. 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 17, tau delta beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon tau nu alpha nu omega nu, and the same word is so translated. Hebrews chapter 1 verse 2, by whom also he made the worlds. The same word is rendered worlds. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 3, the worlds were framed by the word of God. God is King of ages or worlds, of the invisible world and the sensible, of all from the beginning of their creation, of whatever is measured by a time. It extends over angels and devils, over wicked and good, over rational and irrational creatures. All things bow down under his hand, nothing can be exempted from him, because there's nothing but was extracted by him from nothing into being. All things essentially depend upon him and therefore must be essentially subject to him. The extent of his dominion flows from the perfection of his essence. Since his essence is unlimited, his royalty cannot be restrained. His authority is as void of any imperfection as his essence is. It reaches out to all points of the heaven above and the earth below. Other princes reign in a spot of ground. Every worldly ruler has the boundaries of his dominions. The Pyrenean mountains divide France from Spain, and the Alps, Italy from France. None are called kings absolutely, but kings of this or that place. But God is the king. The spacious firmament doesn't limit his dominion. If we could suppose him bounded by any place regarding his presence, yet he could never be out of his own dominion. Whatever he looks upon, wherever he were, would be under his rule. Earthly kings may step out of their own country into the territory of a neighbor prince, and as one leaves his country, so he leaves his dominion behind him. But heaven and earth, and every particle of both, is the territory of God. He hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom rules over all. Psalm 103:19. 1. The heaven of angels and other excellent creatures belong to his authority. He is principally called the Lord of hosts in relation to his entire command over the angelic legions. Therefore, verse 21, following the text, they are called his hosts and ministers that do his pleasure. Jacob called him so before, Genesis chapter 32 verses 1-2. When he met the angels of God, he calls them the host of God, and the evangelist, long after, calls them so, Luke chapter 2 verse 13. A multitude of the heavenly host, praising God. And all this host he commands, Isaiah chapter 45 verse 12, my hands have stretched out the heavens, and all their host have I commanded. He employs them all in his service, and when he issues out his orders to them to do this or that, he finds no resistance of his will. And the inanimate creatures in heaven are at his beck. They are his armies in heaven, disposed in excellent order in their several ranks, Psalm 147:4, he calls the stars by name. They render due obedience to him as servants to their master when he singles them out and calls them by name to do some special service. He calls them out to their several offices, as the general of an army appoints the station of every regiment in a battle formation. Or he calls them by name, that is, he imposes names upon them, a sign of dominion. The giving names to the inferior creatures being the first act of Adam's derivative dominion over them. These are under the sovereignty of God. The stars, by their influences, fight against Sisera, Judges chapter 5 verse 20. And the sun holds in its reins and stands stone still to light Joshua to a complete victory, Joshua chapter 10 verse 12. They are all marshaled in their ranks to receive his word of command and fight in close order, as being eager to have a share in the ruin of the enemies of their sovereign. And those creatures which mount up from the earth and take their place in the lower heavens, vapors, from which hail and snow are formed, are part of the army and don't only receive but fulfill his word of command, Psalm 148:8. These are his stores and magazines of judgment against a time of trouble and a day of battle and war, Job chapter 38 verses 22 through 23. The sovereignty of God is visible in all their motions, in their going and returning. If he says, go, they go. If he says, come, they come. If he says, do this, they gird up their loins and stand ready for their duty. 2. The hell of devils belongs to his authority. They have cast themselves out of the arms of his grace into the furnace of his justice. They have, by their revolt, forfeited the treasure of his goodness, but cannot exempt themselves from the scepter of his dominion. When they would not own him as a Lord Father, they are under him as a Lord Judge. They are cast out of his affection, but not freed from his yoke. He rules over the good angels as his subjects, over the evil ones as his rebels. In whatever relationship he stands, either as a friend or enemy, he never loses that of a lord. A prince is the lord of his criminals as well as of his most loyal subjects. By this right of his sovereignty, he uses them to punish some and be the occasion of benefit to others. On the wicked he employs them as instruments of vengeance, towards the godly, as in the case of Job, as an instrument of kindness for the manifestation of his sincerity against the intention of that malicious executioner. Though the devils are the executioners of his justice, it's not by their own authority, but God's, as those who are employed either to torture or execute a criminal are subjects to the prince not only in the quality of men, but in the execution of their function. The devil, by drawing men to sin, acquires no right to himself over the sinner, for man by sin offends not the devil, but God, and becomes guilty of punishment under God. When, therefore, the devil is used by God for the punishment of any, it's an act of his sovereignty for the manifestation of the order of his justice. And as most nations use the vilest persons in offices of execution, so does God those vile spirits. He doesn't ordinarily use the good angels in those offices of vengeance, but in the preservation of his people. When he would solely punish, he employs evil angels, Psalm 78:49, a troop of devils. His sovereignty is extended over the deceiver and the deceived, Job chapter 12 verse 16, over both the criminal and the executioner, the devil and his prisoner. He uses the natural malice of the devils for his own just ends, and by his sovereign authority orders them to be the executioners of his judgments upon their own vassals, as well as sometimes inflictors of punishments upon his own servants. 3. The earth of men and other creatures belongs to his authority, Psalm 47:7. God is king of all the earth and rules to the ends of it, Psalm 59:13. Ancient atheists confined God's dominion to the heavenly orbs and bounded it within the circuit of the celestial sphere. Job chapter 22 verse 14, he walks in the circuit of heaven, that is, he exercises his dominion only there. Patum positio was the sign of the possession of a piece of land and the dominion of the possessor of it, and land was resigned by such a ceremony, as now, by the delivery of a twig or turf. But his dominion extends, first, over the least creatures. All the creatures of the earth are listed in Christ's muster roll and make up the number of his regiments. He has an host on earth as well as in heaven, Genesis chapter 2 verse 1, the heavens and earth were finished, and all the host of them. And they are all his servants, Psalm 119:91, and move at his pleasure. And he gives the title of his army to the locust, caterpillar, and palmerworm, Joel chapter 2 verse 25, and describes their motions by military words, climbing the walls, marching, not breaking their ranks, verse 7. He has the command, as a great general, over the highest angel and the meanest worm. All the kinds of the smallest insects he presses for his service. By this sovereignty he muzzled the devouring nature of the fire to preserve the 3 children and let it loose to consume their adversaries. And if he speaks the word, the stormy waves are hushed, as if they had no principle of rage within them, Psalm 89:9. Since the meanest creature attains its end, and no arrow that God has by his power shot into the world but hits the mark he aimed at, we must conclude that there's a sovereign hand that governs all. Not a spot of earth, or air, or water in the world but is his possession, not a creature in any element, but is his subject. Second, his dominion extends over men. It extends over the highest ruler as well as the meanest peasant. The proudest monarch is no more exempt than the most languishing beggar. He doesn't lay aside his authority to please the prince, nor strain it up to terrify the poor. He accepts not the persons of princes, nor regards the rich more than the poor, for they are all the work of his hand. Job chapter 34 verse 19. Both the powers and weaknesses, the gallantry and peasantry of the earth, stand and fall at his pleasure. Man, in innocence, was under his authority as his creature, and man, in his revolt, is further under his authority as a criminal. As a person is under the authority of a prince as a governor while he obeys his laws, and further under the authority of the prince as a judge when he violates his laws. Man is under God's dominion in everything, in his settlement, in his calling, in the ordering his very habitation. Acts chapter 17 verse 26, he determines the bounds of their habitations. He never yet permitted any to be universal monarch in the world, nor over the fourth part of it, though several, in the pride of their heart, have designed and attempted it. The Pope, who is bid the fairest for it in spirituals, never attained it, and when his power was most flourishing, there were multitudes who would never acknowledge his authority. Third, but especially this dominion, in the peculiarity of its extent, is seen in the exercise of it over the spirits and hearts of men. Earthly governors have, by his grace, a share with him in dominion over men's bodies, upon which account he honors princes and judges with the title of gods. Psalm 82:6. But the highest prince is but a prince according to the flesh, as the apostle calls masters in relation to their servants. Colossians chapter 3 verse 22. God is the sovereign, man rules over the beast in man, the body, and God rules over the man in man, the soul. It doesn't stick in the outward surface but pierces to the inward marrow. It's impossible God should be without this. If our wills were independent of him, we were in some sort equal with himself, in part gods as well as creatures. It's impossible a creature, either in whole or in part, can be exempted from it, since he is the fashioner of hearts as well as of bodies. He is the father of spirits and therefore has the right of paternal dominion over them. When he established man lord of the other creatures, he didn't strip himself of the property, and when he made man a free agent and lord of the acts of his will, he didn't divest himself of the sovereignty. His sovereignty is seen, 1. In gifting the spirits of men. Earthly magistrates have hands too short to inspire the hearts of their subjects with worthy feelings. When they confer an employment, they aren't able to convey an ability with it fit for the station. They may as soon frame a statue of liquid water and gild or paint it over with the costliest colors as impart to any a statesman's head for state ministry. But when God chooses a Saul from so mean an employment as seeking asses, he can treasure up in him a spirit fit for government, and fire David, in age a stripling and by education a shepherd, with courage to encounter and skill to defeat a massive Goliath. And when he designs a person for glory, to stand before his throne, he can put a new and royal spirit into him. Ezekiel chapter 36 verse 26. God alone can infuse habits into the soul to qualify it to act nobly and generously. 2. His sovereignty is seen in regard to the inclinations of men's wills. No creature can immediately work upon the will to guide it to whatever point he pleases, though it may indirectly, by proposing reasons which may master the understanding and thereby determine the will. But God bows the hearts of men, by the efficacy of his dominion, to whatever center he pleases. When the more conceited sort of men, who thought their own heads as fit for a crown as Saul's, scornfully despised him, yet God touched the hearts of a band of men to follow and adhere to him. 1 Samuel chapter 10 verses 26 through 27. When the Antichristian whore shall be ripe for destruction, God shall put it into the heart of the 10 horns or kings to hate the whore, burn her with fire, and fulfill his will. Revelation chapter 17 verses 16 through 17. He fashions the hearts alike and tunes one string to answer another, and both to answer his own design. Psalm 33:15. And while men seem to gratify their own ambition and malice, they execute the will of God by a secret touch upon their spirits, guiding their inclinations to serve the glorious manifestation of truth. While the Jews would, in a reproachful disgrace to Christ, crucify 2 thieves with him to render him more incapable to have any followers, they accomplished a prophecy and brought to light a mark of the Messiah, whereby he had been characterized in one of their prophets, that he should be numbered among transgressors. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 12. He can make a man of not willing, the wills of all men are in his hand, that is, under the power of his scepter, to retain or let go upon this or that errand, to bend this or that way, as water is carried by pipes to whatever house or place the owner of it is pleased to order. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of waters, he turns it whithersoever he will. Proverbs chapter 21 verse 1, without any limitation. He speaks of the heart of princes because, in regard to their height, they seem to be more absolute and impetuous as waters, yet God holds them in his hand, under his dominion, turns them to acts of clemency or severity, like waters, either to overflow and damage or to refresh and make fruitful. He can convey a spirit to them or cut it off from them. Psalm 76:12. It's with reference to his efficacious power in graciously turning the heart of Paul that the apostle breaks off his discourse of the story of his conversion and breaks out into magnifying and glorifying God's dominion. Now unto the King eternal, etc., be honor and glory forever and ever. 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 17. Our hearts are more subject to the divine sovereignty than our members, and their motions are subject to our own wills. As we can move our hand east or west to any quarter of the world, so can God bend our wills to whatever mark he pleases. The second cause in every motion depends upon the first, and that will, being a second cause, may be furthered or hindered in its inclinations or executions by God. He can bend or unbend it and change it from one actual inclination to another. It's as much under his authority and power to move or hinder as the vast engine of the heavens is in its motion or standing still, which he can effect by a word. The work depends upon the workman, the clock upon the artificer for the motions of it. 3. His dominion is seen in regard to terror or comfort. The heart or conscience is God's special throne on earth, which he has reserved to himself and never allowed human authority to sit upon it. He alone orders this in ways of conviction or comfort. He can flash terror into men's spirits in the midst of their earthly jollities and put death into the pot of conscience when they are boiling up themselves in a high pitch of worldly delights, and can raise men's spirits above the sense of torment under racks and flames. He can draw handwriting not only in the outward chamber but the inward closet, bring the rack into the inwards of a man. None can infuse comfort when he writes bitter things, nor can any fill the heart with gall when he drops in honey. Men may order outward duties, but they cannot unlock the conscience and constrain men to think them duties which they are forced, by human laws, outwardly to act. And as the laws of earthly princes are bounded by the outward man, so do their executions and punishments reach no further than the case of the body. But God can run upon the inward man as a giant and inflict wounds and gashes there. 5. It is an eternal dominion. In regard to the exercise of it, it wasn't from eternity, because there wasn't from eternity any creature under the government of it, but in regard to the foundation of it, his essence, his excellence, it is eternal. As God was from eternity almighty, but there was no exercise or manifestation of it till he began to create. Men are kings only for a time, their lives expire like a lamp, and their dominion is extinguished with their lives. They hand their empire by succession to others, but many times it's snapped off before they are cold in their graves. How are the famous empires of the Chaldeans, Medes, Persians, and Greeks moldered away, and their place knows them no more? And how are the wings of the Roman eagle cut, and that empire which overspread a great part of the world has lost most of its feathers and is confined to a narrower compass? The dominion of God flourishes from one generation to another. He sits king forever. Psalm 29:10. His session signifies the establishment, and forever the duration, and he sits now. His sovereignty is as absolute, as powerful as ever. How many lords and princes has this or that kingdom had? In how many families has the scepter lodged? Whereas God has had an uninterrupted dominion. As he has been always the same in his essence, he has been always glorious in his sovereignty. Among men, he who is Lord today may be stripped of it tomorrow. The dominions in the world vary. He who is a prince may see his royalty on the wings and feel himself laden with fetters, and a prisoner may be lifted from his dungeon to a throne. But there can be no diminution of God's government. His throne is from generation to generation. Lamentations chapter 5 verse 19. It cannot be shaken. His scepter, like Aaron's rod, is always green. It cannot be wrested out of his hands. None raised him to it, none therefore can depose him from it. It bears the same splendor in all human affairs. He is an eternal, an immortal king. 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 17. As he is eternally mighty, so he is eternally sovereign, and, being an eternal king, he is a king who gives not a momentary and perishing, but a durable and everlasting life, to them who obey him, a durable and eternal punishment to them who resist him. 4. Wherein this dominion and sovereignty consists, and how it is manifested. First. The first act of sovereignty is the making laws. This is essential to God. No creature's will can be the first rule to the creature, but only the will of God. He alone can prescribe man his duty and establish the rule of it. Hence the law is called the royal law. James chapter 2 verse 8, it being the first and clearest manifestation of sovereignty, as the power of legislation is of the authority of a prince. Both are joined together in Isaiah chapter 33 verse 22. The Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king, legislative power being the great mark of royalty. God, as king, enacts his laws by his own proper authority, and his law is a declaration of his own sovereignty, and of men's moral subjection to him, and dependence on him. His sovereignty doesn't appear so much in his promises as in his precepts. A man's power over another isn't discovered by promising, for a promise doesn't suppose the promiser either superior or inferior to the person to whom the promise is made. It's not an exercising authority over another, but over a man's self. No man forces another to the acceptance of his promise, but only proposes and encourages to an embracing of it. But commanding always supposes an authority in the person giving the precept. It obliges the person to whom the command is directed. A promise obliges the person by whom the promise is made. God, by his command, binds the creature. By his promise he binds himself. He stoops below his sovereignty to lay obligations upon his own majesty. By a precept he binds the creature. By a promise he encourages the creature to an observance of his precept. What laws God makes, man is bound, by virtue of his creation, to observe, that respects the sovereignty of God. What promises God makes, man is bound to believe, but that respects the faithfulness of God. God manifested his dominion more to the Jews than to any other people in the world. He was their lawgiver, both as they were a church and a commonwealth. As a church, he gave them ceremonial laws for regulating their worship. As a state, he gave them judicial laws for ordering their civil affairs. And as both, he gave them moral laws, upon which both the laws of the church and state were founded. This dominion of God, in this regard, will be manifest. 1. In the supremacy of it. The sole power of making laws originally resides in him. James chapter 4 verse 12. There is one lawgiver, who is able to save, and to destroy. By his own law he judges of the eternal states of men, and no law of man is obligatory but as it is agreeable to the laws of this supreme lawgiver and pursuant to his righteous rules for the government of the world. The power that the rulers of the world have to make laws is but derivative from God. If their dominion is from him, as it is, for by him kings reign, Proverbs chapter 8 verse 15, their legislative power, which is a prime flower of their sovereignty, is derived from him also. And the apostle resolves it into this original when he orders us to be subject to the higher powers, not only for wrath, but for conscience sake, Romans chapter 13 verse 5. Conscience, in its operations, solely respects God, and therefore, when it's exercised as the principle of obedience to the laws of men, it's not with respect to them, singly considered, but as the majesty of God appears in their station and in their decrees. This power of giving laws was acknowledged by the heathen to be solely in God by way of original, and therefore the greatest lawgivers among the heathen pretended their laws to be received from some deity or supernatural power, by special revelation. Now, whether they did this seriously, acknowledging themselves this part of the dominion of God, for it's certain that whatever just orders were issued out by princes in the world was by the secret influence of God upon their spirits, Proverbs chapter 8 verse 15, by me princes decree justice, by the secret conduct of divine wisdom, or whether they pretended it only as a public tool to enforce upon people the observance of their decrees and gain greater credit to their edicts, yet this will result from it, that the people in general entertain this common notion, that God was the great lawgiver of the world. The first founders of their societies could never else have so absolutely gained upon them by such a pretense. There was always a revelation of a law from the mouth of God in every age. The exhortation of Eliphaz to Job, Job chapter 22 verse 22, of receiving a law from the mouth of God, at the time before the moral law was published, would have been a vain exhortation had there been no revelation of the mind of God in all ages. 2. God's dominion shows up clearly in how far-reaching his laws are. Since he's the governor and sovereign of the entire world, he makes laws for the entire world. One prince can't make laws for another unless he conquers him and makes him a subject. Spain can't make laws for England, or England for Spain. But God has supreme government as king over all, so he's a lawgiver to all creatures, both irrational and rational ones. The heavens have their ordinances, Job chapter 38 verse 33. Every creature has a law stamped right into their very being. Rational creatures have divine statutes written in their hearts. For people, this is clear, Romans chapter 2 verse 14, every son of Adam comes into the world already carrying a law in his nature. When reason clears itself up from the fog of our senses, he can tell some difference between good and evil and recognize something that's fitting and just. Every person finds a law within himself that corrects him if he violates it. No one lacks a legal prosecutor and a legal executioner inside them. God, and no one else, was the author of this as a sovereign Lord, establishing a law in man at the very moment he gave him existence as an almighty creator. This law comes from God's general power of governing as the author of nature. It doesn't bind us simply because it's human reason, but by God's authority, since it's a law engraved on our conscience. There's no doubt that a law was also given to the angels. God didn't govern those intellectual creatures the way he does animals, or in a way inferior to how he rules people. Some angels sinned, and all of them could have sinned because of their changeable nature. Sin can only exist against some rule. Where there is no law, there is no transgression. What that specific law was isn't revealed to us, but it certainly must have been the same in part as the moral law, at least where it matched their spiritual natures: love for God, worship of him, and love for one another in their communities and relationships. 3. God's dominion shows up in the reasoning behind some laws, which seem to be nothing more than his pure will. There are some laws where you can give a reason from the nature of what's being commanded, like loving, honoring, and worshiping God. But for others, there's no reason except this: God wants it that way. Take that positive law God gave Adam about not eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Genesis chapter 2 verse 17. This was purely God asserting his own dominion, and it was totally different from that law of nature God had written in Adam's heart. We can't see any other reason for this command except God's decision to test man's obedience through absolute sovereignty, to show his right over all creatures, to keep whatever he wanted for himself, and to let man use whatever he permitted. God was telling man that he had to depend on him as his Lord, not on his own will. There wasn't anything harmful in itself about Adam eating from that tree compared to any other tree in the garden. The fruit looked good and was good for food. But God wanted to show the right he had over his own property and his authority over man, to reserve whatever he pleased from his own creation and keep it off limits. Since man couldn't claim ownership of anything, he wasn't supposed to touch anything without his sovereign's permission, whether through a specific or general license. This is how God showed himself as man's Lord and showed that man was just his steward, acting by his orders. If God had forbidden man to use more trees in the garden, his command would have been just, since as sovereign Lord he could do whatever he wanted with his own property. And when he'd already given man the whole scope of that beautiful garden and the whole world around it for him and his descendants, it was a pretty reasonable exercise of his dominion to reserve just this one tree as a mark of his sovereignty while leaving all the others for Adam to use. As Lord of the manor, he kept nothing for himself but this one thing, and Adam was prohibited from nothing else but this one tree as a sign of his submission. Now no one can give any reason for this except God's will alone. This was purely a result of his dominion. For moral laws, you can give reasons. Loving God has reasons to back it up besides God's will, namely, the excellence of his nature and the greatness and abundance of his benefits. Loving our neighbor has compelling reasons too: our connection by blood, preserving human society, and the fact that we might need their love ourselves. But you can't give any reason for this positive command about the tree of knowledge of good and evil except God's pleasure. It was part of his pure dominion to test man's obedience, and it showed his goodness that he tested it through such an easy and light command when he could have extended his authority much further. If God hadn't given this order or something like it, his absolute dominion wouldn't have been so obvious. It's true that Adam had a law of nature in him that obligated him to constant obedience, and while it was part of God's dominion to plant it in him, his supreme dominion over creatures wouldn't have been so visible to man without this command or one like it. What the law of nature commanded or prohibited showed a fitness in itself. It looked good or evil to human reason. But this command was neither good nor evil in itself. It got its authority solely from God's absolute will, and nothing about the fruit itself could give a reason why man shouldn't taste it, only God's will alone. And just as God's dominion was most obvious in this command, man's obedience would have been most outstanding in keeping it. Because in obeying it, nothing but God's power and authority alone, which is the proper foundation of obedience, could have been respected, not any reasoning from the thing itself. We can include some other commands in this category, like God appointing the time for formal and public worship on the seventh day. Though worshiping God is part of the law of nature, appointing a particular day when he would be acknowledged more formally and solemnly than on other days was based on his absolute right to make laws. There was nothing about that time itself that could make that day holier than another, even though God did consider his finishing the work of creation when he set up that day, Genesis chapter 2 verse 3. The ceremonial commands of sacrifices and washings under the law were like this, and so are the commands about sacraments under the gospel, one set to last until Christ's first coming and his suffering, the other to last until Christ's second coming and his triumph. This is how he made natural and unavoidable things unclean to be sins, and made touching a dead body pollution, when by their own nature they weren't. 4. God's dominion shows up in the moral law, and his majesty in how he published it. Just as the law of nature was written by his own fingers in human nature, so it was carved by his own finger on the tables of stone, Exodus chapter 31 verse 18, which is expressed very powerfully as a mark of God's dominion. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God engraved upon the tables. Exodus chapter 32 verse 16. And when the first tablets were broken, even though he told Moses to make the tablets, God still kept the writing of the law to himself. Exodus chapter 34 verse 1. It's not said of any other part of Scripture that it was written by the finger of God, only the 10 Commandments. Here he wanted his sovereignty to appear prominently. It was published by God in royal style, with a huge attendance of his heavenly army. Deuteronomy chapter 33 verse 2. The artillery of heaven was fired off for the ceremony, and that's why it's called a fiery law, coming from his right hand, that is, his sovereign power. It was published with all the marks of supreme majesty. 5. God's dominion appears in how the law obligates us. It reaches the conscience. Every prince's laws are designed for people's outward behavior. They don't bind the conscience by their own authority. And whatever obligations they do place on the conscience come either from their being immediately the same as divine laws, or from their alignment with the magistrate's just power, which is founded on God's law. Conscience has protection from the King of Kings and can't be arrested by any human power. God has given man authority over only half the person, and the worse half too, the part that's earthly in origin. But he's kept authority over the better and more heavenly half for himself. Earthly princes' dominion extends only to people's bodies. They have no authority over the soul, and their punishments and rewards can't reach it. So their laws, by their authority alone, can't bind the soul, only as they line up with God's law, or as their fairness serves to preserve human society, a proper and righteous thing, which is God's purpose in government. So they bind us only as they relate to God as the supreme magistrate. The conscience is only understandable to God in its secret movements, so only God can guide it. God alone pierces into the conscience with his eye, so only he can direct it with his rule. Man can't tell whether we embrace his law in our heart and conscience, or only in appearance. He only can judge it, Luke chapter 12 verses 3 through 4, so only he can impose laws on it. It's beyond the reach of human punishment if their laws are broken inwardly by the conscience. Conscience is a book that's sacred in some ways like Scripture. No addition can be lawfully made to it, no subtraction from it. People can't diminish the duty of conscience or erase the law God has stamped on it. They can't put a stop to the warrant of conscience or shut its mouth with a legal order not to prosecute. They can't make any addition by their authority to bind it. It's a jewel in the crown of divine sovereignty alone. 2. God's sovereignty shows up in his power to dispense with his own laws. It's as much a part of his dominion to dispense with his laws as it is to command them. Only he has the power to relax his own right. No creature has that power. That would be usurping superiority over him and claiming authority above God himself. Repealing or dispensing with the law is part of royal authority. It's true that God will never dispense with those moral laws that have eternal reason in themselves and their own nature, like a creature's duty to fear, love, and honor God. This would be dispensing with his own holiness and the righteousness of his nature, making his pure dominion dirty. It would write folly on the first creation of man after God's image by writing changeability on himself, reshaping himself after man's corrupted image. It would cancel and frustrate the excellence of the creature where God's image shines most brightly. In fact, it would be dispensing with a creature's being a creature and making him independent from the sovereign of the world in moral obedience. But God has the right to dispense with the ordinary laws of nature in inferior creatures. He has power to change their course by stopping them with miracles and make them fall short or go beyond the ordinances he established for them. He has the right to make the sun stand still or move backward, to shut up the earth's womb and block the influences of the clouds, to bridle the rage of fire and the fury of lions, to make liquid water stand like a wall, or to pull up the dam he set for the sea and command it to overflow neighboring countries. He can dispense with the natural laws of the whole creation and stretch everything beyond its ordinary limits. He's reversed positive laws too, like the ceremonial law given to the Jews. The very nature of that law actually required a repeal and fell naturally. When what was intended by it came, it was no longer significant. Before, it had been a useful shadow, but afterwards it would have been an empty one. If God hadn't taken this away, Christianity probably wouldn't have spread among the Gentiles. This was the partition wall between Jews and Gentiles, Ephesians chapter 2 verse 14, that made them a distinct family from all the world and caused the Gentiles hostility against the Jews. When God had declared his decree for those rights to cease by bringing in what they signified, and when the Jews, fond of those divine institutions, wouldn't allow him the right to repeal what he had authority to enact, he decided to assert his dominion by burying them in the ruins of the temple and city and making them forever incapable of practicing the main and essential parts of them. Since the temple was the pillar of the legal service, by demolishing it, God took away their rights of sacrificing, which was specifically tied to that place. They have no altar honored with fire from heaven to consume their sacrifices, no legal high priest to offer them. God has changed his own law through his providence as well as through his command. Yes, he's gone even higher by virtue of his sovereignty and changed the whole scene and methods of his government after the fall, from king creator to king redeemer. He's revoked the law of works as a covenant and released the penalty of it from the believing sinner by transferring it to the surety, who stepped in by his own will and divine appointment. He's established another covenant with other promises and a higher foundation, with greater privileges and easier terms. If God hadn't had this right of sovereignty, not one person from Adam's descendants could have been blessed. He and they would have had to lie groaning under the misery of the fall, which had made both him and everyone in his lineage unable to keep the terms of the first covenant. He has, as some say, dispensed with his own moral law in some cases, in commanding Abraham to sacrifice his only son, a righteous son, a son about whom he had the promise that in Isaac shall his seed be called. Yet he was commanded to sacrifice him by the right of God's absolute sovereignty as the supreme Lord of the lives of his creatures, from the highest angel to the lowest worm. This is how he bound his subjects to this law, not himself. Our lives are owed to him when he calls for them, and they're justly forfeited to him the very moment we sin, the very moment we come into the world, because of the poison of our nature against him and the disturbance that man's first sin, which we inherit, gave to his glory. If Abraham had sacrificed his son on his own initiative, he would have sinned, yes, even in attempting it. But being authorized from heaven, his act was obedience to the sovereign of the world, who had power to dispense with his own law, and he had dispensed with this law before, in Cain's murder of Abel, at least regarding the immediate punishment of death. This was actually settled later by his authority, but then omitted because there were so few people and he wanted to populate the world. But it was settled afterwards, when there was almost, though not completely, the same reason for omitting it temporarily. 3. God's sovereignty shows up in punishing the transgression of his law. 1. This is part of God's dominion as lawgiver. This was the case with the vengeance God would take on the Amalekites, Exodus chapter 17 verse 16. The Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war. The Hebrew is, the hand upon the throne of the Lord, as in the margin. As a lawgiver he saves or destroys, James chapter 4 verse 12. He acts according to his own law, in harmony with the enforcement of his own commands. Though he's an arbitrary lawgiver, appointing whatever laws he pleases, he's not an arbitrary judge. Just as he commands nothing but what he has a right to command, so he punishes no one but those he has a right to punish, and with the punishment the law has declared. All his acts of justice and inflictions of curses are the effects of this sovereign dominion. Psalm 29:10. He sits king upon the floods, upon the deluge of waters with which he drowned the world, some say. It's a right belonging to magistrates' authority to pull up the infectious weeds that corrupt a commonwealth. It's no less God's right, as the lawgiver and judge of all the earth, to subject criminals to his vengeance after they've made themselves abominable in his eyes and acted like unworthy subjects of such a great and glorious king. The first name by which God is made known in Scripture is Elohim, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. In the beginning God created the heaven and earth, a name which means his power of judging, according to some scholars. From him it's passed down to earthly magistrates. Their judgment is therefore said to be the judgment of God, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 17. When Christ came, he offered this great motive for repentance from the kingdom of heaven being at hand, the kingdom of his grace, to invite people, and the kingdom of his justice in punishing those who neglect it, to terrify people. Punishments as well as rewards belong to royalty. It worked out accordingly. Those who believed and repented came under his gracious scepter, and those who neglected and rejected it fell under his iron rod. Jerusalem was destroyed, the temple demolished, the inhabitants lost their lives by the sword's edge, or dragged them out in the chains of miserable captivity. Abraham gives him this title of judge, which means a sovereign right to govern and punish offenders, when he came to root out the people of Sodom and make them examples of his vengeance. Genesis chapter 18 verse 25. 2. Punishing the transgressions of his law. This is a necessary part of dominion. His sovereignty in making laws would be worthless if there wasn't also authority to protect those laws from contempt and injury. He'd be a lord that rebels just kicked around. Sovereignty can't be preserved without justice. When the psalmist talks about the majesty of God's kingdom, he tells us that righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. Psalm 97 1-2. These are the engines of divine dignity that make him glorious and majestic. Legislative power would be trampled on without executive power. Through this, People's reverent understanding of God is preserved in the world. He's known to be Lord of the world by the judgments which he executes, Psalm 9:16. When he seems to have lost his dominion or given it up in the world, he recovers it through punishment. When he takes some away with a whirlwind, and in his wrath, the natural conclusion people draw is this: surely there is a God that judges the earth, Psalm 58:9-11. He brings the creature back in line through the lashing of his judgments when they wouldn't acknowledge his authority and his commands. Those sins that deny his government in the heart and conscience, like pride, inward blasphemy, and so on, he's reserved a time later to settle accounts for. He doesn't immediately shoot his arrows into the core of every offender, but those sins that slander his government of the world and tear up the foundations of human interaction and public respect for him, he settles with specifically here as well as later, so that his sovereignty's life wouldn't always grow weak in the world. 3. This punishing was the second display of his dominion in the world. His first act of sovereignty was giving a law, the next was his appearance in the role of a judge. When his orders were violated, he rescues their honor by executing justice. He first judged the angels, punishing the evil ones for their crime. The first court he held among them as a governor was to give them a law. The second court he held was as a judge, trying the offenders and sentencing the guilty ones to be reserved in chains of darkness until the final execution, Jude 6. And at the same time, probably, he confirmed the good ones in their obedience through grace. So the first display of his dominion to man was giving him a command, the next was inflicting punishment for breaking it. He summons Adam to the courtroom, charges him with his crime, finds him guilty by his own confession, and passes sentence on him according to the rule he'd already told him about. 4. The means by which he punishes shows his dominion. Sometimes he musters up hail and mildew. Sometimes he sends regiments of wild beasts, as he threatens Israel, Leviticus chapter 26 verse 22. Sometimes he sends out a party of angels to beat up people's quarters and make a massacre among them, 2 Kings chapter 19 verse 35. Sometimes he mounts his thundering battery and shoots his ammunition from the clouds, as against the Philistines, 1 Samuel chapter 7 verse 10. Sometimes he sends the smallest creatures to shame human pride and punish human sin, like lice, frogs, locusts, as he did to the Egyptians, Exodus 8-10. Secondly, God manifests this dominion as a proprietor and lord of his creatures and his own goods. This is evident, 1. In the choice of some persons from eternity. He's set apart some from eternity in whom he'll display the invincible power of his grace and thereby infallibly bring them to enjoy glory, Ephesians chapter 1 verses 4-5, according as he has chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestined us to the adoption of children by Jesus Christ to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Why does he write some names in the book of life and leave out others? Why does he enroll some whom he intends to make citizens of heaven and refuse to put others in his register? The apostle tells us it's the pleasure of his will. You can give a reason for many of God's actions until you come to this, the top and foundation of all. And under what category of reason can man put this act except under his royal prerogative? Why does God save some and condemn others at last? Because of the faith of one and unbelief of the other. Why do some people believe? Because God has not only given them the means of grace but accompanied those means with the power of his Spirit. Why did God accompany those means with the power of his Spirit in some and not in others? Because he had decreed by grace to prepare them for glory. But why did he decree or choose some and not others? What will you trace this back to except his sovereign pleasure? Salvation and condemnation in the end are acts of God as the judge, in line with his own law of giving life to believers and inflicting death on unbelievers. For those, a reason can be given. But the choice of some and passing over of others is an act of God as sovereign monarch, before any law was actually broken, because it wasn't actually given yet. When a prince redeems a rebel, he acts as a judge according to law. But when he calls some out to pardon, he acts as a sovereign by a prerogative above law. The apostle traces it back to this, Romans chapter 9 verses 13 and 15. When he talks about God's loving Jacob and hating Esau before they had done either good or evil, it's because God will have mercy on whom he will have mercy, and compassion on whom he will have compassion. Though the apostle's first goal at the beginning of the chapter was to explain the reason for God's rejecting the Jews and calling in the Gentiles, if he'd only intended to demolish Jewish pride and flatten their opinion of merit, and aimed no higher than that providential act of God, he could have argued convincingly enough from God's justice, provoked by Jewish stubbornness, and not had to resort to his absolute will. But since he asserts this latter point, the strength of his argument seems to be this: If God by his absolute sovereignty may decide and fix his love on Jacob and withdraw it from Esau, or any other of his creatures, before they've done good or evil, and man has no grounds to call his infinite majesty to account, can't he deal this way with the Jews when their wrongdoing would block any complaints the creature might have against him? If God were being considered here as a judge, it would have been appropriate to consider the facts about the criminal. But he's being considered as a sovereign, giving no other reason for his action but his own will. Whom he will he hardens. Verse 18. And then the apostle concludes, verse 20, Who are you, O man, that replies against God? If the reason drawn from God's sovereignty doesn't satisfy in this inquiry, no other reason can be found to rest in. For the final condemnation, there will be sufficient reason to clear the justice of his proceedings. But in this case of election, no other reason but what's given, namely, the will of God, can be thought of that isn't subject to such knotty objections that can't easily be untied. 1. It couldn't be any merit in the creature that might determine God to choose him. If the decree of election doesn't fall under the merit of Christ's suffering as the procuring cause, it can't fall under the merit of any part of the corrupted mass. The decree of sending Christ didn't precede but followed, in the order of nature, the determination of choosing some. When people were chosen as the subjects for glory, Christ was chosen as the means for bringing them to glory. Ephesians chapter 1 verse 4, chosen us in him, and predestined us to the adoption of children by Jesus Christ. The choice wasn't merely in Christ as the moving cause, the apostle says that's the good pleasure of his will. But it was in Christ as the means of conveying to the chosen ones the fruits of their election. What could there be in any person that could invite God to this act or be a cause of distinguishing one branch of Adam from another? Weren't they all hewn out of the same rock and tainted with the same corruption in their blood? If it had been possible to give them a power of merit at first, hadn't that poison contracted in their nature degraded all power for the future? What merit was there in any of them but deserving wrathful punishment, since they were all considered as criminals and the cursed offspring of an ungrateful rebel? What dignity can there be in the nature of the purest part of clay to be made a vessel of honor, more than in another part of clay as pure as that which was formed into a vessel for mean and sordid use? What did any one have to move his mercy more than another, since they were all children of wrath and equally smeared with original guilt and filth? Didn't all have an equal share of it to provoke his justice? What merit is there in one dry bone more than another to be inspired with the breath of spiritual life? Didn't all lie wallowing in their own filthy blood? And what could the stench and foulness of that deserve from a pure majesty except to be cast into a sewer farthest from his sight? Weren't they all considered in this miserable state, with an equal share of poison in their nature, when God first took his pen and singled out some names to write in the book of life? It couldn't be merit in any one piece of this abominable mass that should stir up that decision in God to set apart this person for a vessel of glory while he permitted another to rot in his own gore. He loved Jacob and hated Esau, though they were both parts of the common mass, the seed of the same father, and carried in the same womb. 2. Nor could it be any foresight of works to be done in time by them, or of faith, that might determine God to choose them. What good could he foresee coming from extreme corruption and a nature alienated from him? What could he foresee of good to be done by them except what he resolved in his own will to give them the ability to bring forth? His choice of them was to a holiness, not for a holiness preceding his determination. Ephesians chapter 1 verse 4. He has chosen us that we might be holy before him. He ordained us to good works, not for them. Ephesians chapter 2 verse 10. What is a fruit can't be a moving cause of what it's a fruit of. Grace is a stream from the spring of electing love. The branch isn't the cause of the root, but the root of the branch. Nor is the stream the cause of the spring, but the spring the cause of the stream. Good works assume grace and a good and right habit in the person, just as rational acts assume reason. Can anyone say that the rational acts man performs after his creation were a cause why God created him? This would make creation, and everything else, not so much an act of his will as an act of his understanding. God foresaw no rational act in man before the act of his will to give him reason. Nor does he foresee faith in anyone before the act of his will determining to give him faith. Faith is the gift of God. Ephesians chapter 2 verse 8. In the salvation that grows up from this first purpose of God, he doesn't regard the works we've done as a main motive to place the top stone of our happiness, but his own purpose and the grace given in Christ, who has saved us, and called us with a holy calling, not according to our own works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given to us in Christ, before the world began. 2 Timothy chapter 1 verse 9. The honor of our salvation can't be claimed by our works, much less the honor of its foundation. It was a pure gift of grace, without any respect to any spiritual, much less natural, perfection. Why should the apostle mention that detail when he talks about God's loving Jacob and hating Esau when neither of them had done good or evil? Romans chapter 9 verse 11. If there were any foresight of people's works as the moving cause of his love or hatred. God didn't regard the works of either as the first cause of his choice but acted by his own liberty, without respect to any of their actions that were to be done by them in time. If faith is the fruit of election, the foreknowledge of faith doesn't influence God's electing act. It's called the faith of God's elect, Titus chapter 1 verse 1. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, according to the faith of God's elect, that is, appointed to this office to bring God's elect to faith. If people are chosen by God based on foresight of faith, or not chosen until they have faith, they're not so much God's elect as God is their elect. They choose God by faith before God chooses them by love. It wouldn't have been the faith of God's elect, that is, of those already chosen, but the faith of those who were to be chosen by God afterwards. Election is the cause of faith, not faith the cause of election. Fire is the cause of heat, not heat the cause of fire. The sun is the cause of the day, not the day the cause of the sun's rising. People aren't chosen because they believe, but they believe because they're chosen. Otherwise, the apostle did wrong to assign to the elect what they had no more interest in by virtue of their election than the most hardened reprobate in the world. If the foresight of what works might be done by his creatures was the motive for choosing them, why didn't he choose the devils for redemption, who could have done him better service by the strength of their nature than the whole mass of Adam's descendants? Well then, there's no possible way to lay the original foundation of this act of election and passing over in anything but God's absolute sovereignty. Justice or injustice doesn't come into consideration in this case. There's no debt, which justice or injustice always respects in its acting. If he had pleased, he might have chosen all. If he had pleased, he might have chosen none. It was in his supreme power to have decided to leave all Adam's descendants under the torture of his justice. If he determined to snatch out any, it was part of his dominion, but without any injury to the creatures he leaves under their own guilt. Didn't he pass by the angels and take man? And by the same right of dominion, may he pick out some people from the common mass and lay aside others to bear the punishment of their crimes? Aren't they all his subjects? All are his criminals and may be dealt with at the pleasure of their undoubted Lord and Sovereign. This is a work of arbitrary power, since he might have chosen none or chosen all, as he saw good himself. It's at the liberty of the craftsman to shape his wood or stone into such a figure, that of a prince or that of a toad. And his materials have no right to complain of him, since it lies wholly upon his own liberty. They must have little sense of their own vileness and God's infinite excellence above them by right of creation if they'll argue that God has a lesser right over his creatures than a craftsman over his wood or stone. If it was at his liberty whether to redeem man or send Christ on such an undertaking, it's just as much at his liberty, and the prerogative is to be allowed him, what person he'll decide to make capable of enjoying the fruits of that redemption. One person was as fit a subject for mercy as another, as they all lay in their original guilt. Why wouldn't divine mercy cast its eye on this person as well as on his neighbor? There was no cause in the creature, but all in God. It must be traced back to his own will, yet not to a will without wisdom. God didn't choose randomly and act by mere will without reason and understanding. An infinite wisdom is far from such a kind of procedure. But God's reason is inscrutable to us, unless we could understand God as well as he understands himself. The whole ground lies in God himself, no part of it in the creature, not in him that wills, nor in him that runs, but in God that shows mercy. Romans chapter 9 verses 15 through 16. Since God has revealed no other cause than his will, we can trace it back to nothing other than his sovereign empire over all creatures. It's not without putting a stop to our curiosity that in the same place where God asserts the absolute sovereignty of his mercy to Moses, he tells him he couldn't see his face. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious. And he said, you can't see my face. Exodus chapter 33 verses 19 through 20. The rays of his infinite wisdom are too bright and dazzling for our weakness. The apostle acknowledged not only a wisdom in this proceeding but a riches and treasure of wisdom, not only that, but a depth and vastness of those riches of wisdom. But he was unable to give us an inventory and scheme of it. Romans chapter 11 verse 33. The secrets of his counsels are too deep for us to wade into. In attempting to know the reason of those acts, we'd find ourselves swallowed up into a bottomless gulf. Though the understanding is above our capacity, yet the admiration of his authority and submission to it are not. We should cast ourselves down at his feet with a full resignation of ourselves to his sovereign pleasure. This is a more proper behavior in a Christian than all the contentious efforts to measure God by our standard. 2. In giving grace wherever he chooses to. When God converts and pardons people, He doesn't work like a natural force that automatically puts out its full strength, which God would have to do if he renewed people naturally, the way the sun shines and fire burns. These natural forces always act with maximum power unless something blocks them, like a cloud eclipsing the sun or water putting out the fire. But God acts as a free agent who can exercise his power whenever he wants and hold it back whenever he wants. Even though God is necessarily good, he's not forced to display all the treasures of his goodness to every person. He has the power to let his dew fall on one area but not another. If he were forced to express his goodness without any freedom, we wouldn't owe him any thanks. Who thanks the sun for shining on them, or thanks fire for giving them warmth? Nobody does, because these are natural forces that can't do anything else. What's the reason he didn't reach out his hand to keep all the angels from falling, instead of just some? Or why didn't he restore them after they fell? What's the reason he grafts one person into the true vine but lets another remain a wild olive tree? Why isn't the Spirit's power always connected to the Spirit's movements? Why doesn't he shape someone's heart to match the gospel when he fills their ears with the gospel message? Why does he break the chains off some people and tear the veil away from their hearts, while leaving others in their natural slavery and Egyptian darkness? Why do some people stay dead spiritually while others are raised to spiritual life? What reason is there for all this except his absolute will? The apostle answers the question. If you ask why he chooses to give new birth to one person and not another, it's not because of what the person wants, but because of his own will. James chapter 1 verse 18. Why does he work in one person to will and to do but not in another? Because of his good pleasure. Philippians chapter 2 verse 13. He could easily create everyone new, just like he created them in the first place, and make grace as universal as nature and reason. But it's not his pleasure to do that. 1. It's not because he lacks the strength to do it. God's power is unquestionably able to break the chains of unbelief off everyone. He could overcome the stubbornness of every person destined for wrath and inspire every descendant of Adam with faith, just like Adam himself had. He doesn't lack the ability to overcome even the greatest resistance from his creatures. He could shoot a conquering beam of light into their minds and flood their wills with grace with just one word from his mouth, without even using his full power. What obstacle could there be in any created spirit that the Father of spirits couldn't easily penetrate and reshape? Yet he only breathes this powerful grace into some people, leaving others stuck in the insensitivity and hardness they love. He lets them stay in their blinding ignorance and destroy themselves in the arms of their beloved but deceitful temptations. He could have conquered the Jews' resistance just as easily as he chased away the Gentiles' darkness and ignorance. No doubt he could overpower the heart of the most malicious devil just as easily as that of the simplest and weakest person. But the breath of the Almighty Spirit is under his own control. He breathes where he chooses. John chapter 3 verse 8. It's completely up to him whether he'll give anyone a taste of his grace's invincible power. He didn't lack the strength to keep humanity as solid as a rock against Satan's temptation. He could have poured in such strengthening grace that we would have been unbreachable against hell's powers, just like he secured the loyal angels against their rebellious companions. But it was his will to allow things to happen differently, too. And it's not because of any special quality in the person. He doesn't convert people because they're naturally perfect. After all, he chooses the most ignorant. He doesn't convert them because they're morally perfect. He converts the most sinful. And he doesn't convert them because of their social status. He turns the most despicable people. 1. Not because they were naturally perfect in knowledge. He opened the minds and hearts of the more ignorant people. Were the Gentiles naturally better equipped than the Jews, or did their minds burn with clearer understanding? Not at all. The Jews were skilled in the Messiah's prophecies and could have compared the predictions they accepted with Christ's actions and sufferings, which they witnessed firsthand. He passed by those who were expecting the Messiah and had expectations about when Christ would appear, expectations based on the very prophecies he'd entrusted to them. The Gentiles didn't know the prophets and therefore had no expectation of the Messiah. Ephesians chapter 2 verse 12. They were without Christ, without any revelation of Christ, because they were aliens from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers to the covenant of promise, having no hope, and without God in the world. They had no knowledge of God or promises about Christ. The Jews should have been more easily convinced than the Gentiles, who were ignorant of the prophets and couldn't use their writings to test what the apostles were saying. Yet God refused those who were Christ's relatives according to the flesh and brought in the Gentiles, who were much further away from him. He doesn't grab hold of the clever and powerful devils, who had a spiritual nature more like his own, but reaches for weak and simple humanity, too. Not because they were morally perfect, since he converts the most sinful people, the Gentiles, who were steeped in idolatry and superstition. He planted more faith among the Romans than in Jerusalem. More faith in a city that was like a common sewer collecting all the idolatry of the nations they'd conquered, than in the city he'd so clearly claimed as his own and which hadn't practiced idolatry since the Babylonian captivity. He planted holiness at Corinth, a place notorious for its shameful worship of Venus, a religion mixed with the grossest sexual impurity. At Ephesus, which offered the whole world a cup of sexual immorality in their temple of Diana. Among the Colossians, who worshipped Cybele with ceremonies that were beastly and sexually perverted. And what did the Cretans' own poet say about them, the one the Apostle Paul quoted to Titus, whom he'd placed among them to advance the gospel? That they were the vilest and most abominable people, Titus chapter 1 verse 12, liars you couldn't trust, evil beasts you wouldn't want to associate with, lazy gluttons good for nothing. What special quality was there in such rotten nature? About as much as a toad has to be elevated to an angel's dignity. What pleasant aroma could rise from such garbage dumps to welcome him and make him look their way and sweeten them from heaven? What treasures of worth were there to unlock his treasures of grace? Were such filthy candle wicks naturally fit to be lit by and become a home for gospel light? What could possibly attract him to lying, beastliness, and gluttony, except his own sovereignty? Through this, he pulled burning sticks out of the fire while leaving straighter and more attractive pieces of wood to burn to ashes. 3. Not because they were socially perfect. He turns the most despicable people. He doesn't elevate people from nature to grace because of their wealth, honor, or social position. He doesn't usually give those treasures to the people the mistaken world foolishly admires and obsesses over. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 26, not many mighty, not many noble. A purple robe doesn't usually get decorated with this jewel. He takes more moldy clay than refined dust to cast into his image, and stores his treasures more in earthly vessels than in the world's golden ones. He gives his richest gifts to those who are the world's scorn and shame. If he gave his grace mostly to those who have lots of wealth or honor, there would be some basis for thinking he'd been moved by those commonly valued qualities to favor them over others. But that idea falls apart when we see that the people who receive his grace originally had no attractive qualities, they were full of things that should provoke him instead. This shows he's free from any created obligations and isn't led by external motives in the people he chooses. 4. It's not because he's under any obligation. He doesn't owe anyone anything, everyone has wronged him. No one deserves any act of grace from him, but everyone deserves what the most miserable people are left to suffer. The children of wrath have earned nothing from him except showers of wrath. He owes fallen humanity no more debt to restore them than he owes fallen devils, no obligation to restore them to their original position through extraordinary grace. How was he more bound to restore them than he was to preserve them in the first place? More bound to catch them after they fell than to put up a barrier to prevent their falling? As a sovereign, God gave laws to people and sufficient strength to keep those laws. What obligation does God have to repair the strength humanity willfully lost and pull them out of the condition they voluntarily threw themselves into? What if humanity sinned because of temptation, as some argue? Couldn't many of the devils have done the same? Though there was a first devil who sinned without temptation, many others might have been seduced into rebellion by the ringleader. On that basis, he's no more bound to give grace to all people than to devils. If he promised life for obedience, he threatened death for disobedience. Through humanity's disobedience, God is released from his promise and owes nothing but punishment for breaking his law. True, people may claim they deserve sufficient strength from him through creation, since God is nature's author and they had it, but since they extinguished it through sin, they can't claim any obligation from God for new strength. If it's a perhaps whether he'll give repentance, as it says in 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 25, then there's no binding obligation. An obligation would put it beyond perhaps with a God who never breaks his commitments. No farmer thinks he's obligated to spend more cost and effort, manure and cultivation, on one field than another. Though the ground's condition may require more work, he's free to decide whether to spend more on one field than another. He can let it lie unused as long as he wants. God is less obligated to cultivate and prune his creatures than a person is obligated to work his field or trees. If a king proclaims a pardon to a group of rebels on condition that each pays a certain sum of money, their estates were once capable of meeting that condition, but their rebellion has left them poor. The proclamation itself is an act of grace. The required condition isn't impossible in itself. Out of tenderness toward some, the prince sends them the money his proclamation obligated them to pay, enabling them to meet his requirement. He does the first thing by sovereign authority, the second by sovereign generosity. He was obligated to do neither. Punishment was a debt owed by all of them. If he chose to cancel it conditionally, he relaxed his sovereign right. And if he chose through his generosity to make some of them capable of fulfilling the condition by immediately sending them enough money to pay the fine, he acted as owner of his own goods, distributing them in whatever amount to people he wasn't obligated to give even a penny. 5. It must therefore be an act of his pure sovereignty. This alone can be the deciding factor in every gracious act. Why did he give grace to Abel and not to Cain, when they both came from the same womb and equally inherited a corrupted nature from their parents? Simply because he wanted to show a permanent example of his sovereignty to all future generations and humanity's first offspring. Why did he give grace to Abraham and separate him from his idol-worshipping relatives to make him the ancestor of the Messiah? Why did he limit his promise to Isaac and not extend it to Ishmael, Abraham's son by Hagar, or to the children Abraham had by Keturah after Sarah died? What reason can be given for this except his sovereign will? Why didn't he give the fallen angels even a moment of repentance after their sin, but condemned them to unchangeable punishment? Isn't he as free to give grace to whomever he chooses as he is to create whatever worlds he wants? As free to form this corrupted clay into his own image as he was to take a particular handful of dust from all creation to make Adam's body? Doesn't he have as much authority over the sinful mass of his creatures in a new creation as he had over the chaos in the original creation? And what reason can be given for his elevating this piece of matter to the noble dignity of a star while leaving that other piece to make up the dark body of the earth? For compacting one part into a glorious sun and another part into a hard rock, except his royal authority? What's the reason a prince subjects one criminal to punishment and promotes another to a position of trust and profit? Why did Pharaoh honor the butler with personal service and hand the baker over to the executioner? It was his pleasure. And doesn't God deserve at least as much authority as we allow to earthly worms? What's the reason he hardens a Pharaoh, by denying him the grace that would soften him, and gives it to another? Because he chooses to. Whom he will he hardens. Romans chapter 9 verse 18. Doesn't a person have the freedom to open a gate and let water flow into whatever part of his land he wants? What's the reason some people don't have a heart to understand the beauty of his ways? Because the Lord doesn't give it to them. Deuteronomy chapter 29 verse 4. Why doesn't he give all his converts an equal measure of his sanctifying grace? Some have pennies and some have treasures. Why does he give his grace to some sooner, to others later? Some are filled in infancy, others not until they're fully grown and beyond. Some not until they've fallen into serious sin, like Paul. Some early, so they can serve him. Others later, like the thief on the cross, and then he immediately takes them out of the world. Some are weaker, some stronger by nature. Some more beautiful and lovely, others more unattractive and slow. It's the same with supernatural gifts. What reason is there for this except his own will? This takes the place of any explanation we could give on God's part. He's the free distributor of his own goods, and just as a father may give a larger inheritance to one child than another. And what reason is there to complain against God? A toad might as well complain that God didn't make it a human and give it reasoning ability. Or a fly might complain that God didn't make it an angel and clothe it in light, if they had any spark of understanding. People have just as much right to complain that God didn't give them grace like he gave someone else, unless they sincerely wanted it and were then denied it. Then they could complain against God, not as a sovereign, but as one who promises grace to those who ask for it. But God doesn't make his sovereignty scary. He doesn't shut up his throne of grace from anyone who seeks him. He invites people. His arms are open and his scepter stretched out. No one stays under the control of their sinful desires unless they're unwilling to be different. And such a person has no reason to complain against God. 3. His sovereignty shows itself in how he gives the means of grace to some people but not to all. He's made the sun shine brightly in one place while leaving others in darkness, deceived by the devil's lies. Why do the gospel's refreshing dews fall in this place or that place, but not in another? Why was the gospel published in Rome so early, but not in Tartary? Why has it been snuffed out in some places almost as soon as it was lit? Why has one place been honored with its light in one era, only to be covered with darkness the next? One country has been made a sphere for the star, which points to Christ, to move in, and then it's been taken away and placed in another. Sometimes it's shown more clearly, sometimes more dimly, in the same place. What's the reason for this? True, some of it can be attributed to God's justice, but much more to God's sovereignty. That the gospel is published later rather than sooner, the apostle tells us, is according to the commandment of the everlasting God. Romans chapter 16 verse 26. 1. The means of grace, after Adam's family became distinct, were never given to the whole world. After that tragic break in Adam's family when Abel died and Cain separated, we don't read about the means of grace continuing among Cain's descendants. It seems to have stayed only in Adam's family and wasn't shared in communities until Seth's time. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord, Genesis chapter 4 verse 26. It continued in that family until the flood, which was 1,523 years after creation according to some, or 1,656 years according to others. After that, when the world became corrupt, it was given to Abraham and settled among Jacob's descendants. Though God didn't leave the world completely without a witness of himself, there were some scattered revelations in other places, as we see from the book of Job and his friends' conversations. 2. The Jews were given this privilege above other nations, to have a clearer revelation of God. God separated them from the whole world to honor them with custody of his messages. Romans chapter 3 verse 2, to them were committed the oracles of God. In this respect, all other nations are said to be without God. Ephesians chapter 2 verse 12, since they lack such a great privilege. The Spirit blew in Canaan while the surrounding lands didn't feel his saving breath. He has not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Psalm 147:20. The rest had no warnings from prophets, no instructions from heaven, except what they had through natural revelation, observing creation, watching God's providence, and whatever remained among them of ancient traditions from Noah, which over time had become badly corrupted. We read of only one Jonah sent to Nineveh, but frequent warnings to the Israelites through a multitude of prophets commissioned by God. True, the door of the Jewish church was open to any converts who wanted to enter and embrace their religion and worship. But there was no public proclamation made to the world. Only God, through his miracles in delivering them from Egypt, which couldn't help but become famous among all the neighboring nations, declared them to be a people favored by heaven. But the tradition from Adam and Noah wasn't publicly revived by God in other parts of the world and raised from that grave of forgetfulness where it had been buried so long. Was there any reason in them for this special treatment? God could have been just as generous to any other nation, yes, to all the nations in the world, if it had been his sovereign pleasure. Any other people were just as fit to be entrusted with his messages and be subjects for his worship as that people. Yet all other nations, until the Jews were rejected because they rejected Christ, were strangers to the covenant of promise. These people were part of the common mass of the world. They had no natural advantage over Adam's descendants. Were they extracted from an innocent part of his body while all other nations were drained from his corruption? Did Abraham's blood, from whom they were more directly descended, have any more precious quality than the rest of humanity? They, like other nations, were made of one blood, Acts chapter 17 verse 26, and that blood was corrupted both at the source and in the streams. Were they better than other nations when God first brought them out of slavery? We have Joshua's word for it that they had gone along with Egyptian idolatry and served other gods in that place of slavery, Joshua chapter 24 verse 14. If they had hated Egypt's superstition while they lived there, they couldn't have so quickly set up a golden calf for worship, copying Egyptian idols. All the rest of humanity had just as appealing reasons to present to God as those people had. God could have granted the same privilege to the whole world as well as to them, or denied it to them and given all the rest of the world his laws. But enriching such a small group of people with his divine blessings and leaving the rest of the world like a barren wilderness spiritually can originally be attributed to nothing other than his unaccountable sovereignty, his love for them. There was nothing in them to earn such high titles from God as his firstborn, his special treasure, the apple of his eye. He denies any righteousness in them and says enough to crush such thoughts in them by charging them with their wickedness while he loaded them with his benefits. Deuteronomy chapter 9 verses 4 and 6. The Lord doesn't give you this land because of your righteousness, because you're a stubborn people. It was an act of God's free choice to choose them to be a people for himself. Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6. 3. God later rejected the Jews, gave them up to their hard hearts, and spread the gospel among the Gentiles. He cast off the children of the kingdom, those who had been enrolled as his subjects for many ages and seemed, by their descent from Abraham, to have a right to Abraham's privileges. He called people from the east and west, from the darkest corners of the world, to sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in the kingdom of heaven, that is, to share with them in the gospel's promises. Matthew chapter 8 verse 11. The people the Jews considered cursed now enjoy the means of grace that have been hidden from those who were once honored for 1,600 years, so much so that they have neither ephod, nor teraphim, nor sacrifice, nor any true worship of God among them. Hosea chapter 3 verse 4. Why shouldn't he give them grace to acknowledge and accept the Messiah, to whom he had made promises for so many successive ages, but instead let their heart be fat and their ears heavy? Isaiah chapter 6 verse 10. Why should the gospel finally, after Christ's resurrection, be presented to the Gentiles, not by chance, but according to God's decision and prediction, declared by the prophets that it would happen in time. Why should he let so many hundreds of years pass after the world was populated and let the nations soak in their idolatrous customs all that time? Why shouldn't he call the Gentiles without rejecting the Jews and bind them both together in the bundle of life? Why should he acquaint some people with it shortly after publishing it in Jerusalem through the Spirit's descent, and others not until long after? Some in Christianity's first ages enjoyed it, others don't have it, like those in America, until the world's last age. This can be attributed to nothing but his sovereign pleasure. What merit can be found in the Gentiles? There's some justice in the Jews' rejection, nothing but sovereignty in the Gentiles' reception into the church. If the Jews were bad, the Gentiles were in some ways worse. The Jews acknowledged the one true God without mixing in idols, though they didn't acknowledge the Messiah in his appearance, though they did in promise. But the Gentiles acknowledged neither one nor the other. Some tell us it was because of the merit of some of their ancestors. How then do the means of grace get taken from the Jews, who had, if any people ever had, meritorious ancestors to point to? If some of their former ancestors' merit was the cause, why wasn't the debt owed to their merit paid to their immediate children, or to themselves, but to descendants so distant from them and so shamefully corrupted as the Gentile world was when the gospel sun began shining on their horizon? Whatever merit might have been in their ancestors, if any could be supposed in the most refined rubbish, it was so little for themselves that no oil could be spared from their lamps for others. Whatever merit their ancestors might have had could be forfeited by succeeding generations. It's commonly seen that whatever honor a father deserves in a state for public service may be lost by the son, forfeited by treason, and he himself stripped of rights. Or was it because he foresaw that the Gentiles would embrace it and the Jews reject it, that the Gentiles would embrace it in one place but not another? How did God foresee it except in his own grace, which he was determined to display in one but not another? It must still be traced back to his sovereign pleasure. Or did he foresee it in their wills and nature? What, weren't they all the same common waste? Was any part of Adam naturally better than another? How did God foresee something that wasn't there and couldn't be there without his pleasure to give ability and grace to receive? Well then, what reason except God's sovereign pleasure can be given for why Christ forbade the apostles, at their first commission, to preach to the Gentiles, Matthew chapter 10 verse 15, but at their second and permanent commission ordered them to preach to every creature? Why did he put a stop to Paul and Timothy's plans to bring light to Bithynia and order them to go to Macedonia instead? Was that country more worthy, a country on which lay a great part of the world's bloodshed in Alexander's time, Acts chapter 16 verses 6 through 7, 9 to 10? Why should Chorazin and Bethsaida enjoy means that weren't granted to the Tyrians and Sidonians, who might probably have been quicker to welcome it? Matthew chapter 11 verse 21. Why should God send the gospel to our island and cause it to flourish here so long, but not send it or continue it in the world's farthest eastern parts? Why should Christianity's very profession occupy such a small portion of the world's ground, only 5 parts out of 30, with the Muslims holding 6 parts and the other 19 overgrown with paganism, where either the gospel was never planted or has since been uprooted? To whom will you attribute this except to the same cause our Savior gives for revealing the gospel to babies but not to the wise, even to his Father? For so it seemed good in your sight, Matthew chapter 11 verses 25 through 26, for so was your good pleasure before you, as in the original. It's at his pleasure whether he'll give anyone a clear revelation of his gospel or leave them only with natural light. He could have kept the gospel's first beam and the promise among all nations throughout Adam's descendants' apostasies, or renewed it in all nations when it began to be darkened, just as he first published it to Adam after his fall. But it was his sovereign pleasure to permit it to be obscured in one place and keep it lighted in another. 4. His sovereignty shows itself in the various influences of the means of grace. He says to these waters of the sanctuary, as to the floods of the sea, this far you shall go, and no further. Sometimes they wash away the filth of the flesh and outward person, but not that of the spirit. The gospel spiritualizes some and only moralizes others. Some are struck down to conviction by its power, but not raised up to conversion. Some have only its gleams in their consciences, others more powerful flashes. Some remain in their thick darkness under the gospel beaming in their face every day, and after a long insensitivity are awakened by its light and warmth. Sometimes there's such a powerful breath in it that it levels people's proud imaginations and lays them at its feet, people who before strutted against it in the pride of their hearts. The foundation of this isn't in the gospel itself, which is always the same, or in the ordinances, which are channels as sound at one time as another, but in divine sovereignty that energizes them as he pleases and blows when and where it chooses. It has sometimes conquered its thousands, Acts chapter 2 verse 41, at another time barely its tens. Sometimes the harvest has been great when the laborers were few, other times it's been small when the laborers were many. Sometimes whole sheaves, other times barely gleanings. The evangelical net has sometimes been full at one cast, and at every cast. Other times many have labored all night and day too and caught nothing. Acts chapter 2 verse 47, the Lord added to the church daily. The gospel chariot doesn't always return with captives chained to its sides, but sometimes battered and reproached, wearing the marks of hell's spite instead of showing the marks of its own beauty. In Corinth it triumphed over many people, Acts chapter 18 verse 10. In Athens it's mocked and gathers only a few clusters, Acts chapter 17 verses 32 and 34. God keeps the key of the heart as well as of the womb. The apostles had power to publish the gospel and work miracles, but under divine direction. It was an instrumentality at his good pleasure and as God saw fit. Miracles weren't allowed to them on every occasion, nor success granted to them with every ministry. God sometimes lent them the key, but to take out no more treasure than was allotted to them. There's variety in the timing of gospel operation. Some rise out of their graves of sin and beds of sluggishness at this Son's first appearance, others lie snoring longer. Why doesn't God energize it at one season as well as another, but set his distinct periods of time, except because he wants to show his absolute freedom? And don't we sometimes experience that after the most solemn preparations of heart, we're frustrated of those benefits we expected? Perhaps it's because we thought divine returns were owed to our preparations, and God stops up the channel. We return drier than we came, so God may correct our false opinion and preserve the honor of his own sovereignty. Sometimes we leap with John the Baptist in the womb at Christ's appearance, sometimes we lie on a lazy bed when he knocks from heaven. Sometimes the fleece is dry, sometimes wet, and God withholds dropping his morning dew upon it. The dews of his word, as well as the droppings of the clouds, belong to his royalty. Light won't shine into the heart, though it shine all around us, without the sovereign order of that God who commanded light to shine out of the darkness of the chaos. 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 6. And isn't this also seen regarding the refreshing influences of the word? Sometimes the strongest arguments and clearest promises accomplish nothing toward quieting black and despairing imaginations, when afterwards we've found them frightened away by an unexpected word that seemed to have less power in itself than any that passed by uselessly before it. The reasonings of wisdom have dropped down like arrows against a bronze wall, when the speech of a weaker person has found effectiveness. It's God who by his sovereignty energizes one word and not another. Sometimes a secret word comes in, which wasn't thought of before, as if dropped from heaven, and gives refreshment when emptiness was found in all the rest. One word from a sovereign prince's lips is a greater encouragement than all the speeches of subjects without it. What's the reason for this variety except that God wants to increase the proofs of his own sovereignty? Just as it was part of his dominion to create the beauty of a world, so it's no less his to create the peace as well as the grace of the heart. Isaiah chapter 57 verse 19, I create the fruit of the lips, peace. Let us learn from this to have adoring thoughts of, not murmuring complaints against, God's sovereignty. To acknowledge it with thankfulness in what we have, to implore it with holy submission in what we lack. To acknowledge God as a sovereign and a way of dependence is the way to be acknowledged by him as subjects in a way of favor. 5. His sovereignty shows itself in giving a greater measure of knowledge to some than to others. Whatever abilities, gifts, and natural excellence anyone has above others are God's gifts. He gives wisdom to the wise, and knowledge to them that know understanding. Daniel chapter 2 verse 21. Wisdom, the ability itself, and knowledge, the right use of it in discerning the true nature of things and the fitness of means to reach the goal, all of it is just a beam of divine light. The different degrees of knowledge in one person above another are the effects of his sovereign pleasure. He doesn't enlighten everyone's mind to know every part of his will. One person eats with a doubtful conscience, another in faith, without any hesitation. Romans chapter 14 verse 2. Peter wanted to keep circumcision, not fully understanding God's mind about abolishing the Jewish ceremonies, while Paul was clear on the truth of that doctrine. A thought comes into our mind that, like a sunbeam, makes a scripture truth visible in a moment, something we'd been struggling with unsuccessfully before. This comes from his pleasure. In the early church, one person had the gift of knowledge, another of wisdom. One had the gift of prophecy, another of tongues. One had the gift of healing, another of discerning spirits. Why this gift to one person and not another? Why such distribution among different people? Because it's his sovereign pleasure. The Spirit divides to every man severally as he will. 1 Corinthians chapter 12 verse 11. Why does he give Bezalel and Aholiab the gift of engraving and making intricate works for the tabernacle, Exodus chapter 31 verse 3, but not others? Why does he bestow the treasures of gospel knowledge on the humblest earthen vessels, the poor Galileans, and neglect the Pharisees, who were filled with knowledge of both natural and moral things? Why did he give to some, and not others, the ability to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, Matthew chapter 13 verse 11? The reason is implied in the words, because it was the mystery of his kingdom, and therefore was an act of his sovereignty. How would it be a kingdom and monarchy if its governor were obligated to do what he did? It can only be traced back to the sovereign right of ownership over his own goods, that he furnishes babies with a stock of knowledge and leaves the wise and prudent empty of it. Matthew chapter 11 verse 26. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in your sight. Why didn't he reveal his mind to Eli, a grown man in the highest office in the Jewish church, but open it to Samuel, a young boy? Why did the Lord go from one to the other? Because his movement depends on his own will. Some are so dull by nature that they're incapable of any impression, like rocks too hard for a stamp. Others are like water, you can stamp whatever you want, but it vanishes as soon as the seal is removed. It's God who forms people as he pleases. Some have the ability to govern a kingdom, others barely have the brains to manage their own affairs. One is fit to rule people, another barely fit to keep pigs. Some have spacious souls in weak and deformed bodies, others have small spirits and duller minds in a richer and more beautiful case. Why aren't all stones alike? Some have more sparkling light, like gems that are more brilliant than pebbles. Some are stars of first magnitude, others of lesser size, others are as lowly as glowworms with a slimy luster. It's because he's the sovereign distributor of what belongs to him, and gives here, as well as at the resurrection, to one a glory of the sun, to another that of the moon, and to a third something less, resembling that of a star, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 40. And God may do this by the same right of dominion he exercised when he endowed some kinds of creatures with greater perfection than others in their nature. Why shouldn't he decorate one person with a greater proportion of gifts, just as he made humans different in excellence from beasts? Or frame angels to a more purely spiritual nature than humans? Or make one angel a cherub or seraph with a greater measure of light than another? Though the foundation of this is his dominion, his wisdom isn't uninvolved in his sovereign distribution. He decorates those with greater ability whom he intends for greater service than those he intends for less, or none at all, like a craftsman who spends more labor and carves a more excellent figure on stones he designs for a more honorable place in the building. But though intending this or that person for service is the motive for laying in a greater provision in them than in others, it still must be referred to his sovereignty, since that first act of choosing them for such an end was the fruit solely of his sovereign pleasure. Just as when he decided to make a creature actively glorify him, in wisdom he had to give them reason, yet making such a creature was an act of his absolute dominion. 6. His sovereignty shows up clearly in how he calls some people to special service in their generation. God places some in direct roles serving him and keeps them in those roles, while overlooking others who seem to have better qualifications for the job. Moses was a great advocate for Israel. He fought for them in Egypt and led them out of Egypt toward Canaan. Yet he wasn't chosen for the high priesthood. That office was given to Aaron and his descendants in an unbroken family line. Moses was only selected for the immediate task of rescuing the captive Israelites and being God's instrument for divine miracles. But despite all his success as a leader, his faithfulness in his work, and his extraordinary closeness with the great ruler of the world, his descendants were left at the ordinary level of the tribe of Levi, with no special honor above the rest, despite all that great man's service. Why Moses for temporary leadership and Aaron for permanent priesthood, above all the other Israelites? There's little reason except God's absolute choice, who hands out his assignments as he pleases. It's like a master who orders one servant to do the finest work and another to work at more basic tasks, according to his will. Why did he call out David, a shepherd, to rule over the Jewish people, rather than his brothers who looked more impressive, had military training, and were used to the hardships and sleepless nights of army life? Why should Mary be Christ's mother instead of some other woman from David's family who had a more distinguished birth and finer upbringing? Though we could give other reasons, what gives us the most peace is God's sovereign will. Why did Christ choose 12 apostles from the lowest classes of people to be messengers of his grace in Judea and other parts of the world? And why did he later select Paul over Gamaliel, his teacher, and other Jews just as educated as Paul, promoting him to be the most prominent apostle above those who had actually served Christ during his earthly life? Why preserve 11 of those he first called to spread and expand his kingdom, while leaving the other one to the job of betraying him to death? Why, during our Reformation, did he choose Luther from a monastery while leaving others in their superstitious corruption to die in their inherited traditions? Why raise up Calvin as a defender of the gospel while letting others just as learned wallow in the cesspit of popery? It's his pleasure to do so. The potter has the right to separate this part of clay to form a vessel for public use and another part of clay to form a vessel for private use. God takes the lowest clay to form the most excellent and honored vessels in his house. Just as he formed man, who would rule over the other creatures, from the same clay and earth that the animals were made from, and not from that finer element of water that gave birth to fish and birds, so he forms some people who will serve him most greatly from the humblest materials, to show the absolute right of his rule. 7. God's sovereignty shows up in how he gives great wealth and honor to some people while withholding it from others who work much harder and try much more. Some are brought low while others are lifted up. Some get rich while others stay poor. Some barely face any trouble while others barely experience any comfort their whole lives. Some sweat and struggle, yet what they're working toward slips right out of their reach. Others sit back, and what they want falls right into their lap. One person made from the same clay gets a crown to beautify his head, while another lacks even a hat to protect him from the weather. One has a magnificent palace to live in while another can barely call a cottage his own. A royal scepter goes into one man's hand and a shovel into another's. Rich purple clothes one man's body while another wraps himself in garbage rags. Some people's poverty and others' wealth, that's an effect of God's sovereignty. That's why Scripture says God is the maker of the poor as well as the rich, Proverbs chapter 22 verse 2, not just of their persons, but of their conditions. The earth and everything in it belongs to him, and he has as much right as Joseph had to give fancy clothes to whichever Benjamins he chooses. There's an election to greater worldly happiness just like there's an election of some to greater supernatural grace and glory. Just as he makes it rain upon one city, and not upon another, Amos chapter 4 verse 7, so he causes prosperity to fall on one person's head but not another's. He crowns some with earthly blessings while crossing others with constant troubles, because he speaks of himself as the great owner of the grain that feeds us, the wine that cheers us, and the wood that warms us. Hosea chapter 2 verses 8 through 9. I will take away, not your grain and wine, but my grain, my wine, my wool. His right to dispose of everyone's goods can't be questioned. He can take away from one person and transfer ownership to another. That's how he transferred ownership of Egyptian jewelry to the Israelites, giving the captives what he'd previously allowed their oppressors to have. It's just like how any sovereign nation demands their subjects' goods for public benefit in emergencies, even though none of that wealth was gained through public office but through private hard work, and gained in a country not even subject to those demanding a portion of it. By this right he dramatically changes the world scene. Sometimes those who are high get reduced to lowly, shameful conditions, while those who are lowly get advanced to states of plenty and glory. The counter that means just a penny in accounting suddenly gets raised to mean a pound. The proud ladies of Israel, instead of their beautifully embroidered belts, have to make do with rope, or as the common translation puts it, a rag or strip of cloth, Isaiah chapter 3 verse 24, and sackcloth for undergarments instead of silk. This is God's sovereign act as Lord of the world, Psalm 75 6-7. Promotion comes neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south, but God is the judge. He puts down one, and sets up another. He does no wrong to anyone if he lets them waste away their days in poverty and disgrace. Whether he gives or takes away, he's only dealing with what's his more than ours. If he handed out his benefits equally to everyone, people would soon think they deserve them. The inequality and changes preserve our understanding of God's sovereignty and correct our natural tendency to forget about it. If there were no changes, God wouldn't be feared as the King of all the earth, Psalm 55:19. We could also include here how he gives some countries greater riches both underground and on the surface, placing some in the fertile, pleasant regions of Canaan or Italy while settling others in the icy, barren parts of northern climates. 8. God's sovereignty shows up in the timing and seasons when he hands out his goods. He's Lord of the when just as much as the what when it comes to anything he gives to any person. These times the Father is put in his own power, Acts chapter 1 verse 7. Just as it was his sovereign choice to restore the kingdom to Israel, so he would pick the time to do it, and he wouldn't let anyone invade that right, not even with a curious question. This control over opportunities in many situations can't be explained by anything except his sovereign pleasure. Why should Christ come at the twilight and evening of the world, at the fullness of time, not the beginning? Why should he stay wrapped up in a promise from the world's infancy for so long, not appearing in flesh until the world's final times and gray hairs, when so many people in all nations had been swept out of the world without any knowledge of such a Redeemer? What was this but his sovereign will? Why should the Gentiles be left so long in the devil's chains, wallowing in the cesspit of their disgusting superstitions, since God had declared through the prophets his intention to call multitudes of them while rejecting the Jews? Why defer it so long? We can only point to the same cause. What's the reason the veil stays so long over the Jews' hearts, the veil that's promised to be removed someday? Why does God delay fulfilling those glorious predictions about the people's happiness and restoration? Is it because of their ancestors' sin? That reason can't hold much weight. If we blame it on that, their conversion can never be expected, never accomplished. If it's for their ancestors' sins, isn't it also for their own sins? Have their sins gotten fewer in number or less poisonous and provoking in quality through this delay? Isn't their blasphemy of Christ just as malicious, their hatred of him just as strong and deep-rooted as ever? Don't they approve of their ancestors' bloody act just as much now, after so many ages have passed, as their ancestors applauded it at the time? Don't they have the same attitude and will, shown clearly enough by their scorn for Christ and those who claim his name, to do the same thing all over again if Christ were in the same position in the world now and they had the same governmental power? If their conversion was put off for one generation after Christ's death because of their earlier ancestors' sins, should we expect it now? After all, the present generation of Jews in all countries has the sins of those distant ancestors, the later ones, and their more recent ancestors all piled on them. So that can't be the reason. Just as it was God's sovereign pleasure to predict his intention to overcome their stubborn hearts, so it's his sovereign pleasure that it won't happen until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in, Romans chapter 11 verse 25. Just as he's Lord of his own grace, so he's Lord of when to give it out. Why did God create the world in 6 days when he could have built and beautified it in a moment? Because it pleased him to do it that way. Why did he make the world when he did, and not many ages earlier? Because he's master of his own work. Why didn't he decide to bring Israel to enjoy Canaan until after 400 years? Why did he stretch out their deliverance for so long after he started working on it? Why use so many plagues on Pharaoh to accomplish it when he could have cut the work short with one deadly blow to the tyrant and his allies? It was his sovereign pleasure to act that way, though not without other reasons that make sense when you look into the story. Why doesn't he bring a person to full physical maturity the moment after birth, but let him stay in tedious infancy, resembling animals because he can't use his reason yet? Why doesn't he bring this or that person, whom he intends for service, to readiness instantly, but instead through long stretches of study and many twists and turns? Why does he transplant a promising person in his youth to the joys of another world while letting another person of outstanding holiness stay in this world's misery, wading through many floods of trouble? What can we mainly attribute all these things to except his sovereign pleasure? The times are determined by God, Acts chapter 17 verse 26. Third, God's dominion shows up as a governor, not just as a lawgiver and proprietor. 1. In disposing of states and kingdoms. Psalm 75:7, God is judge, he puts down one, and sets up another. Judge here doesn't mean what we usually think, a judicial minister conducting a trial, but rather a governor. You know how the extraordinary governors raised up among the Jews were called judges, which is why we have an entire Old Testament book called the Book of Judges. God has the prerogative to change times and seasons, Daniel chapter 2 verse 21, meaning the revolutions of government that alter the times. Think about how many empires have spread their wings over huge parts of the world, only to have their carcasses torn to pieces. Unheard of nations plucked off the wings of the Roman eagle after it had preyed on many nations. The Macedonian Empire was like dew that dries up shortly after it falls. He set up the Chaldean monarchy, used Nebuchadnezzar to overthrow and punish the ungrateful Jews, and by a sovereign act gave a huge piece of land into his hands. What Nebuchadnezzar thought was his right by conquest was actually God's gift to him. You can read the charter to Nebuchadnezzar, whom God calls his servant, Jeremiah chapter 27 verse 6, and now I have given all those lands, the lands are mentioned in verse 3, into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant. He pronounces this decree after asserting his sovereign right over the whole earth, verse 5. After that, he puts an end to the Chaldean Empire and by the same sovereign authority decrees Babylon to be spoil for the northern nations, handing her over as spoil to the Persians, Jeremiah chapter 50 verses 9 through 10. This shows his sovereign dominion, that he was the Lord who made peace and created trouble, Isaiah chapter 45 verses 6 through 7. Later God overthrows that through the Greek Alexander, prophesied about as a goat with one horn between his eyes, Daniel 8. The swift current of his victories, as swift as his movement, showed it came from an extraordinary hand of heaven, not from Macedonian policy or strength. The prophet describes his strength as actually less, being just one horn running against the Persian, described as a ram with two horns. Alexander himself acknowledged divine motivation driving him to that great attempt when he saw Jodis, the high priest, coming out in his priestly robes to meet him as he approached Jerusalem. Alexander was about to worship him, acknowledging that the vision which pushed him into the Persian war had appeared to him in such clothing. What was the reason Israel got torn from Judah and both split into two separate kingdoms? Because Rehoboam wouldn't listen to mature, sound advice but followed the counsel of young upstarts. What was the reason he didn't listen to sound advice, since he'd had such an advantageous education under his father Solomon, the world's wisest prince? The cause was from the Lord, 1 Kings chapter 12 verse 15, so he could accomplish what he'd previously spoken. In this he acted according to his royal word, but in the original decision, he acted as a sovereign lord who controlled the disposal of all nations. Even though Ahab had numerous descendants, 70 sons to inherit the throne after him, God by his sovereign authority hands them over to Jehu, who strips them of both their lives and hopes. Not one of them succeeded to the throne, the crown gets transferred to Jehu by God's arrangement. In wars that overthrow flourishing kingdoms, God has the chief hand. That's why in the two prophets Isaiah and Jeremiah, God is called the Lord of hosts 130 times. It's not the captain's sword but the Lord's sword that holds first rank, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon, Judges chapter 7 verse 18. A conqueror's sword is the Lord's sword and receives its orders and commission from the great sovereign, Jeremiah chapter 47 verses 6 through 7. We tend to limit our thoughts to secondary causes, blaming people's failures, one person's ambition, another's greed. We don't see them as effects of God's sovereign authority linking secondary causes together to serve his own purpose. One man's skill may expose a counselor's foolishness, an earthly force may shatter a mighty prince's power. But Job, considering these things, points to a higher cause. He loosens the bonds of kings, and girds their waists with a belt, Job chapter 12 verse 18. He loosens the bonds of kings, meaning he removes the yokes they lay on their subjects, and girds their waists with a belt, a cord, as the common translation puts it. He puts on them the very chains they made for others, the kind of belt or band that marks captivity, as verse 19 confirms. He leads princes away stripped, and overthrows the mighty. God lifts some to great heights and casts others down to disgraceful ruin. All these changes in the world's face, the revolutions of empires, the devastating and ravaging wars that are often directly born from princes' vice, ambition, and fury, these are God's royal acts as governor of the world. All government belongs to him. He's the fountain of all the great and small dominions in the world, and therefore may place in them whatever deputies and representatives he pleases, just like a prince may remove his officers at will and take their commissions from them. The highest are appointed by God as long as it pleases him, not as long as they behave well. Those princes who've been their country's glory have held the scepter only briefly, while more wolf-like ones have remained longer in office, as God has seen fit for the purposes of his own sovereign government. Now, through the world's revolutions and changes in rulers and government, God maintains acknowledgement of his sovereignty. When he arrests major public offenders who wear crowns by his providence but use them through their pride against the one who placed them there, when he calls such people to account by a clear signal from heaven, he makes them public examples of his sovereignty's rights. He's declaring that Lebanon's cedars are as much under his foot as the valley's shrubs, that he has as sovereign an authority over the palace throne as over the cottage stool. 2. God's dominion shows up in raising up and directing people's spirits according to his pleasure. As the Father of spirits, he gives influence to human spirits along with existence. He puts whatever inclinations he wants into the will and fills it with whatever habits he chooses, whether natural or supernatural, to make it more ready to act according to his divine purpose. Human will is a limited principle, so it's subject to the one who has infinite sovereignty over everything. God, having sovereignty over the will and how it acts, causes it to choose what he chooses regarding outward actions and how they're performed. There are many examples of this part of his sovereignty. God, through his sovereign direction, arranged for Moses to have a protector as soon as his parents had made an ark of bulrushes to set him floating on the river, Exodus chapter 2 verses 3 through 6. They expose him to the waves, and the waves expose him to Pharaoh's daughter's view. God had secretly arranged her movement to position her in that exact place. Even though she was daughter to a prince who bitterly hated the entire Jewish nation and had tried various ways to wipe them out, God inspires this royal lady with compassion for the abandoned infant. She knew he was one of the Hebrew children, verse 6, one of that race her father had handed over to executioners. Yet God, who sovereignly rules over all human spirits, moves her to take that infant under her protection. She nourishes him at her own expense, gives him an excellent education, and adopts him as her son, the very one who would eventually ruin her people and save his own nation. Similarly, he appointed Cyrus to be his shepherd and gave him a pastoral heart for restoring Jerusalem's city and temple. Isaiah chapter 44 verse 28. Isaiah tells them in his prophecy, chapter 45-5, that God had equipped him even though Cyrus didn't know him, meaning God had given him military spirit and strength for such a great undertaking, even though Cyrus didn't realize he was being used by God for these divine purposes. When the time came for the Lord's house to be rebuilt, people's spirits were stirred up, not by themselves, but by God, Ezra chapter 1 verse 5, whose spirit God had raised to go up. Not only Zerubbabel the magistrate's spirit and Joshua the priest's spirit, but the spirit of all the people from highest to lowest who went with him. All were moved by God to strengthen their hands and advance the work. Haggai chapter 1 verse 14. Even in works that are naturally appealing to people, like restoring the city and rebuilding the temple was to those Jews, human spirits are directed by God as their sovereign. How much more when people's spirits get lifted far above their ordinary temperament and motivation. Good Nehemiah recognized this empire of God as his source of hope for success. He didn't rely so much on the king's favor toward him or his petition's reasonableness, but on God's absolute power over that great monarch's heart. That's why he appeals to the heavenly throne before petitioning the earthly one. Nehemiah chapter 2 verse 4, so I prayed to the God of heaven. Even the pagans caught glimpses of this. Cicero has an expression somewhere that the Roman Commonwealth was governed more by the supreme divinity's assistance over human hearts than by their own planning and management. How often has people's weak courage been heightened to such a level that they stare death in the face, when before they were crushed by the slightest thought or glimpse of it? This is a result of God's sovereign dominion. 3. God's dominion shows itself in restraining people's furious passions and blocking their path when they're headed toward destruction. Sometimes God does this through remarkable interventions, like when the Babel builders were diverted from their proud scheme by the sudden confusion of their language, making them unable to understand each other. Sometimes he uses ordinary but unexpected means, like when Saul was hunting David like a hawk hunting a partridge in the mountains, but suddenly had to redirect his attention because the Philistines invaded part of his territory. 1 Samuel chapter 23 verses 26-28. But God's restraint is most clearly seen when he inwardly curbs rebellious feelings without any visible cause. What other reason could explain why the nations surrounding Canaan, who bore no goodwill toward the Jews and would rather have seen the whole race wiped off the face of the earth, didn't invade their country, pillage their houses, and plunder their cattle when they were completely defenseless? Every year, all the men would gather at Jerusalem for worship, leaving their homes unprotected. The only explanation is an invisible curb God placed in those enemies' hearts. What was the reason that not a single one of the buyers and sellers in the temple rose up against our Savior when he boldly began whipping them out? Clearly there were enough Jews there to have chased out him and his followers. You can tell from how they questioned his authority in John chapter 2 verses 15 and 18. But God put a divine bridle on them. What was the reason that when the apostles first preached the gospel after the Spirit's descent, the same people who had brutally mistreated their master just days before weren't all in a rage against his servants? After all, by preaching that doctrine, the apostles were essentially confronting them with their recent murder. Had these people suddenly developed better feelings toward the Lord they'd put to death? Had their natures grown gentler and their malice disappeared? No. The same sovereign who had loosened the reins of their malicious corruption to execute the master and purchase redemption now curbed that same corruption from breaking out against the servants, all to further the spread of redemption's message. The one who restrains hell's roaring lion also restrains his cubs on earth. Both he and they must have permission before they can lift a finger to cause harm, no matter how malicious their nature and will might be. God's empire extends over the malice of devils just as much as over the nature of beasts. The lions outside the den, just as much as those inside the den, are bridled by him for the sake of his faithful people. His dominion is above that of earthly rulers and spiritual powers. Their decrees are at his mercy, whether they'll stand or fall depends on him. He has the deciding vote above their most stubborn resolutions. His single word, I will or I forbid, outweighs the most determined plans of all the mighty tyrants of earth, whether they're meeting in secret councils or forming alliances. Isaiah chapter 8 verses 9-10, Band yourselves together, you peoples, and you'll be shattered. Take counsel together, and it will come to nothing. When the enemy comes in like a flood with violent, irresistible force, intending nothing but destruction and devastation, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against them. Isaiah chapter 59 verse 19. He'll suddenly check them, dampen their spirits, and bring them to a halt. When Laban furiously pursued Jacob, intending to harm him, God commanded him to do otherwise. Genesis chapter 31 verse 24. Would Laban have respected the command any more than he respected natural law when he worshipped idols? Not unless God had exercised his authority by inclining Laban's will to obey, restraining his natural inclinations, or refusing to cooperate with his evil intentions. Calming the forces that stir up trouble in people's hearts and quieting the noise of the sea are both proofs of divine dominion. Neither one is within the power of even the most powerful earthly ruler without God's help. Just as no king can command a raging sea to be calm, no king can order a tumultuous people to be still. Scripture puts these together as equally parts of God's unique authority, Psalm 65:7, which stills the noise of the seas and the tumult of the peoples. David acknowledges God's sovereignty more than his own in subduing the people under him, Psalm 18:47. This is where God's empire shines most brilliantly, Psalm 29:10. The Lord sits upon the floods, yes, the Lord sits as king forever, a king who can never be overthrown. He rules not only over the natural floods of the sea that would naturally overflow the world, but also over the metaphorical floods and tumults of people, the sea in every wicked person's heart, which is more likely to rage morally than the literal sea is to foam naturally. If you'll accept an angel's interpretation, waters and floods in prophetic language represent unstable and changeable people, Revelation chapter 17 verses 1 and 15. The waters where the prostitute sits are peoples and multitudes and nations and languages. That's how the angel explained the vision to John, verse 1. Even the pagans recognized this aspect of God's sovereignty in his inward restraint of people. Those appearances of gods and goddesses in Homer's writings, showing up to great men when they were in a fury, were nothing else, according to the wisest philosophers, than God exercising his sovereignty by calming their passions, checking their improper intentions, and controlling impulses that their rage was driving them toward. And truly, if God didn't set boundaries on the storms in people's hearts, we'd soon witness the death not only of religion but of basic civilization. One would be snuffed out and the other torn up by the roots. 4. God's dominion shows itself when he defeats people's purposes and schemes. God often makes a mockery of human projects. He accomplishes what they never dreamed of while disappointing what they confidently planned. He's present at every secret meeting, laughs at people's formal and carefully studied plans, and has his hand over every scheme they hatch. He thwarts their best laid designs, undermines their plots, breaks the machinery they've spent years building, and diverts people's intentions like a mighty wind blows an arrow away from the target the archer aimed for. Job chapter 5 verse 12. He frustrates the plans of the crafty, so that their hands can't carry out their schemes. He catches the wise in their own cleverness, and the plans of the devious are quickly brought to nothing. Enemies often draw up exact blueprints of their intended actions, organize their forces, set their meeting points, and think they'll make quick work of those they hate. But God, through his sovereign dominion, tips the scales. He changes the gloom of the oppressed into sunshine and the enemy's sunshine into darkness. When nations gathered against Zion and said, "Let her be defiled, and let us gloat over Zion," Micah chapter 4 verse 11, what does God do? Verse 12, he will gather them, those conspiring nations, like sheaves to the threshing floor. Then he sounds a trumpet call to Zion, "Get up and thresh, daughter of Zion, for I will give you horns of iron and hooves of bronze, you will break to pieces many nations. I will devote their ill-gotten gains to the Lord, their wealth to the Lord of all the earth. I'll make them and their plans, them and their strength, into monuments and clear markers of my empire over the whole earth." When you see the cleverest schemes ruined by some small thing getting in the way, when you see people of deep wisdom become foolish, lose their way, and grope at midday as if it were night, Job chapter 5 verse 14, confused even on a straight path, when you see the hopes of mighty attackers crushed into despair, their victories turned into funerals, and their joyful expectations into sorrowful disappointments, when you see the weak, who were marked for destruction, become victorious, and the most arrogant defeated in their purposes, then you're reading God's dominion in the ruin of such schemes. How often does God destroy the heart and spirit of grand designs by simply removing one person from the world? How often does he cut off the spirit of rulers, Psalm 76:12, either from the world through death, or from carrying out their projects through some unforeseen interruption, or from supporting those plots they once cherished by changing their minds? How often has confidence in God and faithful prayer sharpened the weakest and smallest number of weapons to slaughter those who trusted in their flesh? How often has arrogance been disappointed and the despised enemy celebrated with the spoils of those who proudly expected victory? Phidias made the statue of Nemesis, revenge, at Marathon from the very marble that the proud Persians, despising the weakness of the Athenian forces, had brought with them to build a victory monument for a triumph they expected but never achieved. Haman's neck was suddenly in the noose when the Jews' necks were supposed to be on the chopping block. Julian planned the destruction of all Christians just before his chest was pierced by an unexpected arrow. The gunpowder plot conspirators were all ready to light the fuse when heaven's sovereign hand snatched away the match. This is how the great Lord of the world cuts down people at the peak of their schemes, when they seem to threaten heaven and earth. He snuffs out the candle of the wicked, which they thought would light their way to accomplish their purposes. He turns their own plans into a curse on themselves and a blessing to their enemies, and makes his greatest enemies contribute to fulfilling his purposes. We can notice God's absolute control over things in private matters too, when we see one person with little wisdom and small effort have great success, while others with greater wisdom and much more hard work watch their ventures melt between their fingers. Solomon observed, "The race is not to the swift or the battle to the strong, nor does food come to the wise or wealth to the brilliant or favor to the learned." Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 11. Many things can step in to stop the fastest runner in his race and dampen the courage of the most brave. Things don't happen according to people's abilities, but according to God's overruling authority. God has never yet given anyone dominion over his own path, any more than he's made anyone lord of his own time. A person's way is not his own. It is not for someone who walks to direct his steps. Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 23. He's given people the power to act, but not the sovereignty to guarantee success. He even makes the very things people intended for their security turn into their ruin. Pilate handed over Christ to be considered Caesar's friend, but Caesar soon became his enemy, removed him from office, and sent him into exile. The Jews thought that by crucifying Christ they'd keep the Roman armies away from them, but this actually hastened their advance through God's sovereign control, which ended in complete devastation. He makes judges into fools, Job chapter 12 verse 17, by removing his light from their understanding and letting them continue in the emptiness of their own spirits, so that his sovereignty in managing things becomes more obvious. He's known to be Lord when he traps the wicked by the work of their own hands, Psalm 9:16. You've seen much of this truth in your own experience, and if I'm not mistaken, you'll see much more yet. 5. God's dominion shows itself when he sends his judgments on whoever he chooses. He kills and makes alive, he wounds and heals whomever he pleases. His thunderbolts are his own, and he can hurl them at whatever targets he thinks right. He has the right, in the way of justice, to punish all people. He has his choice, in the way of sovereignty, to pick out whoever he wants to make examples of. Couldn't some nations be just as wicked as Sodom and Gomorrah, yet never get scorched by the same dreadful flames? Zoar was left untouched while the other cities, her neighbors, were burned to ashes. Haven't there been places and people who followed in Sodom's guilt? Yet only those cities were separated by his sovereign authority to become examples of his eternal vengeance. Jude 7. Why aren't sinners today, who are just like those ancient ones, scalded to death by the same fiery drops? It's because that's his pleasure. The same reason explains why he would justly cut off the Jews for their sins while leaving the Gentiles untouched in the midst of their idol worship. When the church was consumed because of her sins, they acknowledged God's sovereignty in this. We are the clay, and you are our potter, we are all the work of your hand. Isaiah chapter 64 verses 7 through 8. You have the freedom to break us or preserve us. Judgments move according to God's orders. When the sword has a mission against Ashkelon and the seashore, that's exactly where it must march, and it won't touch any other place or person along the way, even though there might be enough wrongdoing to deserve punishment. When the prophet spoke to the sword, "O sword of the Lord, how long before you'll be quiet? Put yourself back in your sheath, rest and be still," the prophet answers for the sword. How can it be quiet, since the Lord has given it a mission against Ashkelon? That's where he's appointed it to go. Jeremiah chapter 47 verses 6 through 7. If he's appointed a judgment against London or Westminster, or any other place, that's where it will fall, that's where it will strike, and nowhere else without a similar command. God, as sovereign, gives instructions to every judgment, when and against whom it should march, what cities and what people it should target. And they obey him exactly, as a sovereign Lord. All creatures stand ready for his call and are prepared to be executioners of his vengeance when he speaks the word. They're his armies by creation and lined up for his service. At the sound of his trumpet or beat of his drum, they gather together with weapons in hand to carry out his orders exactly. 6. God's dominion shows itself in appointing every person's calling and position in the world. If the hairs of every person's head fall under his sovereign care, then each person's calling, through which they're meant to glorify God and serve their generation, which matters far more than hair, certainly falls under his dominion. He's the master of the great family and assigns everyone their work as he pleases. The entire work of the Messiah, the timing of every action as well as the hour of his suffering, was ordered and appointed by God. All separation to preach the gospel was by God's sovereign arrangement. Romans chapter 1 verse 1. By the same exercise of his authority that makes him set the boundaries of people's dwelling places. Acts chapter 17 verse 26, he also prescribes the nature of their work. The one who assigned Adam, humanity's father, his work and workplace, tending the garden, Genesis chapter 2 verse 15, doesn't let any of his descendants make their own choices without his sovereign direction influencing them. Though our callings are our work, they come by God's order, and in them we're meant to be faithful to our great master and ruler. 7. God's dominion shows itself in the means and occasions of people's conversion. Sometimes one occasion, sometimes another. One word lets a person go, another arrests them and brings them before God and their own conscience. It's all as God gives the order. He lets Paul become a prisoner at Jerusalem so his case wouldn't be decided there, moves him to appeal to Caesar, not just to make him a prisoner but a preacher in Caesar's court, and turns his chains into an opportunity to bring in a harvest of converts in Nero's palace. His imprisonment for Christ became well known throughout the whole palace guard. Philippians chapter 1 verses 12 through 13, not just bare knowledge of his chains, but God's sovereign design in those chains and their success. Bare knowledge of them wouldn't have made others more confident about the gospel, as verse 14 shows, without a providential purpose behind them. Onesimus, running away from his master, is guided by God's sovereign order into Paul's company and through that into Christ's arms. The one who came as a runaway returns as a Christian, Philemon 10:15. Some people have had their understanding awakened to consider and their will stirred to conversion through severe affliction by divine sovereignty. Monica, nicknamed Tosspot for her drinking, was brought to examine her ways and reform her life. A word has accomplished at one time what had often fallen without any fruit before. Many have come to soak up the minister's eloquence and found in the honey for their ears a sting for their conscience. Augustine had no other purpose in going to hear Ambrose than to sample his famous oratory. But while Ambrose spoke a language to his ear, God spoke a heavenly dialect to his heart. No reason can be given for the order, timing, and influence of these things except God's sovereign pleasure. He'll attend one occasion and season with his blessing and not another. 8. God's dominion shows itself in controlling people's lives. He keeps the key of death, just like the key of the womb, in his own hand. He's given people life but not the power to dispose of it or lay it down at their pleasure. That's why he's commanded people not to murder, not others, not themselves. People must wait for his call and permission to dispose of their bodily life. Why does he cut the thread of this person's life while spinning another's out for a longer term? Why does one die an inglorious death while another dies more honorably? One quietly slips away in the crowd while another is made a sacrifice for God's honor or their country's safety. This is a mark of honor he gives to one and not another. To you it has been granted, Philippians chapter 1 verse 29. The manner of Peter's death was specifically appointed, John chapter 21 verse 19. Why does a small, minor disease, against all medical rules and the judgment of the best doctors, drive one person's soul from their body, while a much worse disease is conquered in another person, who gets discharged to enjoy more time in the land of the living? Is this really the result of medical treatment, or of the sovereign controller of all things? If treatment alone did it, the same treatment would always produce the same results and would more easily master a small illness than a giant one. Our times are in God's hands alone, Psalm 31:15, either to cut short or extend long. Just as his sovereignty created the first marriage bond, so he reserves the sole authority to himself to make the separation. 4th, God's dominion shows itself in his being a redeemer, just as much as in being lawgiver, owner, and governor. His sovereignty was clear in creation, when he gave this or that piece of matter a more excellent form than another. He was a lawgiver to people and angels, prescribing rules according to his own will's counsel. These were his creatures and completely at his disposal. But in redemption, sovereignty is exercised over the Son, the second person of the Trinity, who's equal with the Father in essence and works, through whom the worlds were created and by whom they hold together. The whole gospel is nothing else but a declaration of his sovereign pleasure concerning Christ and concerning us in him. That's why it's called the mystery of his will, Ephesians chapter 1 verse 9. God's will is distinct from Christ's will, a purpose within himself that nothing else moved him toward. The whole design was formed in the Godhead and was as much the purpose of his sovereign will as it was the plan of his immense wisdom. He decreed, in his own pleasure, to have the second person take on our nature in order to deliver humanity from the misery it had fallen into. The entire gospel and all its privileges are resolved in that chapter into God's will and pleasure. That's why God is called the head of Christ, 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 3. Just as Christ is superior to all people, and men are superior to women, so God is superior to Christ and of more prominent dignity. In regard to appointing him as mediator, Christ is subject to God, as the body is to the head. Head is a title of government and sovereignty. Magistrates were called the heads of the people. Just as Christ is the head of humanity, so God is the head of Christ. And just as people are subject to Christ, so Christ is subject to God. This isn't in regard to his divine nature, where there's equality and consequently no dominion or jurisdiction. Nor is it only in his human nature, but in the arrangement of being a Redeemer, considered as one who was appointed and consented to become incarnate and take our flesh. So after this agreement, God had a sovereign right to direct him according to the terms they agreed to. In regard to his undertaking and the benefit he would bring to God's chosen people on earth, he calls God by the solemn title of his Lord in that prophetic psalm about him, Psalm 16:2, I say to the Lord, you are my Lord, apart from you I have no good thing. I speak of the faithful who are in the land. This seems to be Christ speaking from heaven, mentioning the saints on earth as being at a distance from him. I can add nothing to your majesty's glory, but the whole fruit of my mediation and sufferings will flow to the saints on earth. We can observe that God is called the Lord of hosts in the evangelical prophets Isaiah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, more in reference to this work of redemption and the church's deliverance than for any of his other works of providence in the world. 1. God's sovereignty shows up clearly in his requirement that sin be paid for. If God had just let humanity off the hook after the fall and forgiven our rebellion without requiring proper compensation for the injury we caused him, his authority would have been trashed. People would constantly be challenging his rule, leading to an endless cycle of rebellions on our part. And if God kept responding with endless pardons on his part, he would have completely abandoned his authority over humanity and stripped away the crown jewel of his sovereignty. Someone had to pay the price for this rebellion, either the person who rebelled or someone else standing in their place. Demanding payment right after the first sin was much better for preserving God's divine sovereignty than waiting until after countless repeated revolts. God would have had to abandon his authority entirely if he'd completely stopped requiring punishment for human sin. 2. God's sovereignty also appears in his appointment of Christ to do this work of redemption. His sovereignty was already clear over angels and people through his right as creator. The only thing missing to show the ultimate extent of that authority was ordering his own Son to become a mortal creature, the Lord of everything, becoming lower than those very angels who, along with everything else, had received their existence and beauty from him. In his death, Christ was counted among the dust and refuse of the world. The one through whom God created all things didn't just become a man, but a crucified man, according to his Father's will, Galatians chapter 1 verse 4, who gave himself for our sins according to the will of God. This connects to that statement in Proverbs chapter 8 verse 22 about his being possessed by God in the beginning of his way. Possession means having dominion over something. The possessor has control. Christ was possessed as a son through eternal generation, but he was also possessed at the beginning of God's creative works as a mediator through special appointment. This seems to be what the verse means, especially if you read through verse 31, where Christ talks about his rejoicing in the habitable part of his earth, the earth belonging to the great God who designed him for this special work of redemption. He was a son by nature, but a mediator by God's will. Because of this, Christ is often called God's servant, which shows a relationship to God as Lord. Since God is the Lord of all things, dominion over everything beneath him can't be separated from him. In this sense, everything Christ was supposed to do and actually did was carried out by him as God's will. Christ himself expresses this in the prophecy, Psalm 47, Look, I'm coming. Verse 8, I delight to do your will. These are brought together in Hebrews chapter 10 verse 7. Look, I'm coming to do your will, O God. Designing Christ for this work was an act of mercy, but it was based on God's sovereignty. His compassionate heart might have felt pity for us without being sovereign, but without sovereignty he couldn't have actually helped us. It was the decision of his own will, as much as of his compassion. No one was his counselor or talked him into showing that mercy, Romans chapter 11 verse 34, who has been his counselor. This refers to that mercy of sending the deliverer out of Zion, verse 26, as well as the other things the apostle had been discussing. Just as God was free to create or not create, he was free to redeem or not redeem, and free to choose whether to appoint Christ to this work or not call him to it. In giving this command to his Son, God's sovereignty was exercised in a higher way than in all the orders and instructions he's ever given to people or angels, and all the jobs he's ever sent them to do. Christ has titles that show there's authority over him. He's called an angel and a messenger, Malachi chapter 3 verse 1, an apostle, Hebrews chapter 3 verse 1. This shows that God has just as much authority over him as over the angels sent on his errands, or over the apostles commissioned by his authority, when Christ is considered in his role as mediator. 3. God's sovereignty shows up in how he transferred our sins to Christ. Only the supreme power in a nation can authorize or allow someone to trade punishments. It's part of being sovereign to transfer the penalty one person deserves to someone else, and to substitute a willing sufferer in place of a criminal you want to deliver from deserved punishment. God transferred human sins to Christ and punished him for them. He added up humanity's debts, put them on Christ's account, crediting him with the guilt and making him pay the penalty. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 6 says, "The Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He made them all pile up on Christ's back. He made him to be sin for us." 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 21. Christ was made sin by God's sovereign choice, a punishment for sin, as most people understand it. This punishment couldn't have been righteously given if sin hadn't first been righteously credited to Christ, with his consent and by order of the world's judge. Only God could directly make this transfer because he was the only one we owed. A creditor isn't required to accept someone else's guarantee for a debt. It's totally up to them whether they will or not. But when they do accept a guarantor, they can demand payment from him as if he were the original debtor himself. Christ made himself sin for us by voluntary submission, and God made him sin for us by complete transfer, treating him with punishment just like he would have treated those sinners whose place Christ took. Without this sovereign act from God, we would have been lost forever. Even if we could imagine Christ laying down his life for us without God's pleasure and command, you couldn't say he bore our punishment. What could he have experienced in his humanity except physical death? But we owed much more than that. We owed God's wrath, which far exceeds the disaster of mere bodily death. Since the soul was the main culprit in the crime, it had to be the main target of punishment. God's wrath couldn't have fallen on Christ's soul and filled it with such agonies without God's direct action. No created being can reach the soul, either to comfort or terrorize it. And God's justice couldn't have made Christ suffer if it hadn't first considered him a sinner either by transfer or by actually having sin in his own person and committing crimes himself. The second option was completely foreign to Christ, who was holy, harmless, and undefiled. So he must be considered in that first state, sin by transfer, which couldn't happen without God's sovereign appointment or at least permission. Without it, Christ would have had no more authority to lay down his life for us than Abraham would have had to sacrifice his son, or any person to expose themselves to death without a calling. No case could have been made in heaven's court, either by Christ for us or by us for ourselves. And even though the death of such a great person would have been valuable in itself, it wouldn't have been valuable for us or accepted for us. Christ is delivered up by him, Romans chapter 8 verse 32, in every part of his condition and suffering, and for this purpose, that we might become the righteousness of God in him, 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 21. This means we could have the righteousness of him who is God credited to us, or that we could have a righteousness as great and matching God's own righteousness, exactly what God required. It was an act of divine sovereignty to count the one who was righteous as a sinner in our place, and to count us who were sinners as righteous based on the merit of his death. 4. This whole thing was done by God's command, by God acting as lawgiver, having supreme legislative and commanding authority. In this sense, Christ's entire work is said to be an answer to a law, not one given to him from outside, but put into his heart, just like the law of nature was originally placed in humanity's heart. Psalm 47:8 says, "Your law is within my heart." This law wasn't the natural or moral law, though that was also in Christ's heart, but the command to do those things necessary for our salvation, and it wasn't so much a command of doing as of dying. The moral law in Christ's heart wouldn't have done us any good without this mediatorial law. We would have stayed exactly where we were if he had only kept the moral law's requirements without suffering its penalty. The law in Christ's heart was the law of suffering, or dying, doing for us through his death what the blood of sacrifices couldn't accomplish. Legal sacrifices you didn't want, your law is within my heart, meaning your law ordered me to be a sacrifice. It was this law that his obedience principally satisfied and valued, and that was primarily his passive obedience, his obedience to death, Philippians chapter 2 verse 8. This was the special command he received from God, that he should die, John chapter 10 verse 18. It's not entirely clear when this command was given, whether after Christ's incarnation, or at the moment he was appointed as mediator, during the transaction between the Father and the Son concerning redemption. The promise was given before the world began, Titus chapter 1 verse 2. Couldn't the command have been given before the world began to Christ, considered in his role as mediator and redeemer? Commands and promises usually go together, every covenant is made up of both. Christ, considered here as the Son of God in his divine nature, wasn't capable of receiving commands or promises. But considered in his relationship as mediator between God and humanity, he was capable of both. Promises of help were made before his actual incarnation. The prophets are full of them. So why not commands for his obedience, since long before his incarnation he was already saying through the prophet, "Your law is within my heart." Either way, it was a command, a law, which is a result of divine sovereignty. Just as God's sovereignty was challenged and violated by Adam's disobedience, it could be acknowledged and vindicated by Christ's obedience. Just as we fell by disloyalty to God's authority, we could rise by the highest submission to it in another head, infinitely superior in his person to Adam, through whom we fell. 5. Here's where God's sovereignty really shows itself, in how he elevated Christ to such supreme authority as our Redeemer. Now, some people argue that Christ's human nature naturally deserved this sovereignty because it was united with his divine nature. It's like a woman from humble beginnings who marries a prince, she automatically gets certain rights in the kingdom simply because she's now one with the king. But let's set that argument aside, because Scripture makes it absolutely clear that God gave Christ this authority purely by his own sovereign choice. Just as Christ himself was a gift from God's sovereign will to us, this authority was also a gift from God's sovereign will to Christ. Jesus himself declared, "All power is given to me," Matthew chapter 28 verse 28. God gave him to be head over all things to the church, Ephesians chapter 1 verse 22, and gave him a name above every name, Philippians chapter 2 verse 9. That's exactly why the throne Christ sits on is called the throne of his Father, Revelation chapter 3 verse 21. The Father committed all judgment to the Son, meaning all government and dominion, complete authority in heaven and earth, John chapter 5 verse 22. And he did this because Christ is the Son of Man, verse 27. This could mean the Father gave him authority to exercise judgment and government as the Son of Man, authority he originally possessed as the Son of God. But more likely, it means that because Christ became a servant and humbled himself to death, God gave him this authority as the reward for his obedience and humility. This perfectly aligns with Philippians chapter 2 verse 9. Think about what an incredible display this is of God's supreme sovereignty. He essentially veiled his own authority in a sense, bringing into partnership with himself, or rather, into service under himself. Christ's human nature is united to his divine nature. God didn't just lift Christ's human nature above all the angels, he gave this person in our human nature complete dominion over beings whose nature was more excellent than ours. And God's sovereignty appears in every aspect of how Christ manages his kingly office, because it's all carried out according to God's design. Ezekiel chapter 37 verses 24 through 25 captures this perfectly. David, my servant, shall be king over them, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. Christ will rule as prince over them, but he remains God's servant in that role, in how he exercises it and for how long. God's sovereignty stands paramount over everything Christ has done as priest or will do as king. Use 1. For instruction. 1. How great is the contempt of this sovereignty of God? Man naturally wants to be free from God's rule, preferring to be a slave under his own desires instead. People absolutely hate God's sovereignty as their lawgiver, Leviticus chapter 26 verse 43. Even the Israelites, the best people in the world, were naturally inclined not just to despise but to hate his laws. There isn't a single law of God that our corrupt hearts don't find disgusting. How often do people wish God hadn't made this or that law that rubs them the wrong way? And when they wish that, they're really wishing he weren't sovereign at all, or at least not the kind of sovereign he actually is by nature, but one that fits their corrupt preferences instead. This is the great fight between God and humanity, who's going to be the ultimate ruler, him or us. If people had their way, God wouldn't rule even one village anywhere in the world. His vote wouldn't count for anything. Every single one of his laws gets treated with contempt because of how twisted we are. Proverbs chapter 1 verse 21. You've rejected all my advice and wanted nothing to do with my correction. The Greek version puts it even stronger. You've stripped all my guidance of any authority. Human nature simply can't stand even one command from God or one rebuke from him. That's exactly why God has to bring judgments on the world, to force people to recognize his authority whether they like it or not. Psalm 59:13. Lord, destroy them in your anger, and let them know that God rules in Jacob to the ends of the earth. God's rule isn't disrespected by any other creature in this world except humans. Everything else obeys him by following his design, whether in their normal behavior or when they act unusually, they do exactly what they're commissioned to do. Only humans speak against the grain of all creation, and we don't have anyone to copy us among all the creatures in heaven and earth, only those in hell. People are actually more impatient with God's authority than they are with human authority. There aren't nearly as many rebellions by people against their earthly superiors and fellow humans as there are against God. When we sin willingly and easily, we're basically saying God's authority is no bigger deal than any human's. Hosea chapter 6 verse 7. They, like ordinary people, have broken my covenant. They've treated breaking my covenant as casually as breaking some agreement with a regular person. That's how little they think of God's authority. When you disrespect divine authority like that, you're essentially trying to strip God of his deity. To attack his sovereignty is to stab at his very nature as God, because one can't survive without the other. His life would die along with his authority. How incredibly low and animalistic it is for worthless dust and crumbling clay to rise up against God's majesty. He sits on his throne in heaven and rules with his scepter over every part of the world, a majesty that makes demons shake and the highest angels tremble. It's like a thistle that any wild animal could instantly trample thinking it could take on a cedar of Lebanon. As the saying goes in 2 Kings chapter 14 verse 9, let's think about this in general terms first, and then look at how people actually live this out day to day. First, in general. 1. All sin, by its very nature, shows contempt for God's authority. Just as every act of obedience confirms the law and acknowledges the lawgiver's authority, Deuteronomy chapter 27 verse 26, every violation of it is basically a conspiracy against the lawgiver's sovereignty. When we set up our will against God's will, we're challenging his authority, just like when we set up our reasoning against God's methods, we're challenging his wisdom. The whole point of every sinful act is to try to grab the scepter right out of God's hand. God's authority is the first thing about him that sin takes aim at. That's why it's called transgression of his law, 1 John chapter 3 verse 4, and therefore a slap in the face to God's majesty. When we don't keep his commands, it's called forgetting God, Deuteronomy chapter 8 verse 11, meaning we've forgotten that he's our absolute Lord. Just as the first thing we understand about God as creator is his sovereignty, the first thing sin attacked when it broke the law was his sovereignty as lawgiver. Breaking the law dishonors God, Romans chapter 2 verse 23, it's like ripping the crown off his head. When we obey our own will instead of God's will, we're basically saying we prefer ourselves as our own rulers over him. Sin wrongs and injures God, not in his essence, that's beyond any creature's reach, or in anything that would actually benefit him or serve his own interests. It's not an injury to God and himself, but to his authority, to the things that relate to his glory. It's refusing to acknowledge his rightful claim and not using his stuff according to his wishes. That's why the whole world could be called what God calls Chaldea, a land of rebels, Jeremiah chapter 50 verse 21, go up against the land of Merathaim, or rebels. Rebels not against the Jews, but against God himself. The apostle shows us just how massive the opposition in human hearts is to God's supremacy with this powerful statement, Romans chapter 8 verse 7, the carnal mind is enmity against God, meaning it's hostile to God's authority, because it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. It doesn't just refuse to submit to this part or that part, but to the whole thing, to every trace of divine authority in it. It won't lay down its weapons against God. Actually, it can't help but keep fighting against him. A carnal mind can no more fulfill the law than a sovereign God can disown it. God is so holy that he can't change a righteous law, and humans are so opposed that we don't care about, actually, we can't fulfill, even one tiny detail of it. That's how much human nature bristles against God's majesty. Now, being hostile to the law, which happens in every sin, means we're twisted against the authority of the God who made that law. 2. All sin, by its very nature, tries to steal God's unique sovereignty, and this was probably the first thing the devil went after. Scripture gives us some insight that pride was the devil's sin. The apostle warns against choosing someone who's newly converted as a bishop, 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 6, lest, being lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of the devil, meaning he'd fall into the same sin the devil was condemned for. But it's not so easy to figure out exactly how this pride showed itself. The early church fathers generally thought it was the devil trying to take over God's throne, basing this on Isaiah chapter 14 verse 12, How you've fallen, O Lucifer, son of the morning. For you said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Now, the prophet is definitely talking about the king of Babylon there, calling him out for his pride and giving him the title Lucifer, maybe comparing him to the devil in his pride. But if that's the case, then it clearly shows the devil's specific sin, trying to grab a share of God's sovereignty. Some people strengthen this theory by looking at the name of the archangel who fought against Satan, Jude 9, Michael, which means who is like God. The angel's name gives the victory to God, suggesting the devil had the opposite attitude, thinking he could be like God. It's likely his sin was wanting to be equal with God in ruling, or wanting freedom from God's sovereign authority. We can see this because that's exactly the kind of thing he whispered to humans in their first temptation. You'll be like gods, Genesis chapter 3 verse 5. Even though that was specifically about knowledge, since knowledge makes you fit to govern, it probably extended to that too. But it's clearly him trying to convince them they could be somewhat equal with God and independent from him as their superior. What had been so devastating to him, he figured would work just as well to ruin humanity. And since the devil has always tried to get worship for himself that only belongs to God, wanting to be served as if he were the God of this world, always trying to be worshipped as the supreme God on earth, it's not unreasonable to think he tried to invade God's supremacy in heaven and attempted to be like the Most High before he got kicked out, just like he's been trying to be like the Most High ever since. Since the devil and the Antichrist are so closely related and similar in character according to John and Revelation, why couldn't the sin of the Antichrist, who's made in his image, also be Satan's sin, to exalt himself above all that is called God, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 4, and sit as God in his temple, wanting to share in God's throne and worship? Whether it was this, or trying to grab unaccountable control over created things, or, since he was the top angel and the most brilliant of that magnificent company, maybe he thought he was qualified to rule with God over everything else. Or if his sin was envy, as some think, toward humanity's happiness in paradise, it was still picking a fight with God's authority and his right to give his own gifts and favors to whoever he wants. That's why he's called Belial, 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 14 through 15. What harmony does Christ have with Belial? Meaning with the devil, someone without a yoke, as the word Belial means. 3. It's even clearer that this was Adam's sin. Adam's first act was to exercise lordship over the animals by naming them, a clear sign of dominion, Genesis chapter 2 verse 19. His next act was to try taking lordship over God by rebelling against him. After he'd written the first mark of his own God-given authority in the names he gave the creatures, and after those creatures acknowledged their dependence on him as their ruler, Adam refused to acknowledge his own dependence on God. As soon as the Lord of the world had given him the power he'd allocated to him, Adam tried to strip his Lord of what he'd kept for himself. Adam wasn't content just putting a yoke on the other creatures. He wanted to shake off God's yoke from himself and be subject to no one but his own will. That's why Adam's sin is specifically called disobedience, Romans chapter 5 verse 19. You see, eating the apple wasn't morally evil in itself, but it contradicted God's direct command and order. In doing this, Adam rejected God's right to command him or to reserve anything for his own use. The language all his descendants speak, "Let us break his bands, and cast away his cords from us," Psalm 2:3, was learned from Adam in that very act. The next act we read about was Cain murdering Abel, which invaded God's rights by assuming authority to dispose of his brother's life, a life God had given and whose end God had reserved in his own hands. And Cain kept up the same rebellion when God came to examine him and asked where his brother was. How scornful his answer was. Genesis chapter 4 verse 9, "Am I my brother's keeper?" It's as if he'd said, "What business do you have examining me? Or what obligation do I have to give you an account of him?" As one writer put it, it's like he said, "Go look for him yourself." God's sovereignty didn't remain undisturbed as soon as it appeared in creation. The devils rebelled against it in heaven, and man tried to banish it from the earth. 4. God's sovereignty hasn't been any less invaded by human power grabs. Just look at the Roman Catholic hierarchy. They've tried to usurp God's prerogatives. The Pope prohibits what God has allowed: priests getting married, giving both the cup and the bread in communion, eating certain foods at special times, foods that God has blessed. And they forbid these things under threat of damnation. It's an invasion of God's rights to forbid the use of what God has granted, as though the earth and everything in it no longer belongs to the Lord, but to the Pope. It's even worse to forbid what God has commanded, as if Christ overstepped his own authority when he told everyone to drink the communion wine as well as eat the bread. No master would put up with a servant who permits what the master forbids and forbids what the master allows, acting like the boss instead of the employee. Add to this the pardoning of sins, as if the Pope had the only key to God's treasury of mercy. There's the disposing of crowns and kingdoms at his pleasure, as if God had given up his title as King of Kings and handed it over to Rome. Then there's allowing public brothels, giving dispensations for incestuous marriages, as if God acted more like a tyrant than a righteous sovereign when he forbade these things. They strip Jews of their property when they convert to Christianity, as if stealing people's goods is the way to teach them self-denial, the first lesson of Christian faith. So God gets no honor from the Jew without Christians breaking his law through theft. They grant years of indulgences for trivial acts, repeating so many Ave Marias and Lord's prayers in a day. They canonize saints, claim the keys of heaven, hand out its honors and glory, and set up creatures as objects of religious worship. In all this, the Pope fits the Apostle's description, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 4, of showing himself that he is God by claiming power that belongs only to divine sovereignty. He exalts himself above God by permitting things that God's law never allowed but has strictly prohibited. This controlling of God's sovereignty, not allowing him the rights of his crown, is the heart and soul of many errors. Why do people deny the decrees of election and passing by? Because they won't acknowledge God as the sovereign ruler of his creatures. Why do they deny effectual calling and powerful grace? Because they won't allow God to be the owner and distributor of his own goods. Why do they deny Christ's satisfaction for sin? Because they won't allow God the power to uphold his own law in whatever way he chooses. Most human errors can be traced back to denying God's sovereignty. They all have a trace of Adam's first evil attitude. Second, God's sovereignty is despised in how people actually live. 1. As he is a lawgiver. 1. When laws are made and enforced in any country that go against God's law, it's part of God's sovereignty to be a lawgiver. Not obeying his law breaks his right to govern, but it's outright treason against God's crown when anyone creates laws that stamp the opposite of heaven's mark. By doing this, they reject their proper submission and compete with God for control. They snatch supremacy away from him and act like they're more in charge than the sovereign monarch of the world. When people won't let God be the judge of good and evil, but cast their own vote to override his and establish their own, well, they're not content to be like gods under the supreme God, sitting at his feet. They don't even want to be equal with him, sitting as his partner on the throne. They want to be above him, to tower over and eclipse his crown. That's a boldness that makes the serpent in the first temptation look downright modest by comparison. The serpent advised our first parents to try being like gods, but not above him. He would weaken one of God's laws, but not create an opposite law for them to follow. That's exactly what Nebuchadnezzar did when he set up a golden image to be worshipped, Daniel 3, as if he had power to mint gods as well as conquer people, to stamp deity on a piece of gold just like he put his own face on his coins. Darius did much the same thing when his flatterers convinced him to ban anyone from praying to God for 30 days, as though God couldn't receive worship without a license from a foolish piece of clay, Daniel chapter 6 verse 7. Henry III of France did something similar with his edict that silenced heads of households from praying with their families. It's an even greater contempt of God's authority when good people are crushed by raw power simply for not following such laws, as if human rulers had real sovereignty over people's consciences, more than God himself. When an angel from God commanded the apostles to preach Christ's teaching in the temple, Acts chapter 5 verses 19 through 20, they were dragged away by guards to face the council, verse 26. And what did those politicians say to them? They spoke as absolutely as God himself could speak to any lawbreakers. Didn't we strictly command you not to teach in this name? Verse 28. It's enough that we gave you a command to be quiet and stop publishing this doctrine about Jesus. It's not your place to examine our decrees, just rest in our orders like loyal subjects and comply with your rulers. They might have added, even if it damns your souls. How those rulers tried to control the apostles by nothing more than their absolute whim. And even though God had taken their side by delivering them from the prison where they'd locked them up the day before, not one person on that whole council had the sense or honesty to call it fighting against God, except Gamaliel, verse 39. People are so foolishly eager to put themselves in God's place and grab jurisdiction over people's consciences. They assume that laws made against God's interests and commands must carry more weight than the laws God himself created. 2. God's sovereignty is despised when people make additions to God's laws. A sovereign lawgiver's authority gets invaded and insulted when someone lower down presumes to make orders that are equal to his commands. It's a crime against heaven to set up an authority separate from God's, or to require anything as necessary for worship without being able to show a divine commission for it. God was always so protective of this part of his authority that he wouldn't allow anything to be made in the tabernacle, not a single vessel or instrument, unless he himself had prescribed it. Make everything according to all that I show you, following the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all its instruments. Exodus chapter 25 verse 9. This is strictly emphasized again in verse 40. See that you make them after their pattern, pay attention, beware of doing anything on your own initiative and competing with my authority. It was the same later with the temple that replaced the tabernacle. God gave the model of it to David and made him understand in writing by his hand upon him, all the works of this pattern. 1 Chronicles chapter 28 verse 19. Neither Moses, who had royal authority and was king in Yeshurun, nor David, who was a man after God's own heart and called to the throne by God's special providence, nor Aaron and the high priests who followed him in the priestly office, none of them had any authority from God to do anything in designing the tabernacle or temple on their own. God blocked them from anything like that by giving them an exact pattern, because this aspect of his crown was always so precious to him. Later, the power to appoint officers and ordinances in the church was delegated to Christ. This was among the royal privileges given to him, which he fully used for building up the body. Ephesians chapter 4 verses 11 through 12. The Spirit of God praises him for being faithful, as Moses was in all his house, to the one who appointed him. Hebrews chapter 3 verse 2. Faithfulness in a trust means carefully following directions. God was still so protective of this that even Christ the Son should do nothing in this area without appointment and pattern, any more than Moses the servant should. Verses 5 to 6. It seems to be natural instinct to trace the origin of all worship practices back to God. That's why in all those various ceremonies among the pagans, there was hardly any that they didn't imagine came from the dictates and orders of some of their supposed gods, rather than from purely human authority. What an intrusion on God's rights the papacy has made. Look at their officers, cardinals, patriarchs, and others, that aren't found in any divine order. Look at their worship ceremonies that they push as necessary to gain God's favor: holy water, crucifixes, altars, images, elaborate bowing, reviving many Jewish and pagan ceremonies and adopting them into the family of Christian ordinances. It's as if God had been too harsh and arbitrary in repealing the Jewish ceremonies and smashing the pagan ones to pieces. When God had used his sovereign authority to create a religion for the heart, people are ready to usurp authority to create one for the senses. They dress up God's ordinances in new and flashy outfits to catch the eye with empty pomp. In doing this, they're trying to act with divine royalty while behaving like silly children. And then to impose the observance of these things on people's consciences is a bold climb into God's throne. To impose laws on the conscience that Christ hasn't imposed has rightly been thought to be the very spirit of Antichrist. It could also be called the spirit of anti-God. God has kept sole sovereignty over the conscience for himself and has never shared any part of it with people. He hasn't even given a person power over his own conscience, much less given one person power over another's conscience. People have power over external things, to do this or that where God's law determines it, but not the slightest authority to control any dictate or decision of conscience. The sole rule over conscience belongs to God alone, as one of the great marks of his royalty. What a theft of God's rights it is to make conscience a slave to man, when God has made it subject to himself alone as the Father of spirits. It's a theft that even the apostles, those extraordinary officers, could have claimed better than anyone, yet they completely rejected any domineering control over others' faith. 2 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 24. Though in this they don't seem to climb above God, they do set themselves on God's throne. They envy him absolute rule and want to be partners with him in his lawmaking power, grasping one end of his scepter in their own hands. They don't claim to take the crown from God's head, but they show bold ambition to squeeze their hairy heads under it and wear part of it themselves, so they can rule with him, not under him. They want to be joint owners of his estate with him, the very thing the apostle forbade when he said no one should be lords over God's heritage. 1 Peter chapter 5 verse 3. So they can't assume such authority for themselves until they can show where God has handed this part of his authority over to them. Even if we granted their interpretation of that passage, Matthew chapter 16 verse 18, upon this rock I will build my church, and agreed that Peter and his successors are meant by that rock, it still wouldn't excuse their power grabs. It doesn't say Peter and his successors will build, but I will build. Others are tools in the building, but they're supposed to follow the directions of the master architect. 3. God's sovereignty is despised when people prefer obeying human laws over obeying God. Just as God has an undeniable right as the lawgiver and ruler of the world to make laws without consulting what people want or requiring their consent to verify and establish his commands, so people are obligated by their loyalty as subjects to follow their Creator's laws without checking whether they agree with the laws of his rebellious creatures. To consult with flesh and blood about whether we should obey is to give flesh and blood authority over the purest and most sovereign Spirit. When people obey their superiors without including the condition the apostle gives to servants, Colossians chapter 3 verse 22, in sincerity of heart fearing God, and put the fear of man before the fear of God, they're treating God as having less power with them than a drop from a bucket or dust on the scales. When we observe human laws against God's laws out of fear of punishment, it's like the Egyptians worshipping a hungry crocodile instead of God. When we submit to human laws but hesitate at divine ones, we're putting man on God's throne and God at man's footstool, setting man above and God beneath, making him the tail instead of the head, as God speaks in another situation about Israel, Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 13. When we outwardly observe God's laws because they're backed up by human laws, and human authority is what motivates our obedience, we're subjecting God's sovereignty to human authority. What he gets from us owes more to what people want than to any value we place on God's rule. When people commit murders and stain their hands with blood by order of some big shot, when the worst sins get committed by papal dispensations, when people abstain from using God's creatures, which he's granted and blessed, for so many days of the week and so many weeks of the year because of a Roman edict, then human authority is acknowledged not only as equal to God's, but superior. The rule of dust and clay gets preferred over the undoubted rights of the world's sovereign. God's commands are made less than human, and human orders more authoritative than divine ones. A major rebel's theft of God's rights gets supported when people are more devout in keeping uncertain traditions or purely human inventions than in hearing God's unquestionable words, when people squeeze their faces into more serious expressions and carry themselves in more religious postures at some fake ceremony dressed up in Jewish or pagan clothes, which has unfortunately torn Christ's coat, and pay more exact reverence to something that has only a human stamp on it rather than a divine one, than to the clear and plain word of God, which might be neglected with sleepy nods, or worse, met with mocking scoffs. This prefers the authority of humans employed in trifles over the authority of the world's wise lawgiver. Besides, it's as ridiculous as worshipping a glowworm and laughing at the sun, or like a courtier being more precise in his bowing and stiff postures before a puppet than before his sovereign prince. In all this, we don't make God's will and authority our rule, but human will. We reject our dependence on God to hang on the uncertain breath of a creature. In all this, God is made less than man, and man more than God. God is dethroned and man enthroned. God is made a slave, and man a sovereign over him. We can include in this category the solemn appeals of some people for maintaining the Protestant religion according to law, human law. They don't think much about God's law, deciding to make the law, the church, the state the rule of their religion, and to change that if the laws change. They steer their beliefs by the compass of the magistrate's judgment and interests. 2. God's ownership as a proprietor is practically despised. 1. By envy. When we're not as well off and cheerful, as successful and impressive as others, this emotion eats away at our souls. We become our own torturers, racking ourselves because God is carrying out his own will. The root of this emotion is a fight with God. To envy others their enjoyment of what belongs to them is to envy God his right to distribute things, and therefore to envy his ownership of his own goods. It's mental theft committed against God. We rob him of his rights in our will and our wishes. It's robbery to try making ourselves equal with God when it's not our place, which is what's implied, Philippians chapter 2 verse 6, when Christ is said to think it no robbery to be equal with God. We want to wrench the scepter out of his hand, wish he weren't running the world, and want him to give up his sovereignty and the right to distribute his own goods to the whims of our moods. We want him to ask our permission about which people he should give his favors to. All envy is either a quiet accusation that God is a usurper, claiming the right to distribute what doesn't belong to him, and so it denies his ownership, or else it charges him with blind or unfair distribution, and so it attacks his wisdom and righteousness. When God punishes envy, he's defending his own sovereignty, as though this emotion especially tried to destroy this quality of his. Ezekiel chapter 35 verses 11 through 12. As I live, says the Lord, I will act according to your anger and according to your envy, and you'll know that I am the Lord. The sin of envy in the devils was directly against God's crown, and so was the sin of envy in the first man, who envied God his sole privilege of knowledge above himself. This ugly attitude in Cain, when Abel's sacrifice was preferred over his, caused him to take Abel's life. First he denied God his right to choose what he would accept, and then he invaded God's right of ownership by claiming power over his brother's life and existence, which belonged to God alone. 2. God's ownership as a proprietor is practically despised by violently or sneakily taking away from anyone what God has given them possession of. Since God is the Lord of all and can give possession and control of things to whoever he wants, all theft and stealing, all cheating and swindling someone out of their rights, is not only a crime against the true owner, depriving him of what he's been entrusted with, but against God as the absolute and universal owner. God has the right to give his own goods to whoever he wants, just as he has the right as lawgiver to forbid such violence. Snatching away what belongs to another denies both the person's right of possession and God's right to give gifts. The Israelites taking the Egyptians' jewelry would have been theft if it hadn't been by divine permission and command, but it can't be criticized with that label after the owner of the whole world had changed the title and transferred them by his direct grant from the Egyptians to give them to the Israelites. 3. God's ownership as a proprietor is practically despised by not using what God has given us for the purposes He gave them to us. God passes things over to us with the condition that we use what He's generously given us for His glory. He's Lord of the purpose for which He gives, just as much as He's Lord of what He gives. A donor's ownership rights get violated when the lands and inheritances he leaves for a specific use aren't employed for the purposes he intended them for. A manor lord's rights get violated when the tenant property isn't used according to the terms of the agreement. So it's an invasion of God's sovereignty not to use His creatures for the purposes we've been entrusted with them for. When we deny ourselves proper and lawful support from them, greed becomes an invasion of His rights. When we unnecessarily waste them, wasteful spending rejects His ownership. When we don't give anything to help others, lack of charity comes under the same category, claiming for ourselves what belongs to us as if we were the owners, when we were only the users for ourselves and stewards for others. This is being rich to ourselves, not to God. Luke chapter 12 verse 21, that's what people are like when they don't use their wealth for the service and according to the intention of the giver. This is exactly what the Israelites did when they didn't acknowledge God as the true owner of their grain, wine, and oil, which God had given them for His worship, when they prepared offerings for Baal out of His supply. For she did not know that I gave her grain and wine and oil, and multiplied her gold and silver, which they prepared for Baal. Hosea chapter 2 verse 8. They acted as if they were sole owners, not agents working on commission to use the goods for the true owner. It's the same invasion of God's rights to use the abilities and gifts God has given us either as fuel for our pride, or to advance ourselves, or for clever mocking of God and religion. When we don't use religion to honor our sovereign but as a stepladder to climb by, and follow His commands outwardly not out of respect for His authority but as a cover for our self-interest, furnishing ourselves with a little advantage and benefit, when people twist His word to favor their lusts, which God intended to restrain them, and make interpretations of it according to their moods rather than according to His will revealed in Scripture, this perverts the use of the best goods and treasure He's put in our hands, even divine revelations. This is how hypocrisy makes God's sovereignty meaningless. 3. God's rule as a governor is practically despised. 1. In idolatry. Since worship is recognizing God's sovereignty, to worship any creature instead of God, or to give anything the honor of trust and confidence that belongs to God, even if it's the highest creature in heaven or earth, is to acknowledge that a creature has the sovereignty that God claims. It's like setting up the greatest lord in a kingdom to govern instead of the rightful prince. That's rebellion and usurpation. And a woman commits adultery whether she does it with someone of high rank and honor or someone of low status. While people create anything as a god, they're claiming to be supreme above the true God, yes, and above what they consider a god too. By the right of creation, they have superiority over it, since it's a deity puffed up by the breath of their own imagination. In this sin, God's authority is acknowledged as belonging to an idol. It's called despising God as a husband. Ezekiel chapter 16 verse 45. All of God's authority as husband and Lord over them. So when we make anything or anyone in the world the main object and foundation of our trust and confidence, we're doing the same thing. Trust in an idol is the essential part of idolatry, so is everyone who trusts in them. Psalm 115:8, that is, in idols. Whatever we make the object of our trust, we set up as an idol. It's not wrong to have an image of a creature, but to give it divine worship is. It wasn't wrong for the Egyptians to own and use oxen, but to label them as gods to be worshipped was. It's not wrong to have wealth and honor, or to have gifts and abilities, their presents from God. But to love them more than God, to rely on them more than on God, is to rob God of what He deserves, since being our Creator, He ought to be our confidence. What we lack we should ask of Him and expect from Him. When we trust in anything else, we deny God the glory of His creation. We refuse to acknowledge Him as Lord of the world. We're implying that our welfare is in the hands of and depends on whatever we're trusting in. It's not only making it equal to God in sovereign power, which is His own phrase in Isaiah chapter 40 verse 25, but preferring it over Him in a way that insults Him. When the armies of heaven get served instead of the Lord of those armies, when we chase after the stars and depend purely on their influences without looking up to the great director of the sun, it's like paying worship to a captain in a regiment that belongs to the general. When we make gold our hope and say to find gold, "You are my confidence," we're denying the supremacy of the God who is above, just as much as if we kiss our hands in worship to the sun in its splendor or the moon walking in its brightness, since Job puts them together, chapter 31 25-28. It's preferring the authority of earth over that of heaven, and honoring clay above the sovereign of the world. It's like a soldier trusting more in the scrap of a flag or the piece of a drum for his safety than in the orders and leadership of his general. As far as it's in his power, he's stripping the general of his commission and snatching his commander's staff away from him. When we lift up the creature in our love above God, and the altar of our soul smokes with more thoughts and feelings toward some petty interest than toward God, we're lifting up what was given to us as a servant into the place of the sovereign. We're giving it the throne that should be kept pure for the rightful Lord, and subjecting God's interests to the demands of the creature. So much respect is due to God that no one should be placed on the throne of our affections as his equal, much less anything to stick up above him. 2. Impatience is contempt for God as a governor. When we hit roadblocks in pursuing any plan, when our expectations get frustrated, we'll break through all obstacles to accomplish our goals, whether God wants us to or not. When we get too dejected at some unexpected providence and grumble at the people involved in it, we act as if God gave up his right to direct human affairs. When a little setback blows us into rebellion and puffs us up with the nerve to put God on trial or makes us fret against him, as the expression goes in Isaiah chapter 8 verse 21, wishing him off his throne, no sin is as devilish as this. Nothing strikes more at all of God's attributes than this does, against his goodness, righteousness, holiness, wisdom, and it spares his sovereignty no more than any of the rest. What else can it be but a wicked invasion of his rule to fight with him over what he does and to say, "What right do you have to deal with me this way?" This attitude is at the heart of all impatience, where we question his sovereignty and put our authority on the same level as his. When people don't have the flow of wealth or honor they greedily wanted, they snap at God and curse his government. They're angry that God doesn't treat them more respectfully, as though he had nothing to do with their affairs and was lacking in the proper respect they think he owes to such important people as they are. They want God to be obedient to their minds and do nothing without getting permission from their wills. When we complain, it's as if we want to command his will and wear his crown, wresting the scepter out of his hands to wield it ourselves. We deny him the right to govern, reject his power over us, and want to be our own rulers. You can see the character of this in the language of Jehoram, as many understand it. Look, this disaster is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer? 2 Kings chapter 6 verse 33. This is trouble of such a nature that it could only come from God's hand. Why should I serve him as my sovereign when he delights in doing me so much harm, throwing curses at me when I expected blessings? I won't follow his directions anymore, but follow my own thoughts and ignore his authority spoken through his foolish prophet. You find the same thing in the Jews when they were under God's punishment, and they said, "There is no hope, but we will walk after our own plans, and we will each follow the stubbornness of his evil heart." Jeremiah chapter 18 verse 12. We can't expect any good from him, so we'll be our own rulers and prefer the authority of our own imaginations over that of his commands. People want to be their own providers and not let God use his rights, like a stone trying to tell the mason how to cut it and what part of the building to put it in. We're not usually as concerned about our neighbor's troubles, but we swell up against heaven at a light tap on ourselves. We're content for God to be sovereign over others, as long as he'll be a servant to us. Let him deal however he wants with others, as long as he treats us and what concerns us the way we want him to. We want God to hand over his authority to our moods, and our moods should take the place of God to him, directing him on what would be right to do in our situation. When things don't go according to our vote, our impatience is a wish that God would be removed from his throne, that he'd give up his seat to someone who would deal more favorably and be a more careful observer of our directions. Let's examine ourselves regarding this sin, which is too common and the root of much trouble. This seems to be the first bubbling up of Adam's will. He wasn't content with the condition God had placed him in, but wanted something different, which ended in the ruin of himself and of mankind. 3. Limiting God and his way of working to our methods is another part of contempt for his rule. When we try to prescribe methods of acting for him, that he should deliver us in this way or that way, we won't let him be the Lord of his own favors and have the privilege to be his own director. When we limit him to a certain time to work our deliverance, we're trying to rob him of the power over times and seasons, which are completely in his hands. We want to control his actions according to our imaginations and claim the power to give laws to our sovereign. This is what the Israelites did when they limited the Holy One of Israel, Psalm 78:41. They wanted to control his absolute rule and make him their slave instead of their sovereign. Man, who is God's servant, tries to set boundaries for his Lord and stops being a servant to become the master when he wants to give directions to God instead of taking them from him. When God had given them manna and their appetites got tired of that delicious food, they tried to tell heaven to rain down some other kind of food for them. When they had adequate provision in the wilderness, they fought with God for bringing them out of Egypt and not immediately giving them a place with seed, figs, vines, and pomegranates, Numbers chapter 20 verse 5. This is called striving with the Lord, verse 13, contending with him for his lordship. When we test God and demand a sign from him as proof of his favor, we're trying to fence in his rule. When we won't use the means he's appointed but blame our laziness on trusting his providence, as if we expected him to work a miracle for our relief, when we criticize him for what he's done in the course of his providence, when we make deals with him and promise such and such service if he'll do us such and such favor according to our plan, we're trying to bring his sovereign pleasure down to our will. We invade his throne and expect submissive obedience from him. Man, who doesn't have enough sense to govern himself, wants to govern God. Those who can't be their own sovereigns want sovereignty over heaven. 4. Pride and presumption is another invasion of his rule. When people decide to go tomorrow to such and such city, to some fair or market to do business and make profit, without thinking of the need for divine permission, as if we were the lords of our time and our lives, and God were supposed to follow after us. James chapter 4 verses 13 and 15. You who say, today we will go into such and such city and buy and sell, whereas you ought to say, if the Lord wills, we shall live. They act as if they own the place outright and weren't just tenants at the will of the Lord of the estate. When we rely on our own strength or cleverness to get the better of our enemies, like the Germans, as Tacitus reports, who were so confident in the size of their army that they'd beat the Romans, they prepared chains to shackle their captives before the battle, which were found in their camp after their defeat. When we're absolutely certain of success according to our will, like Pharaoh, Exodus chapter 15 verse 9, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the plunder. My desire shall be satisfied on them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. He talks more like a god than a man, as if he were the sovereign power and God were only his representative and lieutenant. Look how he struts around without thinking of a superior power to stop him. When people credit themselves with what's solely the result of God's sovereign pleasure, like the king of Assyria speaking language that only God should speak, Isaiah chapter 10 verses 13 through 14, I have removed the boundaries of the peoples. My hand has found the riches of the people like a nest. I have gathered all the earth. God declares this to be an offense against his sovereignty by the title he uses to introduce his threat against him. Verse 16, Therefore the Lord of hosts, will send wasting sickness among his stout warriors. It's really a theft, if not of his crown, then of its most glittering jewel, his glory. Whoever mocks the poor reproaches his maker. Proverbs chapter 17 verse 5. He never thinks that God made them poor and himself rich. He doesn't acknowledge that his riches were dropped on him by God's hand. Self is the great invader of God's sovereignty. It doesn't just kick against it, but takes it over and claims divine honors that belong only to the universal sovereign. The Assyrian wasn't as modest as the Chaldean, who would credit his power and victories to his idol, Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 11, which he thought was God, though he was still robbing the true God of his authority. This is what their names showed: Nebuchadnezzar, Evil Merodach, Belshazzar, Nebo, Merodach, Bel being the Chaldean idols, with names meaning Lord of Wealth, Giver of Riches, and similar titles. When we act proudly toward others and imagine ourselves greater than our Maker ever intended us to be, when we try to give laws to others and expect the most submissive obedience from them, as if God had handed over his authority to us and made us the rightful rulers of the world in his place, we're doing this. To hate the idea that any creature should be above us is to hate God's sovereign arrangement of people, and therefore his own superiority over us. A proud person wants to rule everyone and doesn't want God as his sovereign, but as his subject. To overvalue ourselves is to undervalue God. 5. Careless and half-hearted worship of God is another contempt for his sovereignty. A prince gets insulted not only by neglecting the respectful postures due to him, but by paying them in a mocking and scornful way. To behave improperly or disrespectfully before a prince shows disregard for majesty. Sovereignty demands reverence in every approach. Where this is missing, there's disrespect for authority. We despise God's rule when we give him the service of our lips, hands, and knees, but deny him that of our hearts, like the people in Ezekiel chapter 33 verse 31, as though he were sovereign only over the body and not the soul. To have devout expressions on our faces but inappropriate attitudes in our souls is to shut his rule out of our spirits while acknowledging it only over our outward appearance. We treat him like an insignificant lord, not worthy of any higher worship from us than a senseless statue. We don't conduct ourselves according to his majestic authority over us when we don't present him with the best and purest of our souls. God's greatness required a great house and a costly palace. 1 Chronicles chapter 29 verses 11 and 16. David speaks this in relation to building God a house and temple. God, being a great king, expects a male from your flock. Malachi chapter 1 verse 14. a strong and vigorous service. When we offer him sleepy, sickly, weak service, we show that our idea of him is as small as if he were some minor lord whose rule extended no farther than a molehill or some insignificant village. 6. Failing to give the service he's appointed is another contempt for his sovereignty. This despises his rule, by which he has the right to appoint whatever means and conditions he wants for enjoying the benefits he offers and promises. It's hostility to his scepter not to accept his terms after a long series of commands and invitations designed to restore us to the happiness we'd lost, and providing all the necessary means for it. Nothing's missing but our own cooperation and acceptance of it by giving the easy honor he requires. By withholding the service he commands, we deny that we hold anything from him, just like someone who doesn't pay the rent, however small, rejects the sovereignty of the landlord. It implies that he's a miserable, powerless lord with no right or ability to arrange anything in the world for our advantage. Job chapter 22 verse 17, they say to God, "Depart from us." What can the Almighty do for them? They won't have any dealings with him through duty because they imagine he has no sovereign power to do anything for them by way of benefit. It's as if his rule were an empty title, just as unable to command a favor for them as any idol. They think they have as absolute control over things as God himself does. What can he do for us? What can he give us that we can't get for ourselves? As though they were sovereigns equal with God. This is how people live without God in the world, Ephesians chapter 2 verse 12, as if there were no supreme being to pay respect to, or no one worthy of receiving any honor from them. They withhold from God the right to their time and the right to their service, which is the rightful claim of his sovereignty. 7. Judging others is contempt for his sovereignty. When we criticize people or their actions through rash judgment, when we try to be judges of the good and evil in people's actions where God's law is completely silent, we're taking God's place and invading his rights. We're claiming superiority over the law and judging God as defective in his job as ruler of the world, in his definitions of good and evil. Whoever speaks evil of his brother and judges his brother speaks evil of the law and judges the law. There is one lawgiver who is able to save and to destroy. Who are you to judge another? James chapter 4 verses 11 through 12. Do you know what you're doing when you judge another person? You're putting on the clothes of a sovereign, as if that person were more your servant than God's, and more under your authority than God's authority. It's setting yourself in God's courtroom and claiming his rightful power of judging. Your brother isn't supposed to be governed by your opinions, but by God's law and his own conscience. 2. So it follows that God actually does govern the world. He doesn't just have the right to rule, he rules over all, as the text says. He's King of kings, and Lord of lords. But what does that mean? Does he just let everyone do whatever they want, following every whim their sinful hearts prompt them toward? Does God have absolute authority? And if so, is that authority good and wise? Or is it just some useless privilege of his divine nature? Should such excellent power just sit there doing nothing, as if God were some lifeless statue? Are we supposed to imagine God like some lazy king who lounges around in his palace gardens, loses himself in pleasant distractions, and leaves his governors to run the different parts of his empire however they feel like it? Not exercising this authority is the same as not having it at all. What's the point of being invested with this kind of sovereignty if he doesn't care what happens in the world and ignores when people oppress each other? God doesn't keep any useless qualities lying around. He actually reigns over the nations, Psalm 47:8, even those who are as bad as pagans, or worse. It would have been pointless for David to call on the heavens to be glad and the earth to rejoice under the rule of a sleepy God, 1 Chronicles chapter 16 verse 31. No way. His scepter is full of eyes, as the Egyptians used to paint it. He's always awake, always watching, even more than King Ahasuerus reading through the records of human actions. Not exercising his authority would be like not caring whether he keeps the crown on his head or the scepter in his hand. If his sovereignty came without responsibility, it would lack justice. God is far too righteous to hand over the symbols of his authority to blind and oppressive people. To think that God has power but doesn't use it for just and righteous purposes is to imagine him as both unrighteous and careless. That kind of thing in a human ruler makes him despicable and a terrible governor. It's a vice that messes up the world and defeats the whole purpose of having authority, just like having power and using it well is the greatest virtue any earthly ruler can have. What a degrading idea of God it is to acknowledge that he has greater authority than the greatest earthly king, yet think that he uses it less than some petty lord. As if his crown means no more to him than a feather. This makes God look either powerless, that he can't use his authority, or unrighteous and worthless, that he won't use the authority he has for the noblest and most just purposes. But can we really say he neglects governing the world? Then how do things stay in their proper order? How does the law of nature continue to be written on every person's soul? How does conscience keep checking us, calling us out, and passing judgment? If God didn't exercise his authority, what authority would conscience have to disturb people when they're doing wrong and make their fun and pleasure turn unpleasant and bitter? Hasn't he given us constant reminders and evidence that he keeps a tight rein on corrupt desires, puts obstacles in the path of those planning evil, and often overthrows those who disturb the peace of the world? 3. God can do no wrong, since he's the absolute sovereign. People can do wrong, and rulers can oppress and steal, and it's definitely a crime when they do that. Why? Because their power is only governmental authority over their subjects, not actual ownership of their goods or lives. But God can't do any wrong, no matter how much his creatures complain, because he can't do anything except what he has a sovereign right to do. If he takes away your possessions, he's not taking anything that belongs more to you than to him. Sure, he entrusted them to you, but he never gave up his ownership. When he takes away our lives, he's taking what he gave us as a temporary gift, to be returned when he calls for it. We can't claim any right to anything except by his will. He doesn't owe us anything. And since he owes us nothing, he can't wrong us by taking anything away. His own sovereignty justifies him in all those acts that creatures find most unpleasant. If we pick a medicinal plant for our use, or a flower for our pleasure, or kill a lamb for our food, we're not wronging any of them. Why? Because they were originally created for our use, and they had their life, nourishment, and pleasant qualities for our delight and benefit. And aren't we much more made for God's pleasure and use than any of those things are for us? All things come from him and exist for him. Romans chapter 11 verse 36. Doesn't God have as much right over any one of us as he does over the smallest worm? Even though there's a huge difference in nature between the angels in heaven and the worms on earth, they're all exactly the same when it comes to being subject to God. He's just as much the Lord of one as the other, just as much the owner of one as the other, just as much the governor of one as the other. Not a single crack in the world is exempt from his jurisdiction. Not a tiny mite or speck of a creature is exempt from his ownership. He's not our Lord by election. He was Lord before we even existed. No one set conditions for him, made deals with him, or put him on his throne by contract. What oath did he take to any subject when he first received his authority? His right is as natural and eternal as he is, as natural as his existence and as necessary as his deity. Does he have any law besides his own will? What wrong can someone do who breaks no law, who fulfills his law in everything he does by fulfilling his own will, a will that's both absolutely sovereign and infinitely righteous? So in whatever he takes from us, he can't injure us. It's no crime for anyone to take back his own possessions or defend his own honor. And should we think it's wrong for God to do such things, especially considering the constant reason every person gives him to do it, provoking him every single day? He seems to wrong himself more by holding back from such action than he'd wrong us by carrying it out. 4. If God has sovereignty over the whole world, then merit is completely ruled out. His right is so absolute over all creatures that he neither is nor can be indebted to anyone, not to the perfect holiness of the blessed angels, and certainly not to poor earthly worms like us. Those blessed spirits enjoy their glory by the title of his sovereign pleasure, not because of any obligation they've created that God now owes them. Think about it, aren't the very abilities that they and we use to perform any act of obedience his gift to us in the first place? Isn't the strength that enables them and us to do anything that pleases him a gift from him? Can a tenant earn something from his landlord, or a slave from his master, by using the master's tools and employing the master's strength in his service, even if it were strength he had naturally, not donated by the person he's serving? God is Lord of all, everything belongs to him. So how can we put him in our debt by giving him what's already his own? What we're presenting belongs more to him than it does to us who are offering it. He doesn't become our debtor by receiving anything from us, but only by promising something to us. 5. If God has sovereign authority over the whole world, then it follows that all government officials are just sovereigns under God. He's King of kings and Lord of lords. All the rulers of the world are nothing more than his representatives, removable at his pleasure and more under his control than their subjects are under theirs. Even though they're honored with the title of gods, they're still at an infinite distance from the Supreme Lord, gods under God, not meant to be above him or against him. The lack of a proper understanding of their subordination to God has made many rulers in the world act more like sovereigns above him than sovereigns under him. If they'd all carried a deep conviction of this in their hearts, such arrogant words would never have come from Pharaoh's mouth. Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? Exodus chapter 5 verse 2. He assumed there was no superior to control him and no one in heaven able to match him. Darius would never have published such a foolish edict prohibiting any petition to God. Nero would never have burned Rome and sung while watching the devouring flames, nor would he have cut open his mother's belly to see the womb where he first grew, receiving a life so hateful to his country. And Abner and Joab, those two generals, would never have treated the death of men like mere entertainment. Let the young men get up and compete in front of us. 2 Samuel chapter 2 verse 14. What kind of competition was it? The next verse tells you, they thrust their swords into each other's sides. They were no more troubled by the death of thousands than a person is by killing a fly or a flea. If even a sense of this truth had just hovered over their souls, people in many countries wouldn't have been made their playthings and treated worse than their dogs. The lives of millions, worth more than a whole world, wouldn't have been exposed to fire and sword to support some disgusting lust or broken promise over some trivial quarrel, all for plundering their neighbor's property. The flames of cities wouldn't have burned so bright, the streams of blood wouldn't have run so deep, and the cries of innocent people wouldn't have been so loud. Specifically, 1. If God is sovereign, all under sovereigns aren't supposed to rule against him, but to obey his orders. If they rule by his authority, Proverbs chapter 8 verse 15, they're not supposed to rule against his interests. They shouldn't imagine themselves as absolute as God, thinking their laws must carry as much sovereign authority against his honor as divine laws do for it. If they're his representatives on earth, they ought to act according to his orders. Everyone would consider a provincial governor a rebel if he disobeyed orders sent to him by the sovereign prince who commissioned him. Rebellion against God is a crime for rulers, just like rebellion against rulers is a crime for subjects. Samuel charged Saul with this crime in the strongest terms for a simple act of disobedience, even though he intended it for God's service and to enrich his country with the spoils of the Amalekites. Rebellion is like the sin of witchcraft, 1 Samuel chapter 15 verse 23. It's like witchcraft or making a deal with the devil, acting as if he'd received his commission not from God but from Satan. Government officials, as people commissioned by God, ought to act for him. Does human authority ever give anyone a commission to rebel against itself? Did God ever appoint any earthly ruler to work against his glory and give them permission to outlaw his laws and introduce their own? No way. When he gave governing authority to Christ, he called on the kings of the earth to be instructed, be wise, and kiss the Son, Psalm 2:10, 12, meaning to follow his orders and pay him homage as their governor. What a foolish, senseless thing it is to resist that supreme authority that the archangels submit to, carefully regulating their work according to his instructions. Those excellent beings obey him exactly in all their acts of subordinate government in the world, beings in whose hand the greatest earthly king is no more than a tiny fly between the fingers of a giant. Going against God's interests has been fatal to kings. The 4 great empires have had their wings clipped, and most of them have been buried in their own ashes. They've all fallen, like those who imitated Lucifer's pride, from the height of their glory to the depths of shame and misery. All governors are bound to be as obedient to God as their subjects are bound to be submissive to them. Their authority over people is limited, God's authority over them is absolute and unlimited. Though every person ought to be subject to the governing authorities, there's a higher authority over all, and those governing authorities need to subject themselves to him. They're supposed to uphold both tables of God's law, and they're most truly sovereign when they set an example of obedience to God in their own lives for their subjects to follow. 2. They ought to imitate God in how they exercise their sovereignty, through justice and righteousness. Even though God is an absolute sovereign, his government isn't tyrannical. It's managed according to the rules of righteousness, wisdom, and goodness. If God, who created them as well as their subjects, exercises his government this way, then it's their duty to do the same, especially since they're not the creators of their people, just the leaders. Just as God's government works for the good of the world, theirs should work for the good of their countries. God didn't give governing authority to the mediator in some unlimited way, but for the good of the church and for the eternal salvation of his people. He gave him to be head over all things to the church, Ephesians chapter 1 verse 22. Christ had power over the demons to restrain them in their temptation and evil, and power over the angels to direct their ministry for those who would inherit salvation. In the same way, power is given to government officials for the civil preservation of the world and human society. They should therefore think about why they were placed over the rest of humanity and not exercise their authority in some reckless way, but in a manner that matches the justice and righteousness God uses to run his government, and for the protection of those who are entrusted to them. 3. Government officials must be obeyed when they act according to God's order and within the bounds of their divine commission. Those who are enemies of government, God's institution, are no friends to God's sovereignty. Saul was a good governor even though he wasn't one of the best men, and those who despised his government after God's choice were troublemakers. 1 Samuel chapter 10 verse 27. Christ was no enemy to Caesar. To tear down a faithful government official, someone like Zerubbabel, is to snatch a signet ring from God's hand, because that's how he views him in that role. Haggai chapter 2 verse 23. God's servants answer to their own master. Notice how he rebuked Aaron and Miriam for speaking against Moses, his servant. Were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? Numbers chapter 12 verse 8. Against Moses as he relates to you in his capacity as a governor? Against Moses as he relates to you in his capacity as my servant? To say anything against them when they're acting by God's order is an attack on God's sovereign right. He's the one who gave them their commission. To act against legitimate power, or against the justice of an earthly authority, is to act against God's institution, since he's the one who established them in the world. This doesn't apply to any abuse or misuse of their power, though, used to. How terrifying is this doctrine for all rebels against God? Can anyone with half a brain imagine it's no big deal to despise the sovereign of the world? It was the simple crime of disobedience to that specific law, the one where God wanted to keep a visible reminder of his sovereignty right in front of humanity, that brought down that flood of misery the world is still groaning under today. God had given Adam a soul so he could live as a rational being, and then gave him a law so he could live as an obedient subject. When God forbade him to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he was declaring his own supremacy over Adam and his ownership of the beautiful world he'd given him out of his generosity. He was letting him know that man wasn't his own master and wasn't supposed to live by his own ideas, but by the directions of someone higher. It's like when a wealthy lord builds a magnificent palace and brings someone else to live in it, he keeps a small payment for himself. Not because it equals the value of the house, but as an acknowledgement of his ownership, so the tenant knows he's not the lord of it but has this gift through someone else's generosity. This is how God gave Adam something to obey purely, something that had no foundation in his own nature through any built-in law. He was only supposed to respect the will of his sovereign and understand that he was to live under the power of someone higher than himself. There was no more moral evil in eating this particular fruit, considered apart from the command, than in eating any other fruit in the garden. If there had been no prohibition, he could have eaten it just as safely as any other. No law of nature was broken in the act of eating it, but God's sovereignty over him was denied by him. And for this, the threatened death was imposed on his descendants. Even though theologians point out other sins in Adam's fall, God, in his questioning, charges him with nothing but this. And he puts an emphasis on his own authority in his question. Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? Genesis chapter 3 verse 11. This is what I'm concerned about, that you've rejected my authority over yourself in this garden. This was the gateway to all the other sins. Just as acknowledging God's sovereignty is the first step toward practicing all the duties of a creature, so denying his sovereignty is the first source of all a creature's rebellious behavior. Every sin against the sovereign lawgiver deserves death. Breaking this command deserved death and caused it to spread across the face of the world. God's authority can't be despised without earning the greatest punishment. 1. Punishment necessarily follows from the doctrine of sovereignty. It's a weak and feeble sovereignty that can't preserve itself and defend its own rights against rebellious subjects. The height of God's authority demands vengeance on those who despise it. If God is an eternal king, he's an eternal judge. Since sin breaks the connection between God the sovereign and man the subject, if God didn't defend the rights of his sovereignty and the authority of his law, he'd seem to despise his own rule, grow tired of it, and fail to act like a good governor. But God is protective of his prerogative and gets most active when people proudly exalt themselves against him. In the very thing they acted proudly, he was above them. Exodus chapter 18 verse 11. When Pharaoh thought he was God's equal and proudly rejected his commands as if they were messages from some insignificant Arabian lord, God vindicated his own authority by taking his enemy's life through the Red Sea. He turned a great king into a beast to make him know that the Most High ruled in the kingdoms of people. This sentence is announced by messengers, this verdict by holy ones, so that the living may know that the Most High is sovereign over all kingdoms on earth. Daniel chapter 4 verses 16 through 17. And that happened through the requests of the angels, who can't stand to see God's empire obscured and diminished by human pride. Besides the tender concern he has for his own glory, he's constantly presented with requests from the angels to punish the proud people of earth who dim the glory of his majesty. It's necessary for rescuing his honor, and necessary for satisfying his glorious attendants, who would think it shameful to serve a Lord who was always unconcerned about his creatures' rebellions and meekly allowed their insults to his throne. And so there's a day when human arrogance will be brought low, the cedars of Lebanon will be overthrown, and high mountains will be leveled, so that the Lord alone will be exalted in that day. Isaiah chapter 2 verses 11 through 12. Pride is a sin that directly swells against God's authority. This will be brought down so that God may be exalted, not that he needs real exaltation, as if he were actually removed from his government, but so he'll be shown to be the sovereign of the whole world. There needs to be a day to chase away those clouds that hang over his throne, so the brightness of his majesty can burst forth to the confusion of all the proud children who boast against him. God has authority over us as a lawgiver, since we're his creatures. And he has authority over us through justice, since we're his criminals. 2. This punishment is unavoidable. 1. No one can escape him. He has the sole authority over hell and death, the keys of both are in his hand. The greatest Caesar can't escape him any more than the lowliest peasant can. Who are you, O great mountain, before Zerubbabel? Zechariah chapter 4 verse 7. The height of angels is no match for him, much less that of mortal world leaders. They can no more resist him than the most insignificant person can. In fact, they're rather like the highest steeples, the best targets for his crushing thunder. If he speaks the word, human rulers come down, along with the crown of their glory, Jeremiah chapter 13 verse 18. He can take the mighty away in a moment, and that without human hands, meaning without instruments, Job chapter 34 verse 20. The strongest are like the feet of Nebuchadnezzar's statue, iron and clay. Iron to people, but clay to God, ready to be crumbled to nothing. 2. What comfort can be gained from any creature when the sovereign of the world arms himself with terrors and begins his judgment? What will you do in the day of punishment? To whom will you run for help? Where will you leave your riches? Isaiah chapter 10 verse 3. The torments from a subject might be relieved by the prince, but where can there be an appeal from the sovereign of the world? Where is there anyone above him to control him if he decides to overthrow us? Who is there to call him to account and say to him, "What are you doing?" He works by uncontrollable authority. He doesn't need to ask anyone's permission. He acts, and who can reverse it? Isaiah chapter 43 verse 13. Just as when he wants to relieve, no one can afflict, so when he wants to wound, no one can relieve. If a king orders the punishment of a rebel, the greatest favorite in the court can't speak a comforting word to him. The most beloved angel in heaven can't sweeten and ease the spirit of someone that the sovereign power has decided to make the target of his wrath. The demons live under his sentence and wear their chains as marks of their condemnation, without hope of ever having them removed, since they were placed on them by the authority of an unaccountable sovereign. 3. By his sovereign authority, God can make any creature the instrument of his vengeance. He has all the creatures at his command and can commission any of them to be a terrible punishment. Stormy winds do his bidding, Psalm 148:8. The lightning bolts answer him at his call and cry out, "Here we are." Job chapter 38 verse 35. By his sovereign authority he can make locusts as destructive as lions, turn the weakest creatures into swords and arrows, and commission the most despicable to be his executioners. He can cut off joy from our spirits and make our own hearts be our tormentors, our most trusted friends our persecutors, our closest relatives his avengers. They belong more to him, who is their sovereign, than to us, who put foolish confidence in them. Rather than let Abraham go without children, he could raise up stones and adopt them into his family. And rather than not carry out his vengeance, he could organize the stones in the streets and make them his armed subjects against us. If he speaks the word, a hair will drop from our heads to choke us, or moisture that's collected in our heads will drip down and rot our vital organs. He can never lack weapons, since he's sovereign over the thunder of heaven and the stones of the earth, over every creature. And by a sovereign word, he can turn our greatest comforts into curses. 3. This punishment must be terrible. Look how David, a great king, healthy in body, prosperous on his throne, and successful in his conquests, settled in all his royal luxuries, groans under the angry touch of a greater king than himself, Psalm 6:38, and his other penitential psalms. He couldn't give himself any relief with all the pleasures of his palace and kingdom. If the wrath of a king is like the roaring of a lion, Proverbs chapter 19 verse 10, to a poor subject, how great is the wrath of the King of Kings? It can't be described by the terror of all the amazing crashes of thunder that have happened since creation, even if all their noise were gathered into one single blast. Just as there's unimaginable joy in the special favor of such a mighty king, so there's unimaginable terror in his severe displeasure. He is awesome to the kings of the earth, with God as terrible majesty, Psalm 76:12. What foolishness it is, then, to rebel against such a mighty sovereign. Use 3. Of comfort. The throne of God drips with honey and sweetness as well as dread and terror. All his other attributes offer little relief without this one, his authority and universal command. So when he talks about being the God of his people, he often introduces it with the Lord your God. His sovereignty, as Lord, is the foundation of all the comfort we can find in his covenant relationship as our God. Your God, but superior to you. Your God, not like your livestock and possessions are yours through simple ownership, but a Lord too, through sovereignty. Not only over you, but over all things else for your benefit. Just as the purpose of God's establishing earthly governments was for the good of the communities that the governors rule over, so God exercises his government for the good of the world, and more specifically for the good of the church, over which he's a special governor. 1. God's love for his people is just as great as his power over them. He doesn't stand on his authority with his people nearly as much as he stands on his affection for them. He doesn't want to be called Bali, my Lord, meaning he doesn't want to be known only by his sovereignty. Instead, he wants to be called Ishi, my husband, a name that combines both authority and tenderness, Hosea chapter 2 verses 16 and 19, etc. He's showing us that he's not just the Lord of our spirits and bodies, but a husband through a marriage covenant, bringing us close to him and sharing everything he has with us. Even though he sits majestically on a high throne, it's a throne surrounded by a rainbow, Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 28. This shows that his rule over his people isn't just absolute dominion, but also a covenant relationship. He almost seems to make himself their servant rather than their ruler when he gives them permission to command him in the affairs of his church. Isaiah chapter 45 verse 11. Ask me about things to come concerning my sons, and concerning the work of my hands, command me. Some interpret this as a question, correcting presumptuous behavior. Are you asking me about things to come and trying to command me about the work of my hands, as if you care more about my interests among my people than I do, I who formed them? But if that were the meaning, it would discourage us from persistent prayer for public deliverance. So it's better to take it as our translation does, as an invitation to pray and a powerful encouragement for how to do it. Press me with my promises through humble persistence, and you'll find me as eager to keep my word and satisfy your desires as if I were under your authority rather than you under mine. It's almost like saying, if I don't keep my word and fulfill those desires that align with my promises, then take me to court at my own throne. If I fail in this, I'll rule against myself. It's almost like royal charters and gracious grants that say, we grant this against us and our heirs, giving subjects the power to sue them if they don't keep their promises punctually. Look how God's love shows itself by stooping below the dignity of earthly rulers. He could simply command through his absolute authority, but he doesn't just do that, he actually pleads with us like a servant, as if he didn't have everything we need but actually needed something from us to supply himself. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 20, as though God were pleading with you through us. And when he could rightfully claim what we give to his poor, who are his subjects just as much as ours, he counts it as a loan to him, as if what we had belonged more to us than to him. Proverbs chapter 19 verse 17. He doesn't insist on his authority with us when he sees we're conscientious about doing our duty to him. He rules like a father, through love as well as authority. He enters into special fellowship with poor earthly creatures like us, sets up his gracious dwelling among crowds of sinners, teaches us through his word, draws us in with his blessings, welcomes us into his presence, and is more eager to give us his favor than we are to receive it. He acts as if he'd be willing to hand his royal scepter to anyone who had more love and kindness toward us than he himself does. This is the comfort of believers. 2. Because God is sovereign, his pardons come with complete security. The one who holds the keys of hell and death pardons the crime and wipes away the guilt. Who can overturn the decision of the supreme ruler? What court can cancel the decrees of an absolute throne? Isaiah chapter 43 verse 25. I, even I, am he who blots out your transgressions for my name's sake. His sovereign rule makes his mercy truly comforting. Even the greatest mercy from someone who isn't in charge can't actually pardon anyone. People might feel sorry for a criminal while the executioner tortures him and takes his life, but only the mercy of the supreme ruler can establish a real pardon. Since we're under God's authority, if he pardons us, who can reverse it? If he doesn't pardon us, what good will human pardons do us when it comes to our eternal destiny? If God is king forever, then anyone God forgives, anyone in whom God reigns, will live forever. Otherwise, he'd run out of subjects on earth and have none of his earthly creatures, which he formed on the earth, to rule over after the world ends. If his pardons weren't secure, he'd have no willing subjects after this life who had once lived on earth. He'd only be king over the damned creatures. 3. Sin will definitely be defeated in those who willingly submit to God. The covenant promise I will be your God includes protection, leadership, and help, all of which flow from his sovereignty. So that burden which weighs on us most will be removed by his sovereign power. Micah chapter 7 verse 19. He will subdue our sins. If the church's external enemies can't stand up against his rule and keep rebelling without punishment, then those internal enemies, within his own people, will be just as unable to stand against his throne without being destroyed by him. The stormy waves of our own hearts and the raging turmoil within us respond to his command just as much as those outside us. His sovereignty shows itself more clearly when he defeats the corruptions of the heart than when he stops the troubles of the world. Ruling over people's spirits by changing or restraining them is greater than ruling over people's bodies by afflicting and punishing them. What's left of Satan's kingdom will crumble before him, since he who is in us is greater than he who is in the world. 1 John chapter 4 verse 4. God's enemies will be crushed under his feet and will never overcome him when his kingdom comes. He couldn't be Lord of anyone as a blessed creature if he didn't use his power to make them blessed. And he couldn't make them blessed unless he used his grace to make them holy. He couldn't be praised as a Lord of glory if he didn't make some creatures glorious to praise him. And an earthly creature couldn't praise him perfectly unless every bit of hostility toward his glory was removed from their heart. Since God is the only true sovereign, he alone can calm the turmoil in our spirits and tear down every flag of the devil's rule. He can destroy him with the powerful word from his lips. 4. This gives us powerful encouragement for prayer. My King was the strong appeal David used in prayer, an argument for both comfort and confidence. Just like calling God my God, Psalm 5:2, listen to my cry, my King and my God. To be a king means having the job of governing and protecting. He gives us permission to come to him as the judge of all, Hebrews chapter 12 verse 23, that is, as the ruler of the world. We're praying to someone who holds the entire globe of heaven and earth in his hand and can do whatever he wants. Even though he's higher than the cherubim and far above everyone else in majesty, we can still soar up to him on the wings of our soul, faith and love, and open up our case to him. We'll find him just as gracious as if he were the lowliest person on earth rather than the most sovereign God in heaven. He has as much tenderness as he has authority, and he's pleased with prayer because it acknowledges his rule and honors what he delights to honor. You see, prayer by its very nature says this much, that God runs the world, that he pays attention to human affairs, that he's a caring, just, wise ruler, a storehouse of blessings, a fountain of goodness to those in need, and help for the oppressed. What do we have to fear when the sovereign of the world gives us permission to approach him and lay out our situation? This God is king of the whole earth, not just a few villages or cities on earth, but the whole earth. And he's not only king of this messy place where we live, but of heaven itself, having set up his throne in the most glorious place in all creation. 5. This brings comfort when we're suffering. As sovereign, God is the one who allows afflictions. As sovereign, he can also remove them. He can command the waters of trouble to go so far and no farther. If he speaks the word, a disease will leave as quickly as a servant leaves your presence with just a nod. If we're forced out of one place, he can command shelter for us in another. If he tells Moab, a nation that wasn't particularly friendly to his people, to let his outcasts live among them, they'll welcome them and give them sanctuary. Isaiah chapter 16 verse 4. Here's another thing. God disciplines as a sovereign, but he teaches as a father. Psalm 94:12. When he uses his authority, he also shows his goodness. He doesn't correct us for his own pleasure or to torment us, but to teach us. Even though the rod is in the hand of a sovereign, it's colored with the kindness that comes from God's tender heart. He can order afflictions as a sovereign to put our flesh to death and test our faith. Even in the worst storm, the same Lord who stirred up the wind against us, which battered our ship and tore its sails, can change that opposing wind into a favorable one to drive us safely into port. 6. This brings comfort against the schemes of the church's enemies during times of public upheaval. Remembering God's sovereignty can arm us against the threats of powerful people and the intimidation of persecutors. God has authority above human crowns and wisdom that's superior to human conspiracies. No one can take a single step without him. He has veto power over their plans and a restraining hand on their actions. Their clever schemes must stop at the point he's set for them. Their frightening strength can't go beyond the limits he's established. Their cunning wisdom dies at God's breath. There is no wisdom or understanding or counsel against the Lord. Proverbs chapter 21 verse 30. Not a bullet can be fired, a sword drawn, a wall battered, or a person killed without God's permission, not even by the most powerful people in the world. Satan's tools are just as restricted by God's sovereign control as their master is. They can't pull the hook out of their nostrils or throw off the bridle from their mouths. This sovereign God can shake the earth, tear open the heavens, and overthrow mountains, even the most mountainous opponents of his cause. Though the nations rush against his people like rushing floodwaters, God will rebuke them, and they'll be chased like chaff on the mountains before the wind, and like tumbleweeds before the whirlwind. Isaiah chapter 17 verse 13. This is how he often shatters the most wicked plans and leads the oppressed to safety. He often turns the worst storms into calm, just as he can turn the most peaceful calm into a terrible storm. How often has a well-equipped ship that seemed to kick the sea under its feet and beat the waves into foam been swallowed up by the very waters it rode over just moments before? God never comes to rescue his church as a ruler except in a posture of wrath. Ezekiel chapter 20 verse 33, Surely, says the Lord, with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm and with fury poured out, I will rule over you. Not fury poured out on the church, but fury poured out on her enemies, as the following words make clear. He would bring the church out from the countries where she was scattered and bring the people into the bond of the covenant. Sometimes he cuts off the spirits of princes, Psalm 76:12, meaning he cuts off their plans like people do when they block water pipes. Everyone's heart is as open to him as the riches of heaven where he lives. He can slip an inclination into the heart of the mighty that they never dreamed of before. And if he doesn't change their schemes, he can make them fail and ambush them in their attempts. Laban marched out in fury, but God put a padlock on his anger against Jacob, Genesis chapter 31 verses 24 and 29. Even the demons that ravage people's minds must be quiet when he gives his sovereign orders. This sovereign God can make his people find favor with cruel Egyptians who had oppressed them for so long, Exodus chapter 11 verse 3. He can speak a good word in Nebuchadnezzar's heart for the prophet Jeremiah, so that he'd order his captain to give him special protection when he took Zedekiah away as a prisoner in chains and put out his eyes, Jeremiah chapter 39 verse 11. His people can't lack deliverance from someone who has the whole world at his command, when he's pleased to give it. He has as many tools for rescue as he has creatures at his beck and call in heaven or earth, from the smallest to the greatest. Since he's the Lord of armies, the church doesn't just have access to his own strength, but to the strength of all the creatures under his command, the elements below and angels above. In those heavenly armies and among earth's inhabitants, he does whatever he wants, Daniel chapter 4 verse 35. They're all lined up and ready at his command. There are angels to use for deadly strikes, lice and frogs to humble his stubborn enemies. He can deploy his thunder and lightning, heaven's cannons and grenades, and the worms of the earth in his service. He can muzzle lions, calm the fury of fire, turn his enemies' swords into their own guts and their artillery against their own chests. He can set the wind against them and make their chariot wheels drag. He can make the sea pick a fight with them and wrap them in its waves until it smothers them in its arms. Angels have storms, tempests, and wars in their hands, but they're all under God's control. When they cast these out against the Antichrist's empire, Revelation chapter 7 verses 1 through 2, Satan will be thrown from his throne and won't deceive the nations anymore. The everlasting gospel will be preached, and God will reign gloriously in Zion. So let's take shelter in God's sovereignty and look to God as the Most High in our dangers and our prayers. This was David's decision, Psalm 57 1-2, I will cry to God Most High. This rule of God is the true Tower of David, where there are 1,000 shields for defense and encouragement, Song of Songs chapter 4 verse 4, use 4. If God has extensive rule over the whole world, we ought to think about this often and acknowledge it. This is everyone's universal duty. If he's the sovereign over all, we should frequently think about our great ruler and acknowledge ourselves as his subjects and him as our Lord. God wants to be acknowledged as Lord of the whole earth. Neglecting this is what causes the judgments that come upon the world. All those miraculous plagues in Egypt were for this purpose, so that people might know or acknowledge that God was the Lord, Exodus chapter 10 verse 2. Since God was the owner, he required the firstborn of every Jew and the firstborn of every animal. One was to be redeemed and the other sacrificed. This was the rent they had to pay him for their fertile land. The first fruits of the earth were ordered to be paid to him as tribute due to the landlord and as acknowledgement that they held everything from him as their chief. The practice of offering first fruits to acknowledge God's sovereignty was common among many pagans and very ancient. That's why they dedicated some of the best of their war spoils, recognizing God's rule and goodness through which they'd gain victory. Cain acknowledged this when he offered the fruits of the earth, and his sin was that he acknowledged nothing more, namely, that he was a sinner deserving God's justice, as his brother Abel did with his blood sacrifice. God was a sovereign owner and ruler while man was innocent, but when man became a rebel, God's sovereignty took on another aspect toward him, that of a judge, added to the other. First fruits could have been offered to God even in innocence as tribute to him as Lord of the world. Their purpose was to recognize God's ownership of everything and people's dependence on him for heaven's influences that produce the earth's fruits, which he'd provided for their use. The purpose of sacrifices, putting animals in place of the criminal, was to acknowledge their own guilt and God as sovereign judge. Cain acknowledged the first but not the second. He recognized his dependence on God as owner but not his accountability to God as judge. We can probably gather this from his own words when God came to question him and ask about his brother, Genesis chapter 4 verse 9, "Am I my brother's keeper? Why are you asking me? Though I acknowledge you as the Lord of my land and goods, I don't think I'm accountable to you for all my actions." We should acknowledge God's sovereignty in all its aspects, in all the ways he reveals it to us. We should always carry a sense of this in our spirits and often think about it when we're alone. We should imagine that we see God on his throne in his royal robes with great attendants around him, and take a good look at it to impress awe upon our spirits. Meditating on this would, 1. Fix us on him as someone to trust. Our safe and secure confidence is built on his sovereign rule as much as anything else. If he had any superior above him to interfere with his plans and promises, his truthfulness and power wouldn't do much to make our souls stick closely to him. It wouldn't make sense to trust someone who could be overruled by someone higher than himself and didn't have full authority to meet our expectations. If we truly and believingly grasped that God is high above all, that his kingdom rules over all, we wouldn't grab at every broken reed or stand around hoping for comfort from a pebble. Someone who understands a king's authority wouldn't abandon relying on his promise to depend instead on the breath of a fickle favorite. Only an ignorant person would trade the security they could have on a high rock to expect it from a tiny molehill instead. Putting more confidence in any lesser lord than in the prince is foolish in civil matters, but it's rebellion in divine matters. Since God alone is above all, he alone can rule all. He can command things to help us and stop other things we depend on, making them fall short of our expectations. Really considering this truth would make us look past secondary causes to the first cause, look beyond the ordinary sailors who climb the ropes and adjust the sails to the pilot at the helm, the master who orders all their movements with indisputable authority. We shouldn't depend on secondary causes for our support but look beyond them to God's authority and the rule he has over everything he's made. Zechariah chapter 10 verse 1. Ask the Lord for rain in the time of the spring rain. When the seasons of the year work together to produce that effect, when the usual time for rain comes around in the year, don't stop your thoughts at the sky you expect it from, but pierce through the heavens and ask God, who must give the order before it comes. Really meditating on how all things depend on God's rule would pry our hands loose from every other grip, so that no creature would steal the dependence and trust that belongs to the first cause. Just as we don't thank the heavens when they pour out rain, we shouldn't depend on them when we need it. We should seek God when secondary causes open up to help us, just as much as when secondary causes are barren and don't produce their usual results. 2. It would make us earnest in worship. Thinking about God as the Supreme Lord is the foundation of all religion. Our Father, who art in heaven begins the Lord's Prayer. Father is a name of authority. In heaven, the place where he set up his throne, shows his government. Not my Father, but our Father shows how extensive this authority is. In all worship we acknowledge that the one we're worshiping is our Lord and we're his servants. If we really felt that he's our sovereign king, it would draw us to him in every crisis and keep us in a reverent posture every time we approach him. When we come, we should be careful not to violate his rights but give him the honor due to his royalty. We shouldn't appear before him with empty souls but filled with holy thoughts. We should bring him the best of our flock and present him with the prime of our strength. If we realized we hold everything from him, we wouldn't withhold anything from him that's more valuable than something else. Our hearts would be shaped into an awesome regard for him when we consider that glorious and fearful name, the Lord our God, Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 58. We should watch our step when we enter his house. If we thought about him in heaven on his throne and ourselves on earth at his footstool, Ecclesiastes chapter 5 verse 2, lower before him than a worm before an angel, it would prevent carelessness and frivolity. The Jews, says Capell on 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 17, repeat this expression, King of worlds or eternal King. The original purpose was probably to keep them from wandering off. When we consider God's majesty, clothed with a robe of light, sitting on his high throne, decorated with his royal symbols, we shouldn't enter the presence of such great majesty with the sacrifice of fools, with casual attitudes and foolish thoughts, as if he were one of our buddies to joke around with. We shouldn't listen to his word as if it were the voice of some ordinary peasant. Thinking about majesty would create reverence in our service. It would also make us speak about God with honor and respect, as about a great and glorious king, and not use insulting expressions about him as if he were something shameful. And if people thought of him as an awesome majesty, they wouldn't constantly ask him to damn them over every little thing. 3. It would make us generous to others. Since he's our Lord, the great owner of the world, it's right that he should have a part of our goods as well as our time, since he's the Lord of both our goods and our time. Honor the Lord with your wealth, Proverbs chapter 3 verse 9. Kings weren't supposed to be approached without a gift. Tribute is what kings deserve. But because he doesn't need anything from us to support his status, fund his wars, or pay his military officers and armies, we owe him this debt, to acknowledge him through his poor and support those who are part of what belongs to him. Though he doesn't need it himself, the poor, who we always have with us, do. Just as a seventh of our weekly time belongs to him, so does some part of our weekly earnings. There was supposed to be a weekly setting aside of whatever God had helped them earn for helping others. 1 Corinthians chapter 16 verses 1 through 2. The amount isn't set, that's left to each person's conscience, according to how God has blessed him that week. If we really thought about God as the giver and owner, we'd use his gifts according to the true owner's purpose and act in our roles as stewards he's entrusted, not hoard his portion along with our own and our bank accounts. We shouldn't refuse him a small rent payment to acknowledge that we get a much bigger income from him. We should be ready to give the tiny amount he requires from us as recognition of both his ownership and his generosity. 4. It would make us alert and arm us against all temptations. If Eve had stuck with her first argument against the serpent, she wouldn't have been the instrument of that destruction that mankind still suffers from. Genesis chapter 3 verse 3, God has said, "You shall not eat of it." The great ruler of the world has placed his sovereign command on us in this matter. The temptation got nowhere until her heart let go of this truth for the pleasure of what looked good and tasted good. Repeating this, "The great Lord of the world has said this or ordered this," would have both silenced and disarmed the tempter. A sense of God's rule over us would discourage temptation and put it to shame. It would bring us vigorous strength to beat it back into retreat. If this were pressed as strongly as the temptation, it would make the heart of the tempted person strong and the appeal of the tempter weak. 5. It would make us handle afflictions the way we should, with respect to God. When people make light of any affliction from God, they're showing contempt for his sovereignty. Just like despising a prince's frown, displeasure, and rebuke is an insult to majesty. It's as if they don't care at all what God does with them but dare him to do his worst. There's such a thing as despising the discipline of the Almighty. Job chapter 5 verse 17. Being unhumbled under his hand is as much, or more, of an insult to him as being impatient under it. Afflictions must be received as a rebuke from heaven, a frown from the great ruler of the world. Under the impact of every blow, we should acknowledge his sovereignty and goodness. To despise it is to make light of his authority over us, just like despising his favors is to make light of his kindness to us. A sense of God's rule would make us notice every rebuke from him and not diminish his authority by throwing off a proper sense of his correction. 6. This rule of God would make us surrender ourselves to God in everything. Someone who considers himself a thing made by God, a servant under his authority, wouldn't argue with him and demand he explain why he's dealt with him this way or that. It would kill the heart of all complaints against him. We shouldn't fight with him then, but humbly lay our case at his feet and say with Eli, 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 18, "It is the Lord, let him do what seems good to him." We shouldn't file a lawsuit against God when he doesn't answer our prayers immediately and send the mercy we need on the wings of the wind. He's the Lord, the sovereign. Thinking about this would end our quarrels with God. Should I expect the ruler of the world to wait on me, or should I, a poor worm, wait on him? Should I put on airs before heaven's throne and expect the King of Kings to lay aside his scepter to satisfy my mood? Surely Jonah thought God was no more than his equal or his servant when he told him to his face that he was right to be angry, as though God couldn't do what he pleased with something as small as a plant. He talks as if he'd write out an eviction notice to exclude God from owning anything in the world. 7. This rule of God would stop our pointless curiosity. When Peter wanted to know what would happen to John, the beloved disciple, Christ answered with nothing more than this, John chapter 21 verse 22, "If I want him to remain until I come, what is that to you? You follow me. Focus on your duty and drop your curiosity, since it's my choice not to reveal it." The sense of God's absolute rule would silence many pointless arguments in the world. What if God won't reveal this or that? The way and method of his decisions should humble us when we try to pry into things we shouldn't. Use 5. Exhortation. 1. The doctrine of God's dominion should teach us humility. We're never truly humbled until we really grasp how great and excellent God is. Job never thought of himself as such a pitiful, despicable creature until after God's magnificent speech about his own sovereignty, Job chapter 42 verses 5 and 6. When God's name is recognized as the most excellent and sovereign name in all the earth, that's when our souls are in the right condition to lie low and cry out, "What is man, that such a great majesty would even think about him?" When Abraham considers God as the supreme judge of all the earth, He acknowledges that he's nothing but dust and ashes. Genesis chapter 18 verses 25 and 27. Really, how can vile and dusty man boast before God, when angels, far more excellent creatures, can't even stand before him without covering their faces with a veil? How tiny is man compared to all the earth? How small is the earth compared to the vast heavens? How insignificant is the whole world compared to God? How pitiful man is when compared with such an excellent majesty. There's as great a distance between God and man as there is between existing and not existing. The more man considers God's divine royalty, the less he'll think of himself. It would make him bow down, strip himself of pride, and fall low before the throne of the King of Kings, throwing down before his throne any crown he once gloried in. Revelation chapter 4 verse 10. 1. In regard to authority. How unreasonable pride is in the presence of majesty. How foolish it would be for a small-town judge to think he's as great as the king who appointed him. How unreasonable pride is in the presence of the greatest sovereignty. What is human greatness compared to God's? The stars show no light when the sun appears. They humbly withdraw their lesser beams to give the sole glory of lighting the world to the sun, who is like the sovereign of those stars and gives them their light. The greatest ruler is infinitely less compared to God than the lowliest servant in his kitchen could be compared to him. Just as a man's wisdom, goodness, and holiness is a mere speck of dust compared to God's goodness and holiness, so a man's authority is a mere trifle compared to God's sovereignty. And who but a simple child would be proud of a speck of dust or a trifle? Let a man be as great as he can and command others, he's still a subject to one greater than himself. Pride would vanish like smoke if we seriously considered this sovereignty. One of the kings of this country handled his flattering courtiers brilliantly when they praised him as Lord of sea and land. He had his chair set on the seashore when the tide was coming in and commanded the waters not to touch his feet. When they did, completely ignoring his authority, he used the opportunity to embarrass his flatterers and teach himself a lesson in humility. See, he said, how I rule all things, when something as simple as water won't obey me. It's ridiculous pride that the Turkish and Persian rulers show in their grand titles. What poor sovereigns they are, they can't command a cloud, give an effective order for a drop of rain during a drought, or make the bottles of heaven turn away during a flood. Yet their own authority is so much on their minds that they push out all thoughts of God's supreme authority, giving themselves frequent reasons to rebel against him. 2. In regard to ownership. This doctrine humbles pride just as much in the highest as in the lowest. It brings down pride about what we own, just as much as pride about our authority. Are you proud of your possessions? Think about how many owners of those same things have come before you. How many will follow after you? Your ownership lasts only a short time, too short to be a reason for any pride or glory. God can take you from your possessions, or take them from you, whenever he wants to by his sovereign power. A traveler finds relief from summer heat under a shady tree. He doesn't know how many have done the same before him that very day, and he's just as unaware of how many will benefit from it before night comes. He and all the others who came before and will come after use it for refreshment, but none of them can claim they own it. The property belongs to someone else, someone they probably don't even know. The true ownership of everything you have belongs to God, not really to you. Wouldn't you despise someone who acts proud and boastful in fancy clothes and jewelry that everyone knows aren't his own but borrowed? Isn't it exactly the same with every proud person, even though he legally owns his goods according to the law? Is anything you have truly your own? Isn't it all on loan from the great Lord? Isn't it just as foolish for you to be proud of what God has loaned you as it would be for someone to boast about what he's borrowed from another person? Don't you make yourselves as ridiculous to angels and good people, who know that your things are yours compared to other people. They're not yours compared to God. They're granted to you only for your use, like the chain of office, sword, and other symbols that pass through many hands as different chief magistrates use them, but the ownership stays with the community and city. Or like the silver plates someone uses when they invite you to a feast, they're for your use during the invitation. What reason is there to be proud of things you don't absolutely own, but only have permission to use during the pleasure of the sovereign of the world? 2. Praise and thankfulness flow from this doctrine of God's sovereignty. 1. He should be praised for his royalty. Psalm 145:1, I will exalt you, my God, O King. The psalmist calls on people 5 times to sing praise to him as King of all the earth. Psalm 47:6, 7, sing praises to God, sing praises to our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth, sing praises with understanding. All creatures, even the non-living ones, are called to praise him because of the excellence of his name and the supremacy of his glory, throughout Psalm 148, especially verse 13. That sovereign power who gave us hearts and tongues deserves to have them used in His praise, especially since He's given us so much reason to do it by the same hand. Since He's a sovereign, we owe Him thankfulness. He doesn't deal with us using absolute dominion. If He did, He could have wiped us out, since He has complete authority to reduce us to nothing. Think about the absolute nature of His sovereignty, and you'll have to admit that He could have multiplied His commands and required us to obey far more than He has. He could have made our leash much shorter. He could demand obedience and promise no reward for it. He could smash us against the walls like a potter does his clay pot, and no one would have any right to ask, "What are you doing?" Or "Why are you treating me this way?" He has a greater right to use us however He wants than we have to use living and non-living things. And if you consider His dominion as it could be exercised through unquestionable justice, answerable to the reason and judgment of creatures, He could have dealt with us much more harshly than He has so far. Instead of one trouble, we could have had 1,000. He could have kept His hands from pouring out any good on us and ordered countless punishments to be prepared for us. But He doesn't deal with us according to the rights of His dominion. He doesn't crush us with the greatness of His majesty. He enters into covenant with us and draws us with human understanding, showing Himself to be as much a merciful as an absolute sovereign. 2. As He's the owner of everything, we owe Him thankfulness. It's completely His choice whether He'll give us any blessings or not. The more valuable His benefits should be to us, and the more sincere our gratitude should be to the giver. If we get anything from other people or things to meet our needs, it's by order of the chief owner. He's the source of honor and the fountain of all supplies. All creatures are just like the pipes in a city's water system that serve different houses with water, but it all comes from the main spring. Everything flows originally from His hand and is distributed from His treasury. If this great sovereign didn't order it, you'd get no more help from other people than you could get nourishment from a wood chip. It's God's will in everything that does us good. Every favor from other people is just a smile from God, evidence of His royalty meant to move us to respect Him as the great Lord. Some non-believers had so much respect for God that they concluded His will, not their own wisdom, was the main director of their affairs. His goodness to us calls for our thankfulness, but His sovereignty calls for an even higher level of it. A smile from a king is valued more and considered worthy of more gratitude than a gift from a peasant. A small gift from a great person should be received more gratefully than a larger one from someone lesser. The humility of royalty makes the gift greater. What is man, that you, such a great majesty, think about him enough to give him this or that favor? That's the right response to every blessing we receive. With every new blessing, we should acknowledge the giver and true owner, and give Him the honor due His dominion. We ought to thankfully recognize His ownership in everything we're able to dedicate to Him. David did this after the generous collection he'd made for building the temple. In his dedication of it, he acknowledged God's ownership. Who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to offer so willingly like this? Everything comes from you, and we've only given you what was already yours. 1 Chronicles chapter 29 verse 14. It was just returning God's own things to Him, like river water returning to the sea where it originally came from. Praise and thankfulness is rent due from all mankind, and from every creature, to the great landlord, since we're all tenants who hold our lease at His will. Every creature in heaven and earth, and under the earth, and in the sea, John heard ascribing blessing, honor, glory, and power, to Him who sits on the throne. Revelation chapter 5 verse 13. We're just as much obligated to God's sovereignty for preserving us as for creating us. We owe Him no less for protecting our lives when we're exposed to dangers than we do for giving us life when we weren't even capable of being in danger. Thankfulness is due to this sovereign for public concerns too. Hasn't He preserved the ship of His church in the middle of howling winds and roaring waves, in the middle of battles between people and demons, and rescued it often when it was nearly shipwrecked? 3. How this should motivate us to promote the honor of this sovereign. We should advance Him as supreme, and all our actions should work together for His honor. We should return to His glory what we've received from His sovereignty and enjoy by His mercy. He who is superior to all ought to be the goal of all. This is the harmony of creation. What has a lower nature is designed to serve what has a more excellent nature. So water and earth, which have a lower form of existence, are used for the honor and beauty of plants, which are more excellent because they have the principle of growing life. These plants then serve the beasts and birds, which exceed them in having the principle of feeling, which plants lack. Those beasts and birds are designed for the good of man, who is superior to them in having the principle of reason and is given dominion over them. Since man has God as his superior, he ought to serve God's glory just as much as other things are designed to be useful to man. Other governments exist for the good of the community. The main purpose isn't the good of the rulers themselves. But God, being sovereign in every way, the sovereign being who gives existence to all things, the sovereign ruler who gives order and preservation to all things, is also the goal of all things. All things, all creatures, should serve his glory and honor. For from him and through him and to him are all things. To him be the glory forever, Romans chapter 11 verse 36, from him as the efficient cause, through him as the preserving cause, to him as the final cause. All our actions and thoughts ought to be directed toward his glory. Our whole beings ought to be dedicated to his honor, even if we got no reward except the honor of serving the purpose of our creation. That's how much God's excellence and majesty, infinitely elevated above us, deserves from us. Subjects usually value the safety, honor, and satisfaction of a good king above their own. David was considered worth 10,000 of the people, and some of his followers thought they should risk their lives for his satisfaction in something as small as a little water from the well of Bethlehem. Doesn't such a great, good sovereign as God deserve the same affection from us? Do we swear, said one non-believer, to prefer no one before Caesar, and don't we have greater reason to prefer no one before God? It's a matter of justice that we owe God to maintain his glory, just as it's justice to preserve another person's rights and property. Just as God would stop being God if he denied himself, so a creature acts irregularly and outside its proper place if it doesn't deny itself for God. Whoever makes himself his own goal makes himself his own sovereign. To hide away a gift he's given us, or to use what we have only for our own glory, to use anything just for ourselves without respect to God, is to use it wrongly and to rob God of his ownership and the purpose of his gift. What we have ought to be used for God's honor. He keeps the dominion and lordship, though he grants us the use. We're just stewards, not owners, in relation to God, who expects an account from us of how we've used his goods for his honor. We're supposed to advance God's kingdom. We're to pray that his kingdom may come. We're to work so that his kingdom may come, that is, that God may be known as the chief sovereign, that his dominion, which was obscured by Adam's fall, may be more clearly shown, that his subjects, who are oppressed in the world, may be supported, his laws, which are violated by people's rebellions, may be more obeyed, and his enemies be completely defeated by his final judgment, the ultimate evidence of his dominion in this world. We want the empire of sin and the devil to be destroyed and God's kingdom to be perfected, so that no one rules but the great and rightful sovereign. When we work to advance the honor of his throne, we won't lack honor for ourselves. He's too gracious a sovereign to neglect those who are mindful of his glory. Those who honor him, he will honor, 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 30. 4. Fear and reverence of God in himself and in his actions is a duty that flows from this doctrine, Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 7. Who would not fear you, O King of nations? The prophet criticizes the world's ingratitude in not revering God as a great king, who had given so many signs of his royal government among them. The prophet wonders that there was no fear of such a great king in the world, since among all the wise men of the nations, and among all their kings, there is none like him. There's no more reverence for him, even though no one ruled so wisely, and no one ruled so graciously. God's dominion is one of the first sparks that ignites religion and worship, especially when you consider the goodness of this sovereign. Psalm 22:27, 28, all the nations shall worship before you, for the kingdom is the Lord's, and he is governor among the nations. Even Epicurus, who thought God was careless about human affairs and left them to chance, to people's wisdom and the changeability of fortune, still acknowledged that God ought to be worshipped by man because of the excellence of his nature and the greatness of his majesty. How should we reverence that God who has a throne surrounded by such glorious creatures as angels, whose faces we wouldn't be able to look at, even when they're veiled in physical bodies? How should we fear the Lord of hosts, who has so many armies at his command in the heavens above and in the earth below, whom he can direct to exact obedience to his will? How should people be afraid to criticize any of his actions, to sit as judge of their judge, and call him to account at their court? How should such an earthworm, such a lowly animal as man, be afraid to speak disrespectfully of so great a king among his pots and prostitutes? Not to fear him, not to reverence him, is to pull his throne out from under him and make him of lower authority than ourselves, or any creature that we respect more. 5. Prayer to God and trust in him flows from his sovereignty. If he's the supreme sovereign, holding heaven and earth in his hand and directing all things here below, not leaving everything to the influence of the stars or people's whims, then we ought to come to him in every situation and ask for his authority to be exercised. When we do this, we acknowledge his special right over all things and people. He alone is the supreme head in all matters and over all people. Yours is the kingdom, Matthew chapter 6 verse 13, concludes the Lord's Prayer, both as a reason to pray and a foundation to expect what we need. Someone who doesn't believe in God's government will think it's pointless to call on him. He won't expect any refuge under him in trouble, but will make some weak human thing his support. If we don't seek him, but instead rely on the control we have over our own possessions or on the authority of anything else, we're denying his supremacy and dominion over all things. We think as highly of ourselves or of some creatures as we ought to think of God. We consider ourselves, or some natural cause we turn to or depend on, to be just as sovereign as he is. We think all things that concern us are just as much under the control of something lesser as they are under the great Lord. This is really making a god of ourselves or of creation. When we seek him on every occasion, we acknowledge this divine excellence. We admit that it's through him that people's hearts are directed, the world is governed, and all things are arranged. And God, who is jealous for his glory, is most pleased with any duty from a creature that acknowledges and desires his glory to be shown, which prayer and dependence on him does in a special way, asking for his authority to be exercised and maintained in ordering the world's affairs. 6. Obedience naturally flows from this doctrine. Just as his justice requires fear, his goodness, thankfulness, his faithfulness, trust, and his truth, belief, so his sovereignty by its very nature demands obedience. Just as it's most fitting that he should rule because of his excellence, so it's most fitting that we should obey him because of his authority. He's our Lord, and we're his subjects. He's our master, and we're his servants. It's right that we should follow him and conform to his will. He's everything that shows he has authority to command us, and that can demand humility from us to obey. Just as the truest doctrine is the one that subjects us most to God, so the truest Christian is the one who, in his practice, most acknowledges this subjection. And just as sovereignty is the first idea a creature can have of God, so obedience is the first and chief thing conscience brings to the creature's attention. Man receives everything from God, and therefore owes all the actions that can be produced by those abilities to that sovereign power who gave them to him. Man had no existence except from him. He has no movement without him. Therefore, he should have no existence except for him, and no action except according to him. To call him Lord and not act in subjection to him is to mock and insult him. Luke chapter 6 verse 46, "Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and don't do the things I say?" It's like crucifying Christ while giving him the title of King. It's not by what we say, but by keeping a ruler's laws, that we show proper respect to him. By that we honor the authority that made them and the wisdom that designed them. This doctrine gives us reasons to obey and shows us how to obey. First, reasons to obey. 1. It's fitting and orderly. Isn't it more appropriate to be ruled by our sovereign's will than by our lusts? To follow a wise and gracious authority rather than to set up disordered desires in place of his law? Wouldn't everyone consider it a disgusting disorder to see a slave or servant defy his master's just orders and try to make his master's will submit to his own? How much more wrong to expect God to serve our whims rather than for us to be guided by his will. It's more orderly for subjects to obey their rulers than for rulers to obey their subjects, for passion to obey reason than for reason to obey passion. When good rulers have to conform to subjects, and reason has to bow to passion, it's monstrous. One disrupts the order of a community, and the other destroys the beauty of the soul. Is it fitting for God to stoop to our lowliness, or for us to bow to his greatness? 2. In regard to God's sovereignty, it's both honorable and beneficial to obey God. It's certainly the glory of a superior to be obeyed by his inferior. But when the sovereign has transcendent excellence and dignity, it's an honor for a lowly person to be under his direct commands and enrolled in his service. It's more honor to be God's subject than to be the greatest earthly monarch. His very service is like ruling an empire, and disobedience to him is slavery. It's part of his sovereignty to reward any service done for him. Other lords may be willing to repay their subjects' service but are often unable to do so. But nothing can prevent God from rewarding you, if nothing prevents you from obeying. Leviticus chapter 18 verse 5, "If you keep my statutes, you shall live in them. I am the Lord." Is there anything in the world that can pay you back for rebelling against God and obeying a lust? Saul discourages his servants from following David by pointing out David's inability to give them fields and vineyards. 1 Samuel chapter 22 verse 7. "Will the son of Jesse give every one of you fields and vineyards, and make you captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, that you have conspired against me?" But God has the power to reward as well as the authority to command your obedience. He's a great sovereign who can support you in keeping his commands against all the criticism and violence of people, and eventually crown you with eternal honor. If he neglected to vindicate your loyalty to him sooner or later, he'd be neglecting to maintain and vindicate his own sovereignty and greatness. 3. God, in all his dealings with man, was careful to preserve the rights of his sovereignty in requiring obedience from his creature. The second thing he showed his sovereignty in was acting as a lawgiver to Adam. right after acting as a proprietor and giving him possession of the garden. One followed immediately after the other. Genesis chapter 2 verses 15 and 16. The Lord God took the man, and put him into the Garden of Eden, to tend it, and the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, etc. Nothing was to be enjoyed by man except on the condition of obedience to his Lord. And it's worth noting that in the description of creation, God isn't called Lord until the creation was finished, and particularly when he formed man. And the Lord God formed man, Genesis chapter 2 verse 7. Though he was Lord of all creatures, it was in man that he wanted his sovereignty especially shown, and by man that he wanted his authority specially acknowledged. The law begins with this title, I am the Lord your God, Exodus chapter 20 verse 2, authority in Lord, sweetness in God, one to command, the other to attract obedience. And God reinforces several of the commands with the same title. Just as he begins many commands with it, so he concludes them with the same title, I am the Lord, Leviticus chapter 19 verse 37, and in other places. In all his communications of his goodness to man through blessing them, he insists on preserving the rights of his sovereignty, and shows his graciousness in support of his authority. I am the Lord your God in all my perfections for your benefit, but still your sovereign for your obedience. In all his condescension, he wants these rights to remain untouched and unviolated by us. When Christ wanted to give the most striking example of his humble, condescending kindness, he emphasized his authority to keep their spirits balanced against any presumptuous outbursts because of his humility. You call me teacher and Lord, and you say, well, for so I am, John chapter 13 verse 13. He asserts his authority and presses them to their duty, when he had seemed to set it aside to act like a servant and had, below the dignity of a master, taken on the humility of a lowly servant to wash the disciples' feet. All of this was to obligate them to perform the command he then gave them, verse 14, both in obedience to his authority and in imitation of his example. 4. All creatures obey him. All creatures carefully observe the law he's imprinted on their nature, and in their various capacities acknowledge him as their sovereign. They move according to the inclinations he imprinted on them. The sea stays within its bounds, and the sun doesn't step out of its sphere. The stars march in their order, they continue this day according to your ordinance, for all are your servants, Psalm 119:91. If he orders things contrary to their original nature, they obey him. When he speaks the word, devouring fire becomes gentle and doesn't touch a hair of the children he wants to preserve. Hunger-starved lions suspend their ravenous nature when such a good morsel as Daniel is set before them. And the sun, which had been in perpetual motion since its creation, obeys the order to rest that God sent it in Joshua's time, and stand still. Should non-living and living creatures be precise in following his orders and passively acknowledge his authority? Should lions and serpents obey God in their places, and not man, who can use reason to figure out God's sovereignty, understand the meaning and goodness of his laws, and actively obey God with that will he's enriched him with above other creatures? Yet the truth is, every feeling creature, yes, every non-feeling creature, obeys God more than his rational creatures, more than his gracious creatures in this world. Rational creatures since the fall have a prevailing principle of corruption. Let the obedience of other creatures motivate us to imitate them more, and shame our laziness in not acknowledging God's dominion in the righteous way he prescribes for us to walk. Well then, let's not pretend to recognize God as our Lord and yet act like rebels. Let's give him the reverence and pay him the obedience that rightfully belongs to such a great king. Whatever he speaks as a true God ought to be believed. Whatever he orders as a sovereign God ought to be obeyed. Don't let God have less than man, or man have more than God. It's a common principle written on everyone's reason that respect and obedience is due to the majesty of a man, much more to the majesty of God as a lawgiver. Second, just as this doctrine gives us reasons to obey, so it shows us the manner and kind of our obedience to God. 1. It must be with respect to his authority. Just as God's truthfulness is the formal object of faith and the reason why we believe the things he's revealed, so God's authority is the formal object of our obedience, or the reason why we keep the things he's commanded. There must be respect for his will as the rule, as well as for his glory as the goal. It's not formally obedience if it's not done with regard to God's order, though it may be materially obedience since it matches the content of the command. For instance, when people abstain from excess and wild living because it ruins their health, not because it's forbidden by the great lawgiver, this is paying respect to our own convenience and interest, not conscientious observance to God. It's regard for our health, not for our sovereign. It's kindness to ourselves, not justice due to God's rights. There must be not only consideration of the content of the command as convenient, but consideration of the lawgiver's authority as binding. Thus says the Lord introduces every order of his, directing our eye to the authority that enacted it. Jeroboam did God's will of prophecy in taking the kingdom of Israel, and the devils may be serving God's will or providence. But neither of them gets credit for obedience, because it wasn't done intentionally with any awareness of God's sovereignty. God wants this to be recognized by proper respect for it. He insists so much on the honor of it that Christ's sacrifice, as God-man, was most pleasing to him not only because it was great and wonderful in itself, but also for that beautiful obedience to his will, which was the life and glory of his sacrifice. Through this, God's justice was not only acknowledged in the offering, but God's sovereignty was acknowledged in the obedience. He became obedient unto death, therefore God highly exalted him. Philippians chapter 2 verse 8. 2. It must be the best and most exact obedience. The most sovereign authority calls for the most exact and humble observance. The highest Lord deserves the deepest homage. Since he is a great king, he must have the best in our flock. Malachi chapter 1 verse 14. Obedience is due to God as king, and the choicest obedience is due to him as he is the most excellent king. The more majestic and noble any person is, the more careful we are in our manner of service to him. We're bound to obey God not only under the title of Lord in regard to jurisdiction and political subjection, but under the title of true Lord and Master in regard to ownership. Since we're not only his subjects but his servants, the most exact obedience is due to God by the law of servitude. When you have done all, say you are unprofitable servants. Luke chapter 17 verse 10, because we can do nothing that we don't already owe to God. 3. Sincere and inward obedience. Just as it's part of his sovereignty to prescribe laws not only to man in his outward condition but to his conscience, so it's part of our subjection to receive his laws into our will and heart. The authority of his laws exceeds human laws in their scope and richness, and our acknowledgement of his sovereignty can't be right unless we subject the faculties of our soul to the lawgiver of our souls. Otherwise we acknowledge his authority to be as limited as human rule. When his will controls not only the outward action but the inward motion, it gives him the honor of his high throne above the throne of mortals. God's right ought to be preserved undamaged in affection as well as action. 4. It must be sole obedience. We're ordered to serve him only shall you serve. Matthew chapter 4 verse 10. As the only supreme Lord, as the highest sovereign, it's fitting that he should have the highest obedience before all earthly sovereigns. And since he's unparalleled by any among all the nations, no one must have obedience equal to him. When God commands, if the highest power on earth countermands it, God's command must be preferred over the creature's countermand. Whether it's right in the sight of God to listen to you more than to God, judge for yourselves. Acts chapter 4 verses 18 and 19. We must never give way to the authority of all the monarchs in the world at the expense of the obedience we owe to the supreme monarch of heaven and earth. This would be placing God's throne at man's footstool and degrading him below the rank of a creature. Loyalty to man can never make up for the damage from disloyalty to God. All the obedience we're to give to man should be paid in obedience to God and with an eye to his command. Therefore, what servants do for their masters, they must do as to the Lord. Colossians chapter 3 verse 23, and children are to obey their parents in the Lord. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 1. God's authority is to be kept in view in all the services we pay to man. Proper and true obedience has God alone as its principal and primary object. All obedience to man that interferes with that and would push out obedience to God is to be refused. What obedience is due to man is only given as part of obedience to God and under his authority. 5. It must be universal obedience. Human laws aren't to be universally obeyed. Some may be oppressive and unjust. No person has authority to make an unjust law, and no subject is bound to obey an unrighteous law. But God being a righteous sovereign, there's not one of his laws that doesn't necessarily require our obedience. Whatever this supreme power declares to be his will, it must be our concern to observe. Man, being his creature, is bound to be subject to whatever laws he imposes, the smallest as well as the greatest, since they all equally have the stamp of divine authority on them. We're not to pick and choose among his commands. This would be cutting away part of his authority and making him only a half-sovereign. It must be universal in all places. An Englishman in Spain is bound to obey the laws of that country where he lives and isn't responsible there for breaking the laws of his native country. A Spaniard in England is in the same situation. But God's laws are to be obeyed in every part of the world. Wherever divine providence places us, it doesn't place us outside the areas where he commands, or outside the boundaries of his own empire. He's Lord of the world, and his laws are binding in every part of the world. They were designed for a world, not for a particular climate and territory. 6. It must be unquestioning obedience. All authority requires readiness in the subject. The centurion had it from his soldiers. They went when he ordered them and came when he beckoned to them. Matthew chapter 8 verse 9. It's more fitting that God should have the same promptness from his subjects. We're to obey his orders, even though our limited understanding may not grasp the reason for every one of them. It's beyond dispute that he's sovereign, and therefore it's beyond dispute that we're bound to obey him without controlling his conduct. A master won't tolerate it from his slave. Why should God from his creature? Though God sometimes allows his creatures to discuss with him about the fairness of his justice and about the reason for some commands, sometimes he gives no other reason but his own sovereignty. Thus says the Lord. This corrects people's impudence and demands complete obedience to his unlimited and absolute authority. When Abraham was commanded to offer Isaac, God didn't tell him the reason for his demand until afterward. Genesis chapter 22 verses 2 and 12. Abraham didn't hesitate to obey the order or argue with God, either from his own natural affection for Isaac, the harshness of the command, it was like ripping out his own heart, or the cruelty of it after Isaac had been a child of the promise and a divine gift beyond the course of nature. Paul didn't confer with flesh and blood and think up arguments from nature and self-interest to oppose the divine command when he was sent on his apostolic mission. Galatians chapter 1 verse 16. The more indisputable his right is to command, the stronger our obligation is to obey without questioning the reason for his orders. 7. It must be joyful obedience. People are usually more cheerful in their obedience to a great ruler than to a lowly peasant, because the quality of the master makes the service more honorable. It's a discredit to a ruler's government when his subjects obey him with discontent and dejection, as though he were a harsh master and his laws tyrannical and unrighteous. When we pay obedience with a dull and feeble pace and a sour, sad attitude, we dishonor our great sovereign. We imply his commands are burdensome, lacking the peace and pleasure he proclaims to be in them. We suggest he deserves no respect from us if we obey him because we must, not because we want to. Involuntary obedience doesn't deserve the title, it's rather submission than obedience, an act of the body, not of the mind. A little bit of obedience with cheerfulness is better than a huge amount without it. In the little Paul did, he comforts himself with this, that with his mind he served the law of God. Romans chapter 7 verse 25. God's testimonies were David's delight. Psalm 119:24. Our understanding must take pleasure in knowing him, our wills delightfully embrace him, and our actions be cheerfully shaped by him. This brings credit to God's sovereignty in the world, makes others believe him to be a gracious Lord, and moves them to have some respect for his authority. 8. It must be perpetual obedience. Just as man is a subject as soon as he's a creature, so he's a subject as long as he's a creature. God's sovereignty lasts forever, as long as he's God. Man's obedience must be perpetual, while he's a man. God can't give up his sovereignty, and a creature can't be exempted from subjection. We must not only serve him but cling to him. Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 4. Obedience continues in heaven, his throne is established in heaven, and it must be bowed to in heaven as well as on earth. The angels continually fulfill his pleasure. 7. Exhortation. Patience is a duty that flows from this doctrine. In all blows that hit us personally, or heavy storms that hit the church, the Lord reigns is a thought that should prevent grumbling against him and make us quietly wait to see what the outcome of his divine pleasure will be. It's far too insolent toward the divine majesty to criticize what he does or quarrel with him for what he brings on us. Proud clay acts very inappropriately when it swells up against an infinite superior. If God is our sovereign, we ought to agree with his afflicting will without arguments, just as we do with his generous will with loving applause. We should be as full of patience under his harsher dealings as we are of praise under his more pleasant ones, and be without resistance to his punishing pleasure as well as his commanding pleasure. It's God's role to inflict, and the creature's role to submit. This doctrine gives us reasons for patience and shows us the nature of patience. 1. Reasons for it. 1. God, being sovereign, has an absolute right to dispose of all things. His title to our persons and possessions is, on this account, stronger than our own can be. We have as much reason to be angry with ourselves when we assert our worldly rights against others as to be angry with God for asserting the right of his dominion over us. Why should we bring charges against him because he hasn't made us as strong in our bodies, drawn us with as fair features, or decorated our spirits with as rich gifts as others? Isn't he the sovereign of his own goods, to give what and in what measure he pleases? Would you be content if your servants criticized your pleasure in dispensing your own favors? It's unreasonable not to leave God to the exercise of his own dominion. Though Job was a pattern of patience, he still had deep streaks of impatience. He often complains of God's treatment of him as too harsh and insists strongly on his own integrity. But when God comes, in the later chapters of that book, to justify his conduct toward him, he doesn't charge him as a criminal but considers him only as his subject. He could have found plenty of flaws in Job's behavior and enough corruption in Job's nature to clear the fairness of his proceeding as a judge. But he uses no other method to convince him than the greatness of his majesty and the unlimitedness of his sovereignty, which so overwhelms the good man that he puts his finger on his mouth and stands silent with self-loathing before him as a sovereign, rather than as a judge. When he pinches us and takes away what we most love, his right to do it should silence our lips and calm our hearts from any violent outbursts against him. 2. The ownership of everything still remains in God, since he's sovereign. He didn't give up ownership when he granted us the use. The earth is his, not ours, the abundance any of us have, as well as the abundance others have. After he'd given the Israelites corn, wine, and oil, he calls them all his and emphatically adds "my" to every one of them. Hosea chapter 2 verse 9. His right is universal over every bit we have, and perpetual too. He may, therefore, take from us what he pleases. He simply deposited in our hands for a while the benefits we enjoy, whether children, friends, estate, or lives. He didn't make a complete transfer of them and give up his own ownership when he put them into our hands. We can show no deed for them where the full right is passed over to us, to hold them against his will and pleasure, and sue him if he tries to reclaim them. He reserved a power to dispossess us if we forfeit them, as he is the Lord and Governor. Did any of us yet meet the condition of his grant? It was his kindness to allow them so long. There's reason to submit to him when he reclaims what he lent us, and rather to thank him that he lent it so long and didn't seize it sooner. 3. Other things have more reason to complain of our sovereignty over them than we do of God's exercise of his sovereignty over us. Don't we exercise authority over our animals, striking them when we please and simply for our pleasure? And we think we deserve no criticism for it, because they're our own and of a nature inferior to ours. And shouldn't God, who is absolute, do as much with us, who are more below him than the lowest creatures are below us? They're creatures just as much as we are, and we're no more creatures than they are. They were made by omnipotence just as much as we were. There's no more difference between them and us in the concept of being creatures than there is between the greatest monarch on earth and the poorest beggar on the trash heap in the concept of being human. The beggar is a human just as much as the monarch, and just as much a human. The difference consists in the special gifts we have above them by the generosity of their and our common Creator. We are less, if compared with God, than the worst, lowest, and most disgusting creature can be if compared with us. Doesn't a bird or a rabbit, if they had the ability, have more reason to complain of people hunting them with their hawks and their dogs? But would their complaint seem reasonable, since both were made for man's use, and man is just using the nature of one to get a benefit through the other? Do we have any reason to complain of God if he lets loose other creatures, the devouring hounds of the world, to bite and afflict us? We must not open our lips against him or let our hearts swell against his punishment, since both they and we were made for his use, just as other creatures were made for ours. This is a reason to stifle all complaints against God, but not to make us careless about preventing troubles or getting out of them by all just means. The rabbit has a nature to protect itself by its winding and turning, and the bird by its flight. Neither of them could be blamed if they were able, should the one scratch out the eyes of the hounds, and the other sacrifice the hawk to its own fury. 4. It's foolish not to submit to him. Why should we fight against him, since he's an unaccountable sovereign and gives no account of any of his matters? Job chapter 33 verse 13, who can overturn the judgment God gives? There's no appeal from the Supreme Court. A higher court can repeal or void the sentence of a lower court, but the sentence of the highest stands irreversible, except by itself and its own authority. It's better to lower our sails than to fight with one who can shoot us under water, to submit to that sovereign whom we cannot defeat. 2. It shows us the true nature of patience in regard to God, its submission to God's sovereignty. Just as the formal object of obedience is God's authority enacting the law, so the formal object of patience is God's authority inflicting the punishment. Just as his right of commanding is to be kept in view in the one, so his right of punishing is to be considered in the other. This was Eli's condition when he'd received a message that might put flesh and blood into revolt, the priesthood being torn from his family and the ruin of his house. Yet this consideration, it is the Lord, calms him into submission and willing compliance with the divine pleasure. 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 18, it is the Lord, let him do what seems good in his sight. Job was of the same spirit, Job chapter 1 verse 21, the Lord gives, and the Lord has taken away, blessed be the name of the Lord. He considers God as a sovereign who is not to be criticized or have anything inappropriate said about him for what he'd done. To be patient because we can't avoid it or resist it is a violent, not a loyal patience. But to submit because it's God's will to inflict, to be silent because God's sovereignty orders it, is patience of a true nature. The other kind of patience is no different than that of an enemy who will free himself as soon as he can, by any means, however violent, that presents itself. This sort of patience is that of a subject acknowledging the supreme authority over him, and that he ought to be directed by God's will and for God's glory more than by his own will and for his own comfort. I was silent, I opened not my mouth, Psalm 39:10, not because I couldn't help it, but because you did it, you who are my sovereign Lord. God's greatness demands an awesome and unbreakable respect from his creatures in whatever way he disposes of them. This is due to him, since his kingdom rules over all, his kingdom should be acknowledged by all, and his royal authority submitted to in all that he does.